through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers NA Split 3, and today we're going to be covering Group C. It's the third day. My name is Marks, and this is Keg, just off to my right. I think I'm bad at this whole weatherman thing.
I think you're a great weatherman. Oh, I'm not the weather. Sometimes I'm a meteor shower, but I think you're a ray of sunshine.
No, that's so nice of you, Keg. But okay, so we've got quite a few games ahead of us. Keg, set the table a little bit. What are we going to be taking a look at today?
Well, the lay of the land, my friend. Look, I thought Group B yesterday was going to be a very easy path to victory for some teams, but all my predictions were wrong. If you saw on social media, I had the right maps for the most part, like maybe at 85%, and it was all the wrong teams that qualified. So to set the stage, we have Turtle Troop versus Rankers as our first series of the day. I don't know how that's going to go. I think both these teams fundamentally play at a very different level. I think Turtle Troop is a little bit more of a free-flowing kind of pug team where they do have the big set strats, but Marks, if it's anything like yesterday, YFP and MXS had the same exact ordeal, and they really struggled with interconnecting and synergizing with their teams, right? So when you have a team like Turtle Troop go up against Rankers with the likes of the top ranked players in North America who just run and gun and W key in and find success doing God knows what, I don't know what to expect, man.
Like you said, it is really hard to predict what is going to be coming out of here. I mean, Turtle Troop, we're looking at the same core as they were in the previous Challengers splits. They were formerly Dark Zero Esports, but now we're just going back to the whole Turtle Troop banner. We did B-Dog Adder. They're still hanging out on the squad. They've got 2 new members with them. And so, like you said, that kind of run it down style, yeah, you're right. But at the same time, there is enough history where we can expect to see a little bit more synergy and at least a little bit more practice in this kind of tournament environment. But on the other hand, Rankers, like you said, this is the first time that we're really seeing a lot of these people make a run at the Challenger circuit. And I think that there comes a whole batch new of expectations that you expect these people to be able to fulfill.
It's really going to come down to whether or not we see Rankers play Neon. Like, I hate to boil down everything to that one singular aspect, but that's been the make or break for a lot of these teams. When we first saw Turtle Troops play with this current roster in a different event, right, we saw them look a little shaky. And they still won against Maryville, but, Maryville weren't doing anything inventive. They played as vanilla, fundamental Freddy as you could possibly be, and it looked like there were still some rounds that Turtle Troop struggled with. But that was also a few weeks ago. Things have changed since then. So I think TT will have a better path to victory this time around for the upper bracket Marks, but Rankers is really that team that I don't know what to expect.
And once again, kind of looking at how yesterday went down with the Funhavers being able to secure their spot into the playoffs by eliminating a team that a lot of people were expecting to make it through, Moist X Shopify Rebellion. Like, when just coming into this one on paper, everyone I think is going to be expecting to see Turtle Troop do good. I mean, this is a team that people are familiar with, that they know, but the Rankers have a real chance to upset it, and we can never count those upsets out. As we start off map number 1, it is going to be the Rankers picked, and their favorite map. They've won every single time they've played it. We're starting things on Haven.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that too. This is such a good map to test out the in-game leading of, your IGLs of a team and whether or not they can make those proper calls for the attacking side to rotate when they're facing that defensive pressure, or even just the set strats of finding a weakness in a defense where you have 3 sites to worry about. You can't have a proper stacked up defense every round. It's a guessing game for the first 30 or so seconds, especially in these first few rounds. Jawa brings down the recon bolt. He has been the most solid player we've seen on Turtle Troop. He's made miracles happen on this squad, but he's by himself on A.
Already, Deco gonna get shot out. Gets tossed out as well, but Kane Zera is gonna be spraying things down. Knights is gonna be the one to take the kill, as already the Rankers are gonna be able to get that spike down as Turtle Troop scrounge themselves together to try and make this retake happen.
Yeah, retaking A on pistol, that's gonna be so rough. You're down a body, the aftershock removes the 50-50, but Knights swings.
Excellent pick from Weeded, but the Cyber Cage immediately going up. You can see Chaotic looking for an opportunity to go in. Inspire shuts that down completely. Shockbolt just a little bit wide as Adder Gonna be moving in, taking space. Zero right up in front. B-Dog wins that with the frenzy. Has to go for the reload. 21 HP. Able to escape, but time is ticking down. They have to make their move right now, but it doesn't matter. The Rankers, they spray them down. Classics in hand. Rankers win pistol.
Really good call for Rankers to choose to push A very aggressively first round. That is the round to do it. A lot of teams will focus on B side or C just because it's more closer and condensed. You can take some longer gunfights early on with the Sheriff. But if you can push A and there's no Sentinel utility stopping you, it is going to be torturous to retake A site. And so the response now from Turtle Troop, expectation that Rankers will just bash their heads into A site until it doesn't work anymore, is the gamble stack it. But they would be wrong. Rankers have already swapped over to C site. Adder, though, sent to util, not available, is forced to run away. Turtle Troop are going to opt to try to either die to the spike or if they get this opening pick against Rankers in post-plan, they may have a fighting chance to reclaim site.
They're all slowly approaching. Knives in hand, swapping over to the pistols. Yeah. But the Rankers are completely just swarming the site. No one has moved back at all. Inspire just watching on the flank, but those trap wires make sure that no extra information is given. Zero taking the first swing just around the corner, spots one out, and then just toss out that. Okay, is able to find Joa right off the bat. And Turtle Troop, I think that they're just gonna kind of hang out, play the death to the spike, make sure they don't give any unnecessary ultimate orbs, and can get that ultimate orb for themselves. As Poppin able to at least find B-Dog, Poppin looking for more, Poppin finding We Did. But yeah, this round is all but over for Turtle Troop.
Yeah, Poppin can sacrifice himself here. Only equipped with a Ghost. Chaotic is good for one before their way out. 2 rounds now for Rankers. Attacking side looking solid thus far, but also not really facing any resistance yet from Turtle Troop. This will be the round to change it up. Finally, rifles are in the Turtle Troop's hands. They're attempting to go for this early swing on A site. A stun there from We Did could block out an aggressive force on A. Promotes Chaotic to go with the recon bolt, followed up by Jawa. A slide in for the Neon. This might be a very brutal opening round, but no. Rankers instead are opting the mini default. They're expecting a big change of pace from Turtle Troop to push up.
Oh, Adder gets spotted out. Gonna respect that distance as all the utility is swarming in. It's such fast attacks that we're seeing from the Rankers. Adder has to at least stay alive, if not be able to take one. And yeah, we'll just do that. Zero, see you later. Never mind, finds 2 more as well. Spots up the gun here, looking for it. Can't even teleport away in time. And just like that, this site is completely locked down. Just Adder alone is more than enough to shut the Rankers down.
Adder's Cypher has been unbelievable in this iteration of Turtle Troop. Every map they have played so far, there's always been not one, but multiple rounds where Adder will absolutely pop off as that Cypher. Not only IGLing, but oh no. Oh, okay. I'll take the 4K, but Inspire already unlocking this round, no longer flawless. 38 seconds left. There was nearly a moment where Inspire could have helped even the odds. But once again, Adder, complete control of C site, shutting down various angles from Rankers. Look, man, I can only imagine what Rankers comms are like. We've had a few listen-ins on different iterations of Rankers in different tournaments in the past, man, and it just sounds like TikTok brain rot. So missing out on angles like that, I'm not terribly surprised. It's going to be these 1vx's that I think Turtle Troop can find a lot of defensive value in.
Yeah, and you can tell too, Rankers, like you said, the strategy these last couple of rounds has been very util dump and run in onto one of these sites. This is the first time we're really seeing a little bit of a different formation from them, Keg.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because a lot of the time so far in group stage, we've been seeing these util dump plays there to promote a Neon to just barrel rush in. There's no Neon for Rankers. They are playing together as a very punchy squad.
Oh. Excellent little double pop out there. Can't shoot both ways at the same time. Inspire able to at least get one. All the utility now getting used. Chaotic can't see a thing and will get taken out here. Exactly. Zero still just kind of holding things down. Neural Theft going to be online. It's a better idea as to where the members of Turtle Troop are. And so the Rankers will be able to get one. Eggster finds B-Dog though as he retreats back into sight.
Yeah, at this point, Turtle Troop, there's no real way to get into A site in the post plant. I mean, you could try dipping down from heaven, sure, but the pings are out. Setting up for the Hunter's Fury if needed, but no, you have that 50-50 from popping. It would not be worth using that ult. Let's talk about Moist Shopify for a second, right? Because
Sure.
the team comp that Rankers have right now isn't that far off from the same game plan that Moist had, right? You have these 5 players that can just delete people, entire teams on their own, but they have a team composition that doesn't necessarily flow into each other as well as like others, right? Like you think about like a typical Ascent comp. The KO that can help the Jet, the Omen that can help the Jet that can help the Jet, stuff like that, right? But you have a Yoru, an ISO, a Clove, and a Cypher. Every single one of these agents can play by themselves and lurk. That is like 5 times the brain power Turtle Troop need to think about actively when they're defending, especially on that B lurk.
See, you raise an excellent point there, but at the same time, I'd wager you that as a result, there's not as much team synergy that can kind of happen. Sure, you see these players kind of move in there one by one, but, you know, a good flash, good counter from Turtle Troop, good trade, and that can really just foil some of these plans. And so we do see them moving together, but like you said, the utility is very selfish.
I agree, but I don't think the game plan for Rankers is going to be that complex. What they'll do, it has been complex so far. I'll give them that great anti-flank, great flank from Chaotic to start out. Nice falls, but really, Rankers just want gunfights.
Inspire still alive somehow, finds 2. Finally weeded, ready to just clap back, and Spike will go down onto the A site. It's a 3v3 situation here into this post plant. Al Jones will be dueling, 1 up, 1 down. Exer going in, tries to get aggressive with it, but caught off guard by B-Dog just on that off angle. B-Dog now trying to get a little exploratory as Poppin's caught looking the wrong way. Cainzera underneath, the ISO still alive here. The pop down, Cainzera's able to find yet another, finds that third just as the flash expires. The Rankers, they continue to steal these rounds away. Now 4-1.
Yeah, Cainzera is going to be a demon to deal with. Of course, the ISO not nearly as powerful as, back, what was it? Stage 2, we saw Sad play ISO on that one patch where he was just unbelievably OP and delete. I think he actually deleted Moist Shopify in that instance too. I'd have to go back and check. But Cainzera over the summer hit #1 ranked in North America. And I bet you can't guess why.
Oh, after a gunplay like that, makes total sense. You want that person as a duelist on your team, and now we're seeing Turtle Troop. They're calling for a timeout. Of course, this is the Rankers map pick, like we kind of talked about in the start here. But once again, you're Turtle Troop. You've had your spot in Challengers for so many instances of NA Challengers. You don't want to be going down like this to this team.
Yeah, it's a tough shout. Turtle Troop, strategically, they're not doing really a lot that's wrong. They're playing it safe for the retakes and attempting to fight the round with as many bodies as possible and utilize their utility for those swings. Rankers, though, they have an easy time dealing with the stall, and they can pivot to A site as their safety net, and they've been able to succeed almost flawlessly in doing so. There isn't really much counterplay that Turtle Troop have been able to figure out yet, other than maybe how they can pace out the first beat of a round. This could be the Paranoia swing off the Cypher. A Cyber Cage here would be strong. It is an eco buy from Turtle Troop. They could take more risks.
Camera taken out.
Camera gets shot. Aldro not able to really just scout out that site. Such a cheeky little spot that we see B-Dog perched up on top, but given the information that was given and how fast the Rankers have gone, Turtle Troop assumed that there might be some more C pressure, while the Rankers, they're just kind of exploring the map a bit.
I like this patience from Rankers.
Standing ahead.
They're scoping it out, as you mentioned. Expectations that Turtle Troop would push out and play aggro, but they're not. Holding angles and going for safety city. There is no tripwire B main. It is open. But that could be bait for someone like Inspire. Just waiting for the cross back to A. He's playing anti-rotate.
It's you and me.
A lot of utility gets used, but oh, goodbye. Cainzera, the 1v1 against Joe. Okay. Got a little bit too close for comfort as Inspire still deep onto this flank. Spike does get planted. Turtle Troop already down 1. This Knights is just going to use a lot of preventive utility to slow them down yet again. Weeded, poised, ready to go. Tosses down the fault line, but here's Inspire just deep onto the flank, is able to find one. And now Turtle Troop, they have to execute, but immediately get gunned down before they can even enter in onto the site. There's only one left, and Rankers will be able to scoop up that round as well.
Fantastic lurk from Inspire. Perfect timing out. Really, we've been seeing a lot of Cyphers either lurk that B lane into A lane either too early or too late. Got that timing off of B-Dog. It forced the rest of Turtle Troop, sandwiched between a Cypher and the entirety of Rankers already pushed up, that have to take the fight and retake A site. And that forced them directly into the hands of the majority of Rankers' forces. Really love how well this squad is playing together. And they're going to go back to C. This might be the chance for Turtle Troop now. They have the spy camp set up. But already, swing out Inspire. Not going for the lurk this time.
A little bit of a confidence play. B-Dog not able to find anybody, but an excellent Paranoia is able to take Kane Zera out. And still Ladder, still onto the site, still dangerous. Poppin' though, will trade that one back. Now a 2v3 scenario, Knights will get that one down. But already you can see the fault line ready to go. Oh, never mind, it's the Rolling Thunder. Gonna find a purchase. Chaotic just sliding in, already finds one. The sun comes out. Not gonna be enough as Weeded just watching that angle like a hawk. Turtle Troop, they will find their second round.
Great timing off the Rolling Thunder. Weeded, bringing it out. Chaotic sliding in, finding the frag right after. Absolutely the micro timings that you need. One big criticism I had from Turtle Troop before they came into this group stage was a lot of the breach timings, off of B-Dog especially. But now that Weeded is taking the mantle of the breach, it does feel like there's a little bit more of a finger on the pulse about where that utility needs to go down, and most importantly, the timing. That's huge for Turtle Troop, and good conditioning for Rankers to realize, hey, maybe C's not the move. But Turtle Troop are restacking A site with the expectation that this should be where Rankers want to end the round. They are locking it down.
Go, go, go!
Couple warning shots sent out by Chaotic. And contrary to that, Exeter able to find one, allowing the C site to look a lot more open. Weeded to toss down the fault line, at least delay the main pressure. Flash is going to be excellent here, has to get, okay, able to find one kill, but the decoy does cause that flash to go off here, and now Adder just left alone. Not impossible, but very unlikely as Knight says no. Rankers find 6.
Just gunfights, man. Really easy path to victory here. I feel so bad for Adder. Adder had one round where he looked like Superman, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, every other round, Rankers have completely avoided his utility.
It makes such a difference too. If you sidestep that utility, things get a lot easier for you to just kind of walk into the site. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing the Rankers be very cautious about as they're walking in. You always see that Yoru decoy go in first. They're scouting things out, all of that, just to try and see if that Cypher is there. And as soon as they realize it isn't, it's pretty fast paced for them to just kind of walk in.
And the decoy can also hit the tripwire too. That's the distraction factor. Adder has to attempted to respect the smoke, but just a spray through instead allowed Rankers to disassemble these turtles. Only Chaotics left. An overdrive on the Neon, wasted away with no impact.
It's tough to see, Keg. It's tough to see, but the Rankers have been doing an immaculate job on these rounds. It feels like Turtle Troop, they're just not simply expecting them. And the amount of pressure that they're under is surmounting every single time. Of course, that last round was a little bit of a save, but even Chaotic going a little bit more aggro, trying to push out, trying to take that space with the overdrive, didn't find nearly anything.
Yeah, it's really tough here for Turtle Troop. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. Do you double down and just take these fights early on? Or are you going to play more reactively like Turtle Troop have been? You could push up like we're seeing Chaotic here, but he's by himself. And that positioning. Okay. I like the response. Good paranoia. But it's always ending with a trade. There's no net positive for Turtle Troop.
And net positive for Rankers, that's for sure. Adder spotted out as well. Now has to make a run for it. Double tap is going to be activated. Extra just on the other side. Just like that, Joa up against the world. Does have a rifle, but at this point, I think You might just want to save this one because it's not going to be looking good. Spots out a shoulder. Finds Exter. Was actually looking for Pop in there, but doesn't realize that Inspire is going to be lurking behind. The undercut going to be cast as well, as this one is damned. Just like that, Inspire finds Joa as the Rankers are running away with Haven.
As long as Rankers can keep this pace up, this is looking like a plus 15 RR game for them.
Maybe plus 20. We'll see how it goes.
Probably a plus 20. I mean, yeah. It's looking rough here for Turtle Troop, and I really thought the expectation for Turtle Troop would be that they have this core and they can control the map a little bit more than what Rankers have to offer, right? Because their game plan's not that complex. Let's really fast push a lane. Let's fish for this early fight. If we meet any resistance, we don't have to rotate out. We are confident to win these fights. And off of another very broken buy yet again for Turtle Troop, Rankers will only have to deal with one singular rifle, and that's Jawa's.
It's you and me.
All right, nobody found. Kinzer uses the ultimate, and quite frankly, Turtle Troop looked like they poised themselves to make sure that they were out of that casting range. Now it is just going to be, once again, that A site for free. The Rankers have gotten so many spikes down without any resistance these last couple of rounds.
Retake here with nothing but pistols is going to be incredibly tough to do. Flanks could be the way, but already Extra's found that information. This is going to promote Rankers to push up more. They have less bodies to fight.
Okay, just a little bit of a delay. Knights does get tagged out here. The Aftershock going to go live, but Adder didn't even stand a chance. Just a little bit faster on the trigger. Knights finding 3. That is unbelievable stuff. Finds 4. We just shuts down the ace, but okay. Kane Zera just in the back line. We'll find that final kill. Rankers so close to hitting a potential 10-2 half.
The aim, man. Like, Rankers are getting away with the wildest 3Ks possible. It is disgusting what I'm seeing for this team, and again, that's the core of what Rankers is built around. Just taking fights and winning them, like the most impossible ones. Kane, Zera, Knights, and Ion, who's not on this team, have been this trio, like the 4 horses of the apocalypse, minus, I guess, Pestilence.
Okay, a little bit more of aggressive play this time. Chaotic.
You have to.
Getting a little bit lost in the mix there. Immediately, though, it doesn't work out. Jawa at least able to take one, but the Rankers just completely overwhelmed the Turtles. B-Dog just left alone onto the site. Spotted up top. Doesn't realize that they're in the back line. That's going to be Kane Zera down, looking for the next. Knights not dead yet. Going to cast that one and hide away into the smoke as Adder's just in the back line to make this a little bit more possible. Able to escape, but never mind. It is going to be a shorty. 1 bullet per body. So Rankers do find that 10-2 half.
Switching sides.
I like the attempt that Turtle Troop were making on A side at the end of that round. The use of the smokes, B-Dog's vertical positioning, hiding in between the smokes to take more isolated fights. That's the solution to remove Rankers. Confuse them, remove line of sights for trades. The problem is that Rankers play so fast, and they're so comfortable with the mechanics of this game on a level that, like, really you don't see from many other players, period. That it's hard for Turtle Troop as a whole to find that kind of opportunity.
And honestly, it's kind of like what you said earlier. The utility that gets utilized is very just frag focused forward. Sure, it mostly is for the individual players of Rankers, individual agents, but to be honest, they've all been shooting extremely well.
And so this defense is going to be nasty for Rankers, but the opportunity to trade should be less. These will be more 1vx's that Rankers need to take. We see that from Inspire already. At least right now, respecting the Cypher trip, but as soon as that's broken, I don't think he follows up. But that's going to add a lot of doubt to Turtle Troop's mind. Oh my god, already a double. And look, you got rid of the recon bolt. You don't have any info gathering. And your entry of Chaotic is completely gone, Mark.
And now Eggster's just watching on the other side of the sprues. Dark cover going to get utilized as well on the site. Cut off the vision just a little bit more to add a couple question marks, but Poppin going exploring, spots out the shoulder of We Did able to escape, but excellent fault line going in there as Adder just on the other side waiting for Poppin to walk out here. Will just do that. Adder finds a headshot, but already Eggster on the swing. Classic in hand, able to find one. The decoy not going to find purchase. as the Turtle Troop will get this spike down. It's going to be 3v2, and already the Rankers are ready to move in. Let's see how they do this. Egster from up top, 2 from the bottom. Kane's shield is popped. Egster gets the right click from the sky, and Egster descends upon the Turtles, as that is going to be an instrumental round for Rankers as they find themselves at 11.
Turtle Troop either go for a timeout this next round or into their rifles. Need to find a cohesive solution here. They had great calling off of Adder to split push into A site, but the early fight in the mid severely hurt what that opportunity would have looked like. Again, pushing in blind without Jawa, without diverting crosshairs away off of Chaotic Slide. It's going to become a glass cannon for what should be a very normal composition. Turtle Troop are just not finding these gunfights back.
It's so tough, but at this point, like, yeah, Turtle Troop, they got to force up their weaponry here, because if they don't win this round, I mean, at that point, Rankers are going to be at 12. You got 10 rounds to climb yourself back up. Turtle Troop, B-Dog specifically looking to move up, but Poppin just on the other side, watching with this LMG in hand.
I like this. The smoke goes down, the fake TP to put that pressure on A that doesn't actually exist. Everyone on B main looking to push this in at the last second, make those gunfights a lot closer, but also just waiting for that, what should be inevitable push out.
Oh, Kane's Era. He's got spotted out, Judge in hand. Activate the shield. Tosses out the undercut as well. His Knight's ready to just use the ruse yet again. Continue to make sure that that is smoked off, but it's actually a complete disconnect from Turtle Troop. They back things up. Chaotic did get a couple of bullets in onto Poppin, but Egster finds B-Dog. And that's not good because Turtle Troop, they're ready to move on to this A site.
You're completely right, rotating right into it. What choice do you have if you're Turtle Troop? Cypher Util's not even here. This is the easiest site to push into. And already a big weapon and body advantage for Rankers into this post plant. Flash is absolutely there, full util for Poppin.
Utility coming out. Decoy gets deployed. Knights from up top, able to find one. It's so easy right now. Kane's able to find one. Knights gets yet another. Adder tries to keep it alive, but they all fall down onto the site to the superior weaponry, bending Turtle Troop down to the ground. As Rankers now on map point, speed running their way on Haven.
This is the future of VALORANT, man. To be fair, not to take away from Rankers, their individual playing and their frag ability is incredible, right?
Yes.
We are going to be seeing like movement rifle nerfs, not in this patch that they're playing on right now, but like in the current patch. It has been nerfed a little bit, and we, you know, a lot of players at the high level ranks will take advantage of running gun and movements more. That doesn't take away from Rankers and how well they can play, but it certainly will level the playing field a tiny bit more in the future. But this is the last attempt for Turtle Troop, and there was no running and gunning there from Egster. It's a rush in. He has ult to find info. Everyone else hides away.
Okay, Chaotic was able to at least find one, but it's still a little bit chaotic on site. Jawa able to find Egster. Yeah, you did. B-Dog trades it right back. These are just trades, like you said. B-Dog, the last person left standing, is able to at least spot one out. Knows just on the other side, down to this 1v1 scenario. The smoke disappears, has to get the reload, and Rankers. Map 1 against Turtle Troop, 13-2 in the scoreline.
This is going to be a rough series for Turtle Troop. There's no other way to say it. The best thing that Turtle Troop could have gone into this map is to really outstrat Rankers. How do you do that? Well, it's easy for us to say that they can, but to actually employ it, that is tough when you have 5 individual teammates that can just run it down and go for these unbelievable kills individually, that it's hard to frag back.
It absolutely is. You can tell that they've been forged in the irons of ranked in order to make sure that they're ready for all sorts of 1vx scenarios. But we still have map number 2 just over the horizon. Turtle Troop's map pick. So maybe the Turtles can get themselves back into it, but we'll find out just after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Challengers NA. My name is Marks, this is Keg, and we've got Turtle Troop up against the Rankers. And, Keg, well, we just saw first map, didn't we?
We saw some of it. I mean, it was like a 5-minute map, it felt like. It was a brutalization of Haven from Ranker's side. And usually, again, this is the map where you have 3 sites to work with. It's a good way of testing how well your team can operate as a team. But Rankers, man, they're just at a different level when it comes to how well they play mechanically. That this could be a case where you put them on any map versus Turtle Troop, we might see a similar scoreline.
I mean, we definitely might, and based off of how that last one went, I want to return to a point that you made just at the end there, where if Turtle Troop can bring some more strategy into this, try and go for a couple more trap plays, they stand a chance. But if they just kind of go for the very basic things, oh, this is what everybody does on these maps, then I think that the Rankers have a real leg up on their competition.
I mean, yes, I do agree. I guess they kind of bounce off of that old statement I've made, right? It's not like Turtle Troop weren't bringing out strategy. It's just that they didn't have the time to employ it. By the time they were setting themselves up, the kid at the beach was already there to kick over the sandcastle. So it's like, well, there goes my $1.2 million villa that I made on the ocean front. You can't do anything with that now. But I do think going to, what's the next map? Ascent?
Yep.
There are some more trap plays that you can bring into this. And with the third map also being bind, I think that can promote Turtle Troop more too. But the problem with Ascent is that everybody's played this map, man. And if you can out-frag people on Haven, who's to say that you have the defensive capabilities to stall on Ascent?
Once again, I mean, that was the point I was just about to make. It's Ascent. Everybody knows Ascent. It's Ascent. Everybody's played Ascent. This is one of the maps that has gone unchanged since Valorant has launched. And so you do talk about having some different types of trap plays, all of that type of stuff. But at the same time, if you're the Rankers, you're probably going to be expecting a lot of this type of stuff. I say that, but we're already seeing a little bit of an interesting shakeup in this agent compositions coming in from both of these squads.
Yeah, this is essentially what we saw Rankers on Haven. Inspire no longer the Cypher, now the Killjoy. Curious to know your thoughts, though, about bringing the Yoru Deadlock against a squad like Rankers.
I'm worried about the Yoru. I think that it enables a little bit more interesting creativity from the squad, but given the level of flexibility we're seeing the Rankers just kind of play with and just frag things down, makes it tough. Extra already starting out with the first pick. Swing gonna be coming in, but yeah, Zera, okay, going very aggressive into there. Saw the classic popping out. Not able to really find anything, but does escape with life. Jawa just on the other side of the smoke as well. Finally, the smoke dissipates, but the Turtle Troops are the only ones who have paid a price with their life.
It's like a piranha. As soon as one drop of blood goes in the water, they swarm the beach instantaneously. Good patience from Turtle Troop to wait it out. Eggster yet again removing the entry. B-Dog makes sure this is no longer a flawless round. Adder, the last one left. Not for much longer, man.
Yeah, and that's an excellent analogy, just like you said. Like, as soon as they get a little bit of an idea on where the Turtle Troop is attacking, you saw immediately the Rankers, they just turn their mouse, face in that direction, and are just W-keying it. They're not even bothering setting up flanks or anything. They're so confident that they can just win out these gun duels that they're just kind of running it down.
I want to go back to what you mentioned before. Chaotic, I think, is going to be the pain point of this matchup for TT. Not that Chaotic has played Yoru badly at all, right? But no. Having some wild variable like his teleports, I agree. That's going to be so hard to coordinate for Turtle Troop, and Rankers have been playing like walking sentry turrets, man. They're going to re-clear everything if they hear that Yoru TP. Speaking of which, though, already Recon Bowl had come out. There was a presence from Turtle Troop A main early on. They backed away. This could be a good sign of things to come for Chaotic and what we can expect to see. Zera waiting with the Bucky. Not even a re-clear. A flash swing could be good, but a pre-fire off of the hands of Knights would be devastating. But this is all fake pressure towards A.
So patient, so slow. But already, Knight's able to find that first pick there. Extra watches for the next. Now they have to execute here. The grab net goes off the wall. The geometry is good. Not able to find anybody. Recon Dart gets spotted out. A lot of information given away. And look at this. Poppin just walking into the smoke. Spraying through with the ghost in hand. Looking for more. Poppin finding 3. The Rankers clean house yet again. 2-0 now.
Yeah.
I think this might be the most telling round for Rankers this entire map. The fact that Turtle Troop sold what could have been a really well-made flank and had decent timing for that A smoke, for the Yoru and Omen to push in split A, and still nobody rotated outside of A or B to oversell it, despite Turtle Troop then trying to push B after. The timing was good. Maybe a little bit more delayed on people pushing B main, but that's nitpicking. Nobody on Rankers fell for the fake at all, and that was the same thing for Haven.
It's one of those things where it's like, oh, you're trying to play mind games? We haven't even thought that far into this round. We were just looking for kills. And the Turtle Troop kind of just fell into that trap. We see now they're going for a little bit of a bit more pressure towards Tree. But a Knight's already spots one out. The Owl Drone will come in, and Knight standing the ground finally is able to escape there. Just toss out the metal. And yeah, delays for a second. Kane Zera finds one.
Sure, why not? Poor Adder. Okay, Chaotic good for one. Extra falls. An opening has finally been made. Look in mid, completely empty. The turret will watch for the cross marketplace though.
And this is where we need to see Weeded get a little bit more active. Poppin', Odin in hand, just misses the timing just a second. Allowing Jawa as well to be able to hop across Chaotic. Still very low just on the other side, is able to at least find one, but immediately gets traded out. Meanwhile on site, things are going to be cleared out for the troop. Should be able to get that spike down as Poppin menacingly walking forward as Odin in hand. Has to go for that long reload. It's going to be 2v3 here. But the Rankers have good weaponry here, Keg.
That's right, Recon Bolt after Owl Drone available. One spotted out. Can he make this a 2v2? No, we did.
Able to find one. Kane Zera trades it back, but the crossfire is excellent. Weeded, if not finding that kill, well, Jawa would have been able to do so. Turtle Troop on the board.
Even losing your IGL early on actually may have been a benefit from Turtle Troop. Adder was much more active, looking at the minimap, the POV of his team, to call for that pivot rotate into B late round and still dedicate despite the KJ turret and utility being found. Turtle Troop are not afraid of Rankers. What they're struggling with is an opportunity to take a fight that is advantageous to them. And having bodies on the board, having a funnel against Rankers for them to file into B site worked out so well for Turtle Troop. Back to A we go. This is Turtle Troop's MO. They're going to continue to work the map and play into mid to opportune these fakes. Spike has not been picked up. Oh, that's a huge opening pick. The Odin's gone? That's as lethal as a defensive op.
Excellent, just awareness. Annihilation now going to be cast as well. Knights, see you later. Caught in the net, will be just dragged out. No one in sight to be able to shoot you out of that one. Extern, the next line of defense, gets spotted out by the Aldro. Doesn't even care, is still able to find Adder. Finds Chaotic as well. That is confidence if I've ever seen it. Not even bothered by that recon dart, but just backs up into the smoke, not able to see things. Kane Zera next on the docket, sidesteps that shock dart, and now tosses things out. Does have the outlaw trying to find a shot off, but Weeded is going to find their shot. As it is Inspire up in heaven, Weeded has their number. Turtle Troop still alive, 2-2 now.
Confidence is really soaring back for Turtle Troop now. Whether it be the lack of having the 3 sites of Haven, more familiarity again with this comp and your composition of who you're playing with now on Ascent, this is looking much better for Turtle Troop. Going back again, they're playing the map space really well, and I think one thing that Rankers are lacking on is that mid control. They're doubling down this time to play proactive inside of mid. No ops available, only a Guardian from Kane Zera. Now, there is only one set of flashes, but that's outside of A main. So that's not going to be the flash peak that we may have hoped to see, but there was no contact made. Now it's just holding angles.
And it's so interesting because we see the Rankers just kind of go into their single positions and tuck themselves away into these corners, giving up these 1vx opportunities. And look at this, yeah, Poppin still just going in. I mean, right now they're kind of being humbled. Uh-oh, not expecting another one. I say that. Already the rankers are right back in with the numbers advantage. B-Dog can't find Knights. Now Jawa, the last person alive, the spike so far away. What was starting out as such a promising round just slips through the grates for Turtle Troop.
I mean, for the most players of rankers, right, Turtle Troop have been out patience against them. KaneZera has been pushing up, overextending very far, losing these fights. Knights hasn't really lost those kind of disadvantageous fights just yet. That's one gone.
I have the spike.
30 seconds, spike available.
30 seconds
KJ
left.
turret you will see on the minimap is there, but no Inspire to allow it to be activated. It's too late to rotate to B though. There are no forces on either side. Jawa has full utility. Hunter's Fury and a Shock Bolt available. Needs to bring it out immediately. Does not know about the lack of players in Wine. No information at all.
Oh boy. And now has to stick this plant here. It's gonna be everything just tossed down. Oh, looked at the wrong Yoru. And the judge will do just fine. Both members of the Rankers so low HP, but will be able to get that defuse. So the Rankers once again take the lead.
I feel like every time Extra gets a kill, I'm going to be seeing it on later tonight. on any platform.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like in your dreams, like this is gonna haunt you, but no, you meant social media.
Hey, look, we all doom scroll, but not that much.
Okay.
I'm gonna be extra scrolling after this game. Good lord, 7-3. This has been a great game with the mind games off of the decoy. And you mentioned it back on Haven, how his entries would always be decoy first. And you know, I'll have this debate a lot with my own chat about, you know, can Yoru be like a good entry initiator? And if you could play that decoy well to activate traps or confuse your defenders, it works unbelievably well. And Extra's playing it to a T. Oh, hey, speaking of which, it's Extra again.
Here.
Excellent, just little timing there. We did not anticipating that at all. Smoke goes up here. You're not aware. Paranoia goes out. KaneZera just on the other end. KaneZera is coming knocking. KaneZera finally brought home as Knights does get that trade. Chaotic gonna be walking in onto site, not aware of Extra on the site. The Rankers just hold it down, practice that aim just a little bit more. 4-2.
Yeah, these more corner holding proactive plays from Rankers, not to overextend beyond those small corners, have worked out well. Turtle Troop, they weren't able to convert the fights in the last 2 rounds. They're on themselves a save yet again. Big question on what they want to accomplish here. They aren't going to work mid anymore. They've realized now that Rankers have a presence there start of round. Instead, this is going to be a full rush into A.
Revealing area.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case. The flash, though. Ooh. Okay, the Recon Dart does scout out Wine. Gives that information away. Knights now just kind of walking around the other side. Using the smoke to stall things out for a second. Paranoia gets used as well. As just a little bit of a scout. B-Dog materializing on the site. Immediately gets gunned down. The Knight not dead yet. Does get popped as Poppin is going to be able to stay there, but Knights gets a second breath on life. Chaotic still onto the site. Stinger running out of ammo. Classic in hand, looking for that right click. Poppin wins out the duel with only 3 HP. And even the rush doesn't seem to work against the defensive Rankers.
I'd expect a timeout here from Turtle Troop. They had the right plan in the beginning, but now that they have the rifle round again, they can't squander this opportunity. They're falling into the same avalanche they did back on Haven. And this is a brutal tournament, dude. You don't get a second day to play this through. You know, sleep on it. Look back at the footage against Rankers and go again. No, you have today to qualify for playoffs, and that is it.
And winning this matchup will at least guarantee yourself a spot into the finals. Once again, if you win 2, secure your spot, but if you lose too many, then you're out of this. Chaotic already deep in onto the site. Thanks to the dimensional drift, as Eggster is able to at least find 1. Spray down from that wall. Give the space back, and the Rankers are actually okay with this. They're gonna play this retake completely.
Hunter's Fury to work off of, and that could be the opener. Plenty of utility for Eggster, the 2 flashes, namely, to create that space back. Odin available for Poppin too. May not even need to use the ult. It's all timing to wait for Inspire to go for the lurk of a lifetime. Do they win that fight?
Oh, looks like so far, Rankers are winning on the site where it's important. Inspire just trading blows there. Jawa at least able to stay alive. The Annihilation gets popped as well. Ladder, head on a swivel. Able to find one, and yeah, just like that, Extra goes down as well. The Turtle Troop, they find their third round.
I believe that that interaction with Extra and Adder will be changed in the current patch. You can't just survive the ult anymore off that timing. No matter what, you just die unless someone can shoot you out.
Yeah, and honestly too, like, that makes sense how that ultimate should work like that. But
we always should have worked.
Right. This time it was a bug, not a feature. And now we are going to be seeing a little bit of a timeout getting called here. As I imagine this probably would be Turtle Troop. You know, we got to solidify our economy a little bit moving into this next round because the Rankers are still looking nice and rich.
I like the adaptability from Turtle Troop. They definitely can be a structured team when they face up against one, but they're really going in the mud this map. In the chaotic gunplay that we see directly on site. Rankers, they can go toe-to-toe, absolutely, but Turtle Troop are fighting back. I like the idea of the late lurk from Inspire. It worked fantastically back on Haven. It was a little bit slower this time around, and it didn't distract Turtle Troop nearly as much as it did back on A site of Haven. So Rankers here, they don't really have to change a whole lot of their game plan. They certainly have the ults to retake A site this next round. They've overtaken mid. I'm sure they'll put that pressure on A momentarily. But off of a timeout, assuming now Turtle Troop need to make a major change, they're putting much more of their scary forces on A site if they find this opening pick.
Cage triggered.
Okay, a little bit more aggressive utility this time. Speaking of aggressive, oh no! Kane's not able to find anything with that Blade Storm. Wings immediately clipped. And this is kind of what I want to see from Turtle Troop. Be a little bit more reactive. Try to get the Rankers to push into you. Have these traps set up, and then it's a lot easier. You're not putting yourself into these positions where you just have to take raw aim duels.
I'm so happy you mentioned that, because that is the #1 issue for Rankers right now, especially Kane's. He is taking the silliest fights imaginable and getting punished for it.
Camera is destroyed.
And see? Outside A main, Turtle Troop haven't pushed in yet because they want more of those Ranker players to push up. But they're not. Eggster was also a very big perpetrator of it. It's actually Knights who's been able to get away with these brazen plays and may very well be able to do it again.
Look at that. Right off the bat, yeah, see? They got so much information over there. They're expecting this to be a B-side hit. They're able to sidestep the Hunter's Fury on the other side, and so now, Jake should be up here. Weeded able to find an excellent kill on Poppin. Now the spike should be able to go down. 3v3 scenario. Still, I think that there's a lot of utility available for the Rankers to re-enter.
Fake clone. If that gets shot out, you'll know there's an anti-flank. If there isn't, everyone on Rankers can focus directly on site for the post-plant. 2 flashes available, 1 smoke for Knights, and most importantly, 3 are left alive. Knights especially.
Turret out.
Ooh, excellent little flash there. Weeded has to back off and respect it. Paranoia coming out next. Weeded able to at least go up 1 before falling. Smoke is going to be going down. A little bit risky business. B-Dog there for trade. Now down to this 1v1. Inspire on the site. B-Dog off of it. Smoke up in a couple of seconds. Just triggering the Killjoy bot. Goes to half, but it's all just mind games. B-Dog finds Inspire's head. And just slipping by, just barely. Turtle Troop get another round.
I like how it's hyping up Knights to be this fragging demon in the 3v3 post plant and just immediately dies on the re-entry.
Yeah.
But B-Dog has been finding so many unbelievable shots this series. He had one on the gray box C site Haven that, like, literally on our screen, there was no player model. And he somehow got the kill. That was ridiculous, but great, almost frame perfect shot again against Inspire at the end. Inspire is close to getting locked down into these next few rounds. He could try to farm up here if it's a B entry, but Kane's once again, man, at least he's respecting the one way. But this has not worked out well for him.
Oh yeah, look at that. Owl Drone gets utilized, doesn't matter. Still able to get 1. And will get traded out, but Extra ready for that. Extra push right there. Knights still watching, but Bit of a trade still happening on these sites. Adder, deep into the back lines, is able to find Poppin's head, crispy as ever. And such a weird scenario, 2v2, the spike nowhere near this A side.
Where is everyone?
But Exter is all alone. Neural Theft going to be online, gives a lot of information.
But here's the thing, though. He has his TP out. As soon as that second ping goes by, he's going to teleport and reset the information.
Flash goes out. Exter hiding inside the smoke, realizes that they have to go and get that spike for coming around as Inspire gets set up onto this flank. Once again, this is very characteristic of rankers to split themselves up and take these 1vx scenarios as Exter finds Adder. Now down to a 1v2. Understanding where one of them might be. Oh no, running out of bullets. Weeded gonna be going in. Pops the fake teleport and Exter comes out on top. Exter finding 4 on that last round.
I mean, that Neural Theft should have been the nail in the coffin for most teams. But knowing how to play a character as complex as Yoru so well, waiting for that second ping of the Neural Theft, Dimensional Drift triggered to reset any information that was gained by Turtle Troop, and still taking the 1v2 with a great fake clone, great fake TP, everything to keep Turtle Troop at bay, although buying time for a flank from Inspire that never came to fruition. Rankers, despite not really having a majorly wild macro, they know how to play off of each other probably better than any team in this tournament.
I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. And now, a little bit slower from the troop this time around. Hoping to sow the seeds of discord in their enemies. See if they can find anything, but Spire already finding one. The spray down is a little bit dangerous, does quite a bit of damage. Not really enough to find any kills. Turtle Troop looking for an opportunity. If Adder does get 1 kill, the Annihilation could come online.
This is the belly of the beast, and Knights is so close to getting the not dead yet. Absolutely could bait themselves out here off that re-entry, get the ult, and still be a nuisance.
Information, Inspire, ready for it. Jawa, though, able to find 2. That's going to be important. Oh, B-Dog escapes just in time. It's going to be on to the site here. Oh no. Bucky in hand, up against the world. Nothing close enough by. The smoke going to get deployed to give a little bit more information as to where B-Dog might be hiding, but this is looking like a near impossible scenario. Sidestepping a lot of these bullets. Will be able to pick up a rifle. Finds Knights. Goes to the Shadow Step just to the side. Oh, spots another out. Kane's going down. Suddenly, it's looking a lot more doable. It's just going to go for the stall here. Not simply enough time to make their way in. And even if Exter will be ready to pop out of the Dimensional Diff to punish, and yeah, just like that, it works out perfectly. Exter just plays off, knows such an intelligent play, just plays off the site completely to make B-Dog doubt himself.
That is such a high TikTok play. Unbelievable there. You could tell that initial TP from B-Dog didn't connect. He wanted to go right underneath the stairs by logs to get the spike quicker. Dimensional Drift came out from Exter. It bought time for the Omen, but fortunately B-Dog, yeah, it's just a scenario that's very hard to win when you have so much utility in your back pocket like Exter does. 19-5. A disassembly of Turtle Troop.
Drop in a smoke.
Exter's playing phenomenal on this defense.
My territory.
As a reminder too, this was the map pick of Turtle Troop. Okay, goodbye, Knights. You're on the other side now. We can't rescue you away this time around. At least is one down, but yeah, like you said, the alpha threat Exter still very much active. And honestly, I think that's a threat that Turtle Troop have to be very aware of.
Look at the restraint from Kainzera. They had to give him the Odin so he doesn't overheat. He's holding a great angle, though, for the split on A. Spike is not available, though. B-Dog already used their From the Shadows last round. They won't be able to pick up that spike. Less than a minute left on the clock, and no map space has been given outside of mid. And knowing rankers, they should be pushing up mid by now, and they haven't. They've changed up their pacing completely.
I wonder if after that last round, where we saw Kainzera just pop the knives after inting forwards, they were like, all right, we got to cool things off. Finally, engagement from Turtle Troop going to be coming in. Oh, Extra, so smart. Sidesteps that one, but they are aware. Adder just spraying through the smoke. Can't lose the aim duel if they can't see you. And well, it is going to be the cage that actually comes up there. Poppin', though, does get traded out. Inspire in a 1v4 scenario. Invest the lockdown onto this one as it is the last round in this half. Uh-oh, there's that barrier mesh. Things get a lot more complicated now. The lockdown going down. Still has to make a run at it. Goes to the reload. There's also a trap wire just on the other side, but walks out, finds 3. And yeah, Turtle Troop still very much in this. 5-7 in this half.
Yeah, very healthy half for Turtle Troop. They certainly brought it back much more better than they had performed on Haven. First map of the day, they shook it off, and now that they go for the defense, they have their double Sentinel setup. There is no KO for rankers available. That means a lack of information compared to a normal defense or normal Ascent comp, but also there's no way of suppressing the utility that either one of them bring. Chaotic is not Jet. It's going to make the TP flashes a little bit more difficult. Very awkward to push brazenly. But look, if there's anything I've learned so far about facing rankers, you probably don't want to just guide yourself down mid and hope to get one pick and TP out. That doesn't seem like that would work against these guys.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, honestly, the best thing about having this Yoru on that defense is being able to teleport from one site to the other, really just allowing you to kind of be a pseudo defender agent to buff both sites at the same time. Whether or not that is the style that Chaotic is going to be utilizing it on this defense is another question. Already the rankers taking a lot of space.
Do you see this? There's no utility B main whatsoever. They're expecting a split in mid or A site. Something cheeky, right? Okay, there it is. That's the wall. Good game plan.
Flash is able to go out. Kainzera immediately down. Poppin gets dinked all the way down in mid. And it is enough to deter rankers just for a second while they get the setup here onto this A site. Information is given away. Oh, it's going to be a bloody battle in tree. B-Dog just right-clicking the way through the smoke. B-Dog, what was that? The jumping headshot with the classic. Inspire now down to a 1v5. A much different story happening in this second half. This Turtle Troop bring things back. It's now 6-7.
Yeah, winning that pistol so important. Having a very complex team full of utility that you absolutely need to buy every round is going to be so nice to have this economy advantage. Curious now to see what the buys ultimately end up looking like, and if there is a round to be a little bit more, you know, a little bit more scary, like Chaotic could be with the Outlaw, it's going to be this one. No shield buy-ups at all for rankers. Instead, the Paranoia setup is out. Should be hiding the corner and has the TP out just in case. Rankers are gonna absolutely slam A site.
Oh. Chaotic just watching with this Outlaw. I'd be surprised though if we didn't see a flash from Rankers on their execute. It looks like this time around, Rankers playing extremely disciplined.
For now, just wait till those smokes drop.
Okay, is able to find Kainzera and yeah, get out of that one. B-Dog though, not able to really escape as Extra just walks right over. I think Extra was going for the fake decoy. Just kind of walking straight here, but doesn't matter. Chaotic's got their number. Finally shutting down the threats. Weeded finds Inspire as well, just so aware of these positionings. The Rankers down to 2 on 4. Already though, having a bit of a tough time trying to get that spike onto site. Chaotic vaguely aware someone might just be on the other side here. Has a little bit of support as Adder finds the headshot. Knights gets the spike down, but just in the nick of time, Chaotic shows up. And now the Turtle Troop, they tie things up against Rankers.
Great read from Turtle Troop to hold down A site, understanding how important these mid lurks can be and shutting that down before it can even really begin. Interesting double trip setup inside of Garden. We're going to be seeing that a lot, I think, from Weeded to control these weird extremities that Rankers, they can be a very slippery team, and their timing is like no others we've seen so far for the group stage. They can get away with a lot of weird space, and having the double trips down, something they themselves may not be expecting, could be a good way to, well, Mark, it could be a good way to trip them up.
Going out.
Okay. I saw where it was going. I thought I was wondering if you were going to execute that, but at the end of the day, I'm happy you did. B-Dog in a little bit of trouble. Crabnet was successful, but fortunately not enough. Adder just going to be hopping through the nanoswarm as Kainzera just taking so much space. Inspire finds one as well, and it's simply just easy shooting. Rankers completely decimate their way in onto the site. Spike finally going down. The Turtle Troop left scratching their head as to what just happened.
Yeah. Expectations was going to be a B slam from Rankers. Not quite the case. Jawa, an owl drone to work off of. Really the only info piece of utility that's left. Gotta keep these weapons alive. That's one valuable Phantom that Weeded has. Extra's 14 HP. Does not care, but does not find a kill.
Spray through your smokes, ladies and gentlemen. Something I will be saying till the end of days when it comes to Valorant. And just like that, Poppin finds the last one as well. The Rankers storm the castle and they completely topple Turtle Troop in a very fast A assault.
Recon bolts are going to be extremely important for both of these players. Jawa now even more so than Poppin. It's going to be setting up for the B slam yet again. If a recon bolt B main finds nothing, an immediate rotate needs to be called either to mid or A site. I really want to see how this owl drone info gathering from Poppin works out, because this is a team that might just not care that there's Sentinel util times 2 on B. They're just going to go for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, every single time we've seen Rankers kind of go up against any sort of utility, they just sidestep it anyways and take the duel. The duel is front and center of their attention. Oh no, Chaotic! You can't be missing those shots. Poppin is going to shut that operator down.
Next.
And now, Dimensional Drift going to be online. Rankers are going to be moving in onto this beat.
Great info gathering off of the Dimensional Drift. A flash out. It's a shorty right there. That's another clip.
Yep, so many. Start taking count at this point. Kinzera finds another one on site. B-Dog going to be knifing that door down at her just on the other side. At least somewhat aware of the positioning of some of them. Yeah, a trade happens, but Knights is just going to be watching from the lobby. And the Rankers find yet another round. They're starting to get a little bit more tailwind behind them and starting to take off.
I mean, all the defensive prowess in the world setting up for B to be impenetrable, except for a single sonic sensor wasn't enough. I want to see the Deadlock and Cypher util pushed towards these B chokes. That's one sensor placed a little bit farther ahead on lane, but even then, these are all anti-Yoru, anti-Russian trips that might benefit, yeah, but for the most part, it really feels like the opening forces, like Chaotic, just fell immediately without much recourse. But it's back to A we go. It's an attempted gamble stack. A lot of fraggers out here.
Bucky in the hands of B-Dog. Knows how close they like to play it, but Kinzera from up top. Does get traded out, doesn't matter. Extra's on an absolute tear. Not going to be stopped for a second. And this is before the Phantom gets buffed, by the way. So Extra just kind of on another level as Knights is still looking for a little bit of blood. Weeded, only a Sheriff in hand, up against 4. In this scenario, just potentially looking to find a couple of kills, but ultimately die to the spike. Extra just on the other side, ready to deny. Poppin finds the kill anyways, and Rankers hit double digits.
Turtle Troop were doing so well in the beginning, and then Rankers got rifles in their hands. Their bread and butter. I'm sure they don't have to eco much in ranked.
No.
They can just snowball through everybody. And not dead yet for Knights. A Hunter's Fury to follow up. It looks like a pause now called by Turtle Troop. Oh, it's a tech pause, okay. So this is interesting. I'm looking at the 2 ults for Rankers, and I'm debating how they want to do this. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, they're going to slam B-side. They're going to rush it, right? The entry is going to be Knights off the flash of Eggster. They're just going to die. And then they have their ult to give info, kind of like a Yoru ult. And then that'll allow Poppin to go for their Hunter's Fury to allow the rest of the team to flood in. But maybe I'm just like seeing a different multiverse.
No, I
That's
think
my
you're
fan
onto
fiction.
something there. I mean, can't wait to read that published report.
Oh, God.
Report's a strong word, but it is interesting because given the way that we've seen the Rankers played, similar to kind of like what you said, I don't imagine that we're going to be seeing the Hunter's Fury used on that post plan. I imagine wholeheartedly, if they do slam B, if they do slam A, we're going to see it right off the bat to clear out some of those cheeky angles, or at least cause a bit more confusion to allow the rest of the Rankers to move off of it. I do think that we are going to be seeing Knights playing a little bit more gung-ho on this one, specifically because the Not Dead Yet is available. And you know what? If that kind of works out well, it's just a bunch of confusion tossed in onto the site where the Rankers should be able to win things out, Ken.
Aggressive teleport by Eggster already.
Yeah.
No Hunter's Fury within 2 seconds. I'm surprised. Maybe
That's
in 3
why it was
seconds.
fan fiction, not real
Yes.
life.
That's okay. Maybe it'll become fan nonfiction.
Okay.
Owl drone. Owl. There is an escape option for Chaotic. He has an up. A risky investment. But he does have the dimensional drift. Oh, that's good. But guess what? Knights has all not used. Rankers have the rounds to spare. They don't need to go for this. They're pacing so much more slow. Recon Bolt won't find much. That could be false hope for Turtle Troop. Oh, Jawa, don't bring out the Owl drone.
That's a lot of info. Eggster just ready for it. Immediately going in. Take a look at where that trip is as well. If anyone tries to close the door, it's going to be a little bit tough. Double defense onto the back. Oh, excellent flashes kind of going in there. They can't even see a gosh darn thing. Eggster able to find one. Now Poppin going to be swinging around onto the other side. Doesn't matter. Eggster will just simply do it himself. And yeah, Chaotic walks out with the operator, but at this point, you might just want to save that weapon as Kainzera zones out just a little bit further. Throws a couple extra bullets, trying to find purchase into the bodies of the remaining members of Turtle Troop. The Rankers, they start out a little bit slow, no ultimates required, and still win the site on B.
I mean, we talked about an expensive investment for Turtle Troop. They had the op. They still have the op, but they lost the Odin in the process right on entry.
Yeah.
Recon Bolt came out a little too late. Rankers were smart enough to wait for the initiative utility to make its opening move before then pushing in. They've recognized their Turtle Troop. They're not proactive in their angling anymore, but they're very proactive in the site space that they want to take with their utility. And it's hurting them more than helping.
And now we get to see the spike finally go off. Also, too, Kainzera just one away from getting their ulti online as well. Feels like the Rankers just want to stack all these ultis and then make sure, you know, in case there is a little bit of a rainy day, although at this point, don't know what type of rain that's going to be, but just have that in the back pocket just in case things go a little bit more south. And I imagine if you're Turtle Troop, there's always going to be that factor that you have to account for. These guys have all of these ultimates available. When are they going to pop them? We have to kind of play ante to them and not just assume that they're going to be playing without them. And that could give a lot of space to the Rankers.
Early deadlock wall. Proactive utility that we had mentioned. TP brought out. Nothing mid-spotted just yet.
Standing ahead.
Ooh. Oh, that's a lot of information. Adder going to be going a little bit exploratory. Does find Eggster there. Grabnet gets tossed out as well, just to kind of slow down the push. Recon Bolt used by Poppin. As the reinforcements are going to be underway. Knight's going to be leading the charge here. The sidestep from Adder is going to be good. Not dead yet. Gets activated. Chaotic finding the shot. Looking for the next. Kainzera just a bit quicker as Knights is right back into action. Kainzera watching their back. And the Rankers once again stormed the site. B-Dog weeded in this 2v3. Probably not in an ideal scenario. Weeded only having a Guardian in hand are going to try and make something happen. First smoke goes down. Kainzera just sidestepping across. Shorty in hand, doesn't matter. It's all just a ruse as Knights finds that final kill. Rankers on a match point against Turtle Troop.
Rankers have been playing with so much confidence that Turtle Troop have had a difficult time keeping up. This is their last chance, potentially, for the series. They performed so much better than they did on map number 1. But even then, it's a long journey ahead to bring things to overtime. For a final round like this, we talked about these ults that Rankers have had stacked up for quite a while. I'm looking at the Yoru Sova B main. Big ults immediately to drive the attention away. What they don't know, sensible utility back on A.
No way.
Unbelievable.
Also, too, Poppin is still onto that site just in case. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I take it back. Rankers. Okay, we're seeing a little bit more. Nope. Okay, yeah, Poppin just going to be backing up completely. Rankers already back into their spawn as a Turtle Trooper kind of wondering what's going on based off the information Jawa gave.
Might be able to hear some audio, and yes, Jawa does. Positional advantage. Still expecting the split mid.
Oh. Yeah. Jawa finds two. So easy. They're completely looking the wrong way. Jawa completely
Now 4.
Okay, finding 4. An ace here could be the motivation. Team could rally behind. Inspire just on the other side, but Inspire just a little bit sharper. 1v3 scenario, definitely still doable. Still a lot of Killjoy utility available to at least toss things down. And Inspire should be able to get that spike down, getting closer to the lockdown.
Yeah. Even getting the spike down, getting all 3 kills, only then will the lockdown be procced. It's just a fake, and a fake over again. Neural theft, a camera, all the information you could possibly want for Turtle Troop found.
Oh my goodness. Inspire, that is so deadly.
10 seconds left.
Same move, repeated. Chaotic as well goes down. The decoy did deploy, but not in time. The spike goes down. Suddenly, this is down to 1v1. 8 bullets left, and Inspire makes the mark. And the Rankers win it 13-7 against Turtle Troop. And just like that, I know I'm just as shocked as you. We see a 1v3 scenario to close out this first series. The Rankers will be moving on.
Sure. Okay. In what reality does Inspire win that? Unbelievable. This has been a circus in the best way possible. I like watching Rankers play. They are just not like any other team that you normally see in Turtle Troop. Well, they felt that in full force. There's no way we're going to be seeing Inspire's clip nonstop for the rest of our lives. That's peak humanity right there. But you know what? We have a whole lot of other series throughout today. This group stage has already been a very nice tone setter for what we can expect to see. And I can only imagine what it's like from here on out. So don't go anywhere. We have another amazing series in just a few minutes.
I was taught to hustle through the pain. My body and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave a way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it? Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know? Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
figures. through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them man are weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We know you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We know you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up, never give it up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
I was taught to hustle through the pain. My body and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave the way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know?
Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
space.
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them man are weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never give up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
I was taught to hustle through the pain. Mind, body, and soul. Without each, what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave a way. But man, that's just life. There ain't really much to say. I'm the one. I know I'm the one. Everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard. I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all, but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low, but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them. When out the water, I blow them. Who really want it?
Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but
Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show 'em when out the water I blow 'em. Who really want it?
space.
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers North America Stage 3. My name is Marks. This is still Keg. And
Is it?
I assume it is, unless you've changed since we've last casted, which was a couple hours ago, but I don't know.
It's been a while, man. I don't know.
Things happen. People change.
Rankers made me a new person.
I mean, I understand completely, but we are now moving into the winners final. So one of these teams right now is actually going to qualify for that playoffs spot. Keg, what do we have in front of us?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a wild day so far. I think, again, it has just been nothing but a tournament of upsets. I mean, from Group A to where we're at now, we have ourselves Nightblood Gaming versus Rankers. This was the group that, again, I didn't know what to expect, and Rankers were really that wild card factor. And guess what? We got the wild card. Rankers are now possibly getting that upper bracket spot for the qualification for playoffs. And Nightblood Gaming, it was played on the secondary stream. They played a very good game. I feel, Marks, that they might fall into the same trap as Turtle Troop. I think they have a little bit more coordination. I think they've been a squad longer. But with our 3 maps being Bind, Sunset, and Ascent, I really don't want them to fall into the same Turtle Troop trap.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, they are pretty slow. So intuitively speaking, it would be pretty easy if you think about it. It would just take a long time if, just toss the bucket down and you're probably good. But like you said, we've got Bind, Sunset, and then if we need it, then we've got Ascent. But starting things out onto Bind, this is Nightblood Gaming's pick. And even though they've picked this map, they're coming into this pretty confident, I would imagine. Like you said, the big thing about the Rankers is that they just they're extremely confident in their gunplay. The strategy is where things start to fall apart. And if you are Nightblood Gaming, that is where you need to strike.
I think one important thing about Bind is confidence. I think this can destroy attacking teams, no matter how good they looked going into this map. Depending on what Nightblood Gaming wants to bring for their stall factor, whether that be, say, a modern-day Deadlock, a Neon maybe somehow, but most importantly, I'd be looking at like a Viper or like a double controller setup to see whether or not, A, they can stop Rankers from pushing site, or B, if Rankers are going to disrespect all those smokes and utility. That's going to be the big factor to look at.
And it is going to be really interesting because, well, we're already seeing our compositions here. Nightblood Gaming, Alim just deciding to use the Neon. We've seen disgusting things with that Neon coming in. But the Rankers, once again, going for that double duelist composition. We've seen Egster absolutely pop off on this Yoru, and they are starting us out on the defense, which is, in my opinion, the favored side when you play Bind.
Now, I'll be honest with you, going into our previous series, I didn't know the Egster lore as much as everyone else did online. Egster is debatably the best Yoru in North America in terms of just individual play. Like, people on different social medias were talking about his micro play really being fantastic, even as far back as like the Tarek Pro City 10-mans, right? He has been working on this guy forever. Sean for a while was also blasting through with Yoru in ranked, so you have to keep an eye on Egster to make those moves, and he has that comfortability to pretty much beat anybody out doing it. Alum, though, is going to make that entry in. Egster good for the trade, sure, but again, no utility left. Yoru's no different than anybody else in an instance like that, Marks. There's only 2 left alive now for Rankers.
And oh no, the mesh comes up as well. It slows it down even more. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a little bit of a trade in the back of the site here, and Inspire not able to do it all. So Nightblood Gaming starting things out on the right foot. They get that pistol round on their attack.
Yeah, really good to see. Rankers, of course. I mean, this map doesn't have a mid. It is the polar opposite of Haven, where there's 4, 5 different lanes that you could push into to get to a site. It's going to be easier for Nightblood Gaming, I think, to combat against the collapse that Rankers might be able to employ. But we also have seen slow games from Rankers until they get their rifles. That's usually where things really start to turn on.
This next one already, Nightblood Gaming watching for that aggression, an excellent flash, and right off the bat, Fireball is able to at least grab Poppin, so all the flashes from that sky are completely taken out of the equation. But now Rankers, they get kept in check. They gotta play a little bit slower. They can't just push out for free.
Yeah, this is no Turtle Troop, apparently. Though, to be fair, by Ascent. Rankers were trying to defensively push lanes very early on, especially Zera, and were punished heavily. Might be no coincidence that Zera is literally the defender in the most back, least contactable spot out of everybody else. But Nightblood Gaming, they got their opening pick and they understand that they have to play this slow and can't squander this lead. Back to A we go.
Knights. An excellent position, spots it out, finds the headshot. Immediately just going to toss down the ruse, get the smoke online, force out a little bit more utility, make that entry more difficult. And already get spots out. Oh, a little bit of a miss on that relay bolt. Knights still able to find that headshot. Looking to potentially grab the Guardian, will do so. Not looking good. Extra in a little bit of a duel.
30 seconds left.
Gonna win that one out. That gun shoots just a little bit faster than the Classic. And Inspire in the back line with the Classic, speaking of. Is able to get one. This is slowly slipping away right now as we see another pick happen. Kess left alone, and just like that, the Rankers, they play it patiently, and it pays off. They find this anti-eco.
Absolutely great patience from Rankers. We didn't really get to see that until the very end of the last map of the series. Yeah. But even then, right? Nightblood Gaming, they took their time. I like the patience that they were employing, but the problem is, though, with a team like Rankers, where the strategy is really just to play for crossfires and as many contact plays as possible, playing slow is going to allow them to reposition on their own. We saw that especially with Inspire. He was making those calls from hookah. No contact there. Everyone was set up for this A short push. It's just a matter now of seeing again, are we going to have more capitalized flanks now that rifles have begun to be in the hands of Rankers?
Ooh, such a cheeky angle. Hawkins watching. Oh, but the smoke completely just blocks off. Just allows it to go through. Poppin at least able to get one. Says goodbye, goes through. Grab net, tossed out at an excellent time. Fireball finds a headshot onto Inspire. Midst of all of that. Allen, though, already way in on site. Extra in perfect position, able to find one. And yeah, Nightblood Gaming, they walk into the site and just get mowed down by everything. The Rankers hold strong. Fireball now in a 1v4. Sheriff in hand, spots out Zera flying across the sky. Can't quite find the shot off, and just like that, the Rankers will find another.
And Nightblood Gaming are struggling to get past these initial barriers. As soon as contact is made, there's always these small contingency plans. Flash, 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 play around the smokes. Smoke yourself, smoke again. There's just so much going on, and it blinds these attackers, and they can't play off of each other. And again, you're playing combined. It's not like you have a mid to work with either to re-rotate. That's usually why, towards the later half of attacking rounds, attacking teams begin to go for these macro level rotates to reset their positioning of the defenders. They split this time. First time we're seeing Showers contact in quite a while.
Elam already on site, an excellent grab net, catches two. Easy spraying at that point, but Knights, oh my goodness, throw him back into aim labs. That was unbelievable accuracy. Busts out the Sheriff just to be safe, but Alan with the slide will be able to find the kill there. A little bit of info off of that Trailblazer, but it doesn't matter. We're down to this 2v3 scenario. Inspire does have this outlaw. Poppin just on the other side.
Sure.
The awareness is just on point. Poppin finds one. Looking for another, but now suddenly it's a 2v1. Kess has to do it all. Doesn't know where they are. First shot goes wide. Kess able to find one. Guiding light up into the air. Gets the blind spotted there and finds Inspire's face. And Nightblood Gaming, they're not out of this one yet.
No, that could have gone horribly for Nightblood. The shot Poppin got against Alum was... I mean, it looks obvious to us, right? But in a post-plant position where there's no hard info gathering for a team like Rankers, like, they could realistically be anywhere. I do want to mention, though, keep an eye on Elim for the rest of this attack. Their way of dashing in and bypassing the crosshairs of Rankers is going to be what opens up this defense to the attackers. We saw a double kill last round. That was great. And now the overdrive available from Elim to take shower control, huge to open things up. The mollies are gone.
Exter just waiting for them to ring through. Oh, still able to escape in the middle of all of that. Alum now in the back there, looking for another. Doesn't matter. Guess is able to find the kill there. Thankfully, the overgrowth from Poppin. Make sure that the squad is nice and healthy. A 4v3 opportunity as the spike goes down.
Spike planted.
Exter's positioning for that TP to go wide. Surely that has to be a fake. be a distraction factor against Nightblood.
Heel spotted out there. Poppin goes for the shot anyways. Operator in hand. Ruse gets utilized. Sound barrier does go off. Annihilation gets launched. Goes through. Doesn't grab anybody. Unfortunately, another Annihilation on the other side, but it doesn't matter. Alum is going ham in the back line. Fireball finds the final. Nightblood Gaming are running away with this round.
Yeah, it seems like Rankers right now, they don't know the positioning that they want to take into these retakes. They have their proper positioning for the start of the round, but these solo plays haven't been working out nearly as well as it did for them at the start of the day. KaneZera, the first to fall to the hands of Alum. 7-4. The majority of those kills have been in the last 2 rounds. This Neon, again, has been able to bypass Knights and KaneZera, slows down the rest of the team for these retakes. I love the communication that Nightblood are bringing to the table. They have worked together for so long now. They've been a well-oiled machine.
And it's just good alt cycling. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. We finish each other's
sentences.
No,
Crazy.
alt cycling.
Oh, yeah, alt cycling. My bad. Don't worry. I'll read the emails next time. I won't just skim them. I'll know what to say.
I take a lot of time for these memos, Marks.
And I appreciate every minute that you spend.
Yeah, but you're about to do your own ult, aren't you?
Maybe.
Oh? Ooh. You got your 7 out of 8 ult points. But you know what? Inspire's the only one on Rankers without an ult. This is going to be a mess, and you can tell Nightblood are like, come on, man. Bring him out. You got to finish the job, Marks.
If you are Rankers at this point, I do want to see you start to use some of these guys. If anything, just KaneZera to get a little bit more aggressive. The Bucky playing extremely close range, but this is the thing. Nightblood have been really good about scouting things out. Maybe not this time around. Oh no, KaneZera still doesn't find the kill. And the Overgrowth will make sure that it's not fully taken advantage of. Alum not quite done yet. Shotguns galore going in there. Extra able to find that finish. Trying to use that. Okay, it's going to be going back and forth. Knights not dead yet. Stuck, though, in the middle of all of that barriers. And Inspire just on and off angle is able to find 2. Poppin goes through the TP. Sogo aware, but it doesn't matter. Rankers, they just kind of come from all over the place and catch Nightblood Gaming off guard in order to secure the round win.
Great preparation. The most important kill of the round had to have been Eggster getting the judge inside of Lamps. The fact that Alum was not able to make that entry potential, couldn't gain distance and grab lamp control, means that Nightblood Gaming couldn't comfortably get on site. They had a panic plan. And I think the response to that now is going to be this tack. Nightblood Gaming, they had to think of a way now. They drove out some ultimates from Rankers, sure. But now that A has seemingly been adapted against, they might have to start figuring out a way to play this early round more effectively. Especially if Rankers choose not to play as aggressive as they once have. That's not going to be an easy victory to go into a 5v4 on site.
Speaking of ultimates that are potentially coming online, Hyun just needs one more to get that orbital strike. We're getting pretty close to having the Viper's Pit online as well. So Nightblood Gaming, if they do scoop up a couple of these orbs, could run counter to some of the stuff that the Rankers might be trying to pull out. KaneZera still with the showstopper in pocket. Might use that to be a little bit explosive, and I wonder if Nightblood Gaming are going to try and anticipate this, play back a little bit, wait for them to push out, and I wonder if this is going to be the round that the Rankers do take that bait.
It would be a big one. Quinn has a special place in my heart. He, I think he was one of the first pro players I've ever casted in this game. Way back in the Gen G days. Holy, wow. That was
That's
approximately 1 million years ago.
In esports time.
Sure, we can go with that. Makes me feel better.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Trailblazer gets utilized. Poppin gonna use a counter Trailblazer, but GrabNet is still good. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest. Alum has been extremely good at following up these GrabNets. Pretty much always guaranteeing 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, just the overall micro that we see from Nightblood has been so on point. Other teams that have looked good doing so far this tournament, Winthrop, YFP, Nightblood, if they can continue this and not fall to the hands of Rankers, they're going to look good for playoffs. They just cannot lose the confidence, and more importantly, they can't let Rankers get confidence in these plays. They're going to start going for brazen swings and make it work. Double flash set up outside Garden. Orb has been picked up. One off Seekers now. Shower control gained by Sogo. Knights has been a scary force individually.
Teleporter does get taken. Snakebite thrown into the back line. This should spell engagement. Oh,
30 seconds
just a little bit of missed pixels. Knights still alive in the back of that as Sogo goes hopping in. Not really expecting that player to be there, and Knights still is getting kills. Okay, make it 3. Sure, a lot easier at this point. Fireball is in the back line, but it doesn't matter. Rankers, specifically Knights, just holds down that A site. Nightblood Gaming, they get a plant, but nothing more.
Makes me worry for Nightblood. They took that early in mid-round too slow. They were forced out at the choke, and they had good trades early on, but then when they were rotated to A site, they were too slow for the take. Remember, right on the execute mark, it was just Knights on site, but the call was made at the proper time for everyone on the defense to rotate over for a quick reflood and retake, as Nightblood Gaming were just barely in their positions for the post plant. That timing is everything, and I'll be honest, dude, I don't know how they do it, man. They just have this miracle sense of timing. It's like built into their bones.
And somehow, too, they're always able to just win out multi-battles. I mean, they're alone, and then they go in, and somehow are still able to win. This time, Poppin sees them hop over there, gets the information, so at this point, the Rankers should be aware of what is going on. Extra throws down the decoy. Nightblood Gaming, they slow things down just a second. Trailblazer will go in there, and yeah, Alum not able to find too much. Sogo goes to the swing around, but Knights is being a menace on the site yet again. Extra in tow as well. As Nightblood Gaming, they don't have a lot of weaponry here, so it's trying to make do with what they've got. Poppin finds the last one, and Sogo and Hyun will be the last 2 remaining members, just trying to find something here. The Stinger is really good, close range, but Hyun, last person alive, and Knights finds that kill. And just like that, Rankers, they snatch back the round.
Yeah, they're really playing against the double smokes that Nightblood are bringing out for A site. When proper smoke set up the divide out A site from the front and back. Alum had Lamps control, but unfortunately it was lost and there was no capitalization of the trades, mostly because of the Brimstone smokes. Rankers were hiding inside of it, spraying through the smokes. And as soon as those had ended, we saw more smokes of their own come through. Sogo's wall was in the way. A flash through the wall, a double swing, more bodies taken down from Nightblood Gaming. Comm's got to stay clear here.
What a toss. The lineups are something else. Fortunately, we do actually get to see that they are able to get to safety, so I'm not going to be able to do that for sure. Okay, Kanzera uses the ultimate. Unfortunately, doesn't find much. Poppin at least able to trade off of that one. But still, you would have liked to see a little bit more from that showstopper, which just got invested and found nothing.
Big timing, though. Despite being 4-4, timing's already been made to have attackers on A side. Look how far deep in that spike is. Knights is none the wiser. People have rotated in. That's a gigantic opener.
Uh-oh. Might have overextended just a bit. Inspire finds Sogo. Now the spike is actually going to get rushed over to that B side. There's nobody there. And so they should be able to get it down relatively easily. It is going to be this 3v3 opportunity. Kess walking through the fire to get a cheeky little reposition on this other side. I don't think that the Rankers are very aware of what's going on. The Annihilation gets popped. Kess has the opportunity to end it all. Orbital Strike is going to be online, and Kess finally strikes Poppin on the relocation, finally makes it in time. Only has this operator in hand, a 1v3 scenario at this point. I think you just look to save this one. Gets bitten up by the Trailblazer as well. So Poppin will be saying goodbye, taking that op and saving it to the next round.
These are the rotate timings I wanted to see, man. You have a distraction factor on B site, enough to keep Rankers at bay and focused on that initial pick. And everybody else is silently crawling up A site. Knights was rotating right at the perfect time to not spot anybody until it was too late. And then at the last second, a call made to rotate Spike from A site to B. It was risky, but luckily Hwin had Orbital Strike in hand, a Molly there to divide out anyone rotating from A site. But most importantly, it's the respect Kess gave to that Molly that Hwin threw out. You don't take nearly as much team damage from mollies as you would your enemy team. So you can skirt by corners like that, and it happens so rarely in officials
Don't
that
keep them
enemy
quiet.
teams just don't consciously think about that there could be somebody in that position.
No.
All right, at this point, they gotta expect this sort of lineup. Poppin does have this operator here, and GravNet should take purchase, as the overdrive does get activated as well. Electricity is zapping through the smoke. Not really finding anything as the guiding light gets utilized. Alum now is stuck in the GravNet. Will simply free there, and yeah, okay. Oh, that was just the lineup at that point. Excellent headshots as well coming in from the overdrive. Now the entry is completely underway. Alum finds 3. Looking for just a little bit more. Will rescue a rifle. But Ranker's not really having an opportunity to do anything here. This Neon just kind of flew in and burned everyone down.
Full utility off of Kane's era. Finally now the Boombot and Molly used. Knights does have not dead yet. Could be expended.
No way, Knights. Spots
Barrel.
out the gun barrel. Knows where at least one of them is looking. Understands there might be a crossfire being set up. But a deep flank as well is currently underway. Ooh, taking a bit of damage there. Fireball finds the first. Kane's era just simply unaware, but it doesn't matter. At this point, Kess coming in and finds that kill. Nightblood Gaming, they tie it up 5-5.
I thought that was a good attempt to at least try to open up B-side, but unfortunately, had Knights found maybe a pick getting in, brought things to a 2v4, maybe then we would have seen Kane's Era dedicate more to actually pushing in and use Knights' ult. Unfortunately, that just was not the reality that we were in, but this has been an even game so far, and I feel
Oh, yeah.
this is probably the first time, I would even say if we include open qualifiers, that Rankers field.
Scout destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, they were 2-0ing all of their maps and matches in that open qualifiers, so this is probably the most that they've been pushed here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now. If we include open qualifiers, this Rankers squad, as in this specific team, have not lost a map yet.
My territory.
Which is wild. This could be the first. The slide in goes a little bit chaotically. Alum falls in the middle of that as Hookah continues to be just watched. Kane's Era on the inside, 27 HP. Nowhere near enough to get that over health. Exter up top, Bucky in hand, able to at least find one. The spray is going to happen now. The decoy works perfectly. Rifle is rescued. Kess, last person alive. Hanging out on the bottom here as Exter takes first contact. That's a little bit dangerous as it was just the lineup there, but Kane's Era able to come out from that teleporter and finds that final kill. Rankers hit 6.
I mean, regardless of how this final round goes, this has been a very healthy half of Nightblood Gaming. They'll be able to control the map a little bit more on their defense, push back against Rankers.
Help a girl
But
out, would ya?
we've seen how Rankers plays before. They have so many different agents that can play together, but they don't need to. A lot of lurking, a lot of timings that could work in their benefit, a lot of solo plays, Knights especially, Eggster, we've highlighted them. Inspire had that 1v3 to win out against Turtle Troop earlier today. They're all very capable.
Go, go, go.
Already an aggressive initial drift, and Knights is able to find one. Not dead yet, popped. A little bit of an awkward angle for Eggster to try and make anything happen. Kane's Era still chucked on top of the truck as the Seekers get popped as well to give that information. Kane's Era knows where it is able to at least find one, and yeah, now Kess is just alone, but Kess has done it all before. Down to a 1v1 up against Poppin. Sky v Sky. And Kess comes out on top. Nightblood Gaming, they tie it up in this half, 6-6. What a showing.
I mean, hey, look, Alum's been very flashy with his kills and had a lot of impact. But Kess, especially now taking over as kill leader, has been making some of the best decisions in the entire server. We talked about him bypassing Quinn's Molly to find the reposition to help win a round, right? Him taking these micro positions and 1v1s, he has been winning every single clutch he's been put in. 15-6. There's nobody else in the server like him right now.
I know, and it's talked about how much of an impact Eggster had in this previous matches and all of this history, but quite frankly, right now, I think Nightblood Gaming have been doing a good job at keeping Eggster in tow.
They have been. But now that you're on the attack, I think the Yoru can really shine. Defensively, he is limited. An opening flash. Oh, Alum. Never mind. Maybe not. Unbelievable aim.
Yeah, you hate to stand corrected on that one, especially too in such a decisive manner, but Ranker's not out of this one just quite yet. Alum is pretty low at the very least. We do see that there are 3 members of Ranker still alive. Never mind, make it 2. Now Knights, as well as K0. They have to do it all. An excellent crossfire angle being set up. K0 going to take first contact, finds the first kill, understands where the next one is, but okay, Knights has their back. Suddenly, down to a winnable scenario, but not going to be the case. Kess with the frenzy. Sprays it down. Nightblood Gaming, they take the pistol.
Alum and Kess have been a stone wall for Rankers. They have been unable to bypass. A lot of this opening utility that we saw from Rankers have been very big tells about what the swing and executes will look like. The Sky Flash that we'd seen from Poppin start of last round allowed Alum to block out the flash, take the wide swing with the Sheriff, remove Eggster and Poppin. Both the flashers, by the way, at the start of the round. And that made Ranker's journey so much more difficult to push in.
Okay, Kess just is able to get that ultimate orb, pretty much uncontested. Knights, though, still going for it. Almost finds the headshot, actually. Guiding Light will get utilized to just flush off that angle, but they're not done yet. The Rankers, Kane's there as well as Knights, might be swinging yet again. Who's going to take first contact is the next question. As Hyun on the back line as well. Knights, an excellent headshot. Hyun trades that back immediately. Don't forget, Kane's Era just on the other side takes a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, bit more of a stalemate. Asogo is going to be moving up, spots out Inspire, but is going to back out.
Yeah, good call here from Rankers. They've made their presence known already. Kane's Era contested. Okay. That's going to be the Raze gone. There's no Neon. The Kane's Era Raze pick had to have been the one to create that space. It's going to be a tactical operation from here now, Mark.
Ooh, information immediately given away. Asogo's so aware. The rotate just around, and it's perfect. Poppin not even expecting that. Inspire looking for something, but the firing squad is here. Nightblood Gaming, they find that second.
This is going to be a tough challenge for Rankers. They can't win off of just raw mechanical anymore. They were able to do it all the way up until now. Not a single map lost. Nightblood Gaming are getting closer and closer to bringing things to map 2 in their favor. Now, remember, this is Nightblood's map pick. They know for a fact that mechanical unbind can be very tough. This map is almost entirely based on macro calls.
Throwing net.
And well, actually, Inspire has a very similar grab net lined up. Not going to catch anybody this time, potentially. Relay Bolt does go out.
Time to jump.
Gate Crash gets utilized. Kess on the other side is able to find one kill. Alum, though, still holding it down. Poppin finally trading back. Poppin up top there, but the flash, it's just bad timing. Both members are flashed and being able to find that final bullet. The mesh comes up as well. Trailblazer not going to be able to see anything. So, Exer and Inspire up against 4 in Nightblood Gaming. The spike not in any of their hands, but should be easily rescuable. However, Nightblood Gaming, they're expecting them to push up just a little bit more. Holding this dangerous cross there. Exter dancing with destiny.
I have the spike.
Pokes out for a second. Realizes how dangerous it is. Okay, double dips. Finds a headshot onto Kess. That is just raw mechanics right there, ladies and gentlemen. And now the spike does go down. Exter still holding things very forwards here. Has to watch out though. Gravnet in the hands of Fireball. Gets tossed out here. Planning on swinging off that. Looking the wrong way. Exter at least able to find one. Inspire. Last person alive, but Hyun just a little bit more aware. Nightblood Gaming will be able to get this defuse. They're starting to run away with it on this defense.
And all it really takes is to hold these basic positions. Rankers aren't working the map nearly as much as they could be with the composition that they have. I really want to see either Eggster or if you want to be really spicy, maybe even Inspire, go for a deep lurk on the opposite side. It's something that Nightblood Gaming were doing so well at, doing well on before they would go for their major rotates. But Rankers are just stacking up.
Caution here.
And sending in waves past the Viper wall and the Deadlock util. That was the big question I had. Can they respect these smokes? Will they be able to get past them even if they don't? Alum now with the overdrive available. Past this smoke will be a flash and then the overdrive fiesta. Decoy. Or maybe not, this decoy could slow it down.
Doesn't matter. Kane's there on site already. Knights playing Vanguard, able to find one. Kane's with the judge in hand. Swaps to the classic at the wrong time, but it's okay. The rankers have completely breached the site. They've walled off the back as well. Make this a little bit more difficult as Sogo's just watching alongside Fireball Ops, but plenty of time for the rankers to be able to set up their post plant. Kind of like goes in here. Oh, excellent little flick. Hold on a second. This is suddenly winnable. A 1v2 scenario. Fireball Ops just has to get through it. A little bit difficult. 11 HP, not looking winnable anymore. And that's going to be the rankers. They pull a round back in their favor on this attack.
Great split push. Help too that the Deadlock anti-raise utility was placed on A site. Nightblood Gaming's idea was going to be that rankers would execute A, but they didn't. And this is something common we've seen from rankers today. A lot of defensive teams will psych themselves out, assuming that rankers will switch sites on their attack once they feel like they could be adapted against. That is not rankers' play style. They take a page quite literally out of the ranked playbook and hit the same site over and over and over again. And they make it work.
Who's next?
Okay. Metro Drift is going to be online. Exeter just scouting things out right now, paving the way for the rest of the team. Yeah, Alum has to back up and respect it. They know what's going on here. Exeter on site already, judge in hand. Is able to at least find one. Looks for the next, but Inspire has their back, and the rankers are just overwhelmed. I think they found the site that they like to hit, and it is called B. They now flood onto the site, will get that spike down. A 2v5 scenario, Kess only with a judge in hand. So goes so far away. The rankers should be able to win this one out. Oh, Knights. Little bit dangerous here, especially against the judge. It goes down one. Kess still alive in the midst of all of that. Knights is going to pop the ult, but unfortunately that might not have been the right call because Sogo, so far away, is just going to save this rifle.
Yeah, and rankers have no idea where Sogo is. But luckily though, Knights, they brought out the ult just in case. Didn't expend much. But they did find value of re-clearing out the majority of the defensive spawn. And Sogo's going to have to save this rifle here. Nightblood Gaming, they had a good run for their defense thus far, but I think at this point, before things go from bad to worse, they may have to think of a timeout here. Really go over what's going to work and what won't work.
Yeah, timeout might not be a terrible idea. Especially, too, with a scoreline as close as it's getting. But, you know, moving into this next one, the Nightblood Ultimate Economy is looking pretty darn good. Especially, too, with Alum, with the Overdrive online. We've seen just disgusting stuff come out of that Neon. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is the play here, especially given the economic situation.
It's going to be tough, though, because rankers obviously know that the Overdrive is an available option. So they may just hold back and wait at the start of the round for this Neon to overextend. Does that mean Alum's going to wait to use Overdrive once the execute's done? Or ongoing? And that really just depends on where rankers wants to go. I think the onus here is going to be on the attackers. Are they going to keep going B? Or are Nightblood Gaming going to fall for the same trick where they think it's going to be A this time? And that just ends up being a B hit again.
Oh man, I hope that's not the case, but it totally could happen that way. I think right now, if you are Nightblood Gaming too, you're trying to get an idea on how to set up this defense. If they win this round, that would be huge, especially too because it is not going to be a full buy. They're going to be seeing Fireball Ops. Not able to buy up, only get that Sheriff online while you're going to be going in with the Judge. A lot of shotguns, actually, I'm seeing today, Keg. Didn't really expect that one, but these shotguns from Nightblood have been looking pretty good.
I mean, hiding inside the smokes in such a condensed map like this works out so well. And with how contact-heavy rankers have been, you really don't have to worry about distance too much. Good call from rankers, though. Holding external lanes, expecting some sort of aggressive presence. The buys on Nightblood are all over the place. Alum does not have a rifle or any gun except the classic. That Overdrive is going to be that proccing factor. Down. It's a float too. Nightblood want to retake B side with Neon ult, and they're gamble stacking A to hope to catch rankers off guard.
I've got
now the
your
rankers
trail.
too, starting to move their way out. Poppin now going to be using the ultimate. The Seeker should give better information as to what's going on. Oh, look at that! Sogo able to find 2, make it 3. The Rankers walk in and absolutely get demolished. Nightblood Gaming, Sogo, the overwatcher of that A site, and now goes in with the overdrive online, but it is going to be Hyun just flying around with the judge in hand. And it works out perfectly. The gamble makes sure that Nightblood Gaming gets a 10.
That was such a great call from Nightblood. The gamble stack A, playing together and not separating their forces. I want to see a round now where potentially the Nightblood Gaming just keep gamble stacking a site and pray that they can just keep retaking the opposite one in post plans. They have the ult cycling to do it. Let's say you give up A or B. You have Kess's ult for information in return. And that would be the case had it not been now for Sogo's ult to shut down A site. And that means that priority will just have to be inside of Showers to keep control of that.
Viper's Pit, right off the bat, used there. Grab not gonna get tossed out here. It actually works out perfectly, but the Annihilation used in response, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out for the Rankers. Nightblood Gaming just feeling absolutely on top of the world right now. The Annihilation doesn't even get the value that they were hoping for. Eggster trying to scrape this one back together for the Rankers. Nightblood Gaming, yeah, they're gonna be just fine. Spike is down, Knights in a 1v4. I wouldn't count Knights out yet, but this is still a tall order to ask for. Only a Bulldog in hand. Trailblazer gets used. And yeah, this is looking like Nightblood Gaming should be able to close the door on this round.
Nightblood Gaming may be able to make history. If they could be the first team to defeat Rankers since the beginning of... Yeah, in a map. Not a series yet, but in a map. Since Open Quals. And all these Ranker players, right? They have been, you'll never believe this, ranked demons. Kane Zera was #1 NA for a while over the summer. Him and Knights have been a trio alongside Ion, who unfortunately is not in Challengers. A little too young for it. But they have just been ransacking their leaderboards. And it's tough to beat. Their mechanical has been otherworldly. And now you bring on Eggster, who has been the Yoru player in so many different kind of pro 10-man servers, right? Just developing that style. And Inspire has definitely a history in of himself. But him, I believe coming in for the calling, has been able to kind of take this ragtag band of ranked players together as a very formidable squad. Has been scary to look at. But now that they're truly challenged here, I'm curious to see what the response will be. And having Eggster be alone on the lurk, I think is a really good call. This could be a late round TP, depending on the distance Eggster makes into this round.
Bit of space being taken right now by the Rankers. Not a good buy coming in from them. Nightblood Gaming, plenty of rifles in hand. Information is given. Poppin able to at least shoot up that sound sensor. Look at this. Oh, they're going hunting. Alum wants the next one, goes through the slide, has to calm it down just a second, but still secures the kill onto Kane Zera. Poppin has to back off. There's no option here. Eggster still trying to take that space, but Sogo has been so good up in A heaven. And now just a 2v5 split up onto different sites. The teleporter should be taken, I would assume, unless Inspire is just planning on going on some sort of dirty flank, but there's so many players just watching both of these sites like hawks. This goes from such a difficult position to an almost impossible one. Allen just steps out on the side, and yeah, the firing range is going to be there. Poppin now in a 1v5. Doesn't have a stinger in hand. I've seen disgusting things happen with that stinger, but this is looking very unlikely, Keg.
I mean, with the calls of Nightblood being as fantastic as they are, a triple swing to remove Inspire, and Poppin now, the last one left, there isn't much he can do. Nightblood Gaming is looking incredible. They may be one of the best micro teams we've seen this entire tournament.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Nightblood's style, and on top of that too, I want to give a shout out to Sogo. Sogo has been doing a fantastic job of anchoring that A site.
Absolutely, and the fact that too, again, that goes back to the calls, right? Sogo can solo A site, listen to his team about when to wall properly, and hold down the fort from across the map. It might seem like such an innocuous thing, but stuff like that adds up to slow down a team that has done nothing but run it down, W key into sites, taking advantage of teams whose comms have been far less.
Yeah, we mentioned it in the last series as well, that the Rankers comms, it's the ranked experience. Let's just call it that. Whereas Nightblood Gaming, like we've talked about, they've got a lot of experience playing together. It's a lot of that teamwork definitely in place. This time, though, the Ranker's taking a lot of room onto the site. It's going to be an early trade going in. Alum is going to be down. Extra still alive in the midst of all of that. Metal gets tossed out as Fireball Ops able to find one. Oh, the Annihilation gets Poppin not able to execute as Poppin is just going to clean up the showers area. And now Kess coming in onto the flank. Sogo still watching from heaven. Sogo, the last person alive. Rankers say we want one more round and hope to once again try and take us all of the way. But Nightblood Gaming, if Sogo is able to pull off this miracle 1v3, this could be huge at this point. I think you just look to deny the weaponry for the Rankers. Aware that they are on the site, heard the footsteps at that point, but the three members of the Rankers now are starting to slip through. Shows face just for a second. He's trying to watch for a lot of these exits. Might be looking the wrong way as Exeter goes through the swing just around the corner. The Rankers get themselves to 9.
3-round difference. Although Nightblood are 1 round away from bringing us to map number 2, Rankers can easily bring this back. They have Eggster's Dimensional Drift, Poppin's info gathering off the Seekers, that alone can convert around. And a big rush off the Yoru ult to clear out Hookah and fast push into B would mean a lot of backside control for Nightblood that they rely on to hold the site will be lost immediately.
I'll handle this.
Oof. Oh, you can go right through that in Dimensional Drift. Did not know that. That's a fun fact. A lot of information being gathered. The classic Eggster ult into the back there, toss out a couple of flashes, make yourself known onto the site, but it's okay because the Rankers have completely taken control. Kane's Arrow exploring into the back line here, but not able to secure the kill. Hyun's still alive. Guiding Light goes up top. Oh, and immediately Knights is ready for that swing. The overheal just a little bit faster. A friendly flash is going to make that a little bit more difficult to go through. Upshot just goes a little wide thanks to that speed. Nightblood Gaming, another opportunity to close this down. A 4v4, grab net in hand, gets tossed out in onto the site. As Alum now flying into the backline. The relay bolts get utilized here. Someone's going to be out. Rankers are still alive in the midst of all of that, but Inspire's still alive. Inspire hosing them down. Rankers got to double digits. This is now 10-12.
Oh, again, just great control of the backside. Nightblood Gaming never had the proper footwork to get back into the site once that spike was down. It was a little scary for a moment when we did see the defense reclaim elbow, but Rankers, they're good at trading each other out. Kane's Arrow had fallen. Immediately, other members swooped back in. And that's the strength of Rankers. Just their raw mechanical in their positioning to catch anybody off guard. I like the proactivity from Nightblood this time. They don't want to gain any distance up against from these attackers. They're just going to take the fight to them. That's so risky.
Okay, all right, the Annihilation online. Alum now has the overdrive as well. Not necessarily able to get Kess out of the cocoon. Will do just that, but it's okay. Poppin ready for it. And in the midst of all that, suddenly we're down to a 2v2. Popping things off right off the bat.
Last player standing.
Alum gets completely caught off guard by Poppin, leaving Sogo alone in this scenario. The teleporter gets taken. Just on the other side, Inspire is there. Sogo has to find this timing. Swing comes out, but Inspire finds a kill. Rankers now 1 round away from forcing overtime.
No shot. We saw distraction shots from Poppin to allow Inspire to swing and not have the crosser on him. That's ridiculous. Unbelievable. And Nightblood Gaming, they had the right idea. Is it risky? Yes. But taking the fight directly to Rankers at the start of the round, surprising them with a lot of these opening fights, Inspire's Annihilation did a lot of the legwork that round to drive Elim to push a lot deeper in than maybe they would have wanted. That was all Inspire. But now 1 round away from potentially map 2 or going to overtime. Nightblood Gaming are feeling the heat. Crossfire available. Cass does have a judge. It's a double judge, actually.
Oh, I want this to work, but unfortunately the Rankers are completely just moving around. Exter is going to get pinged up a little bit. At this point, the spike is just going to go easy down onto the side as Kane's Arrow goes into Hookah. Spire still on the back line, and yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a Rankers round. As soon as we saw Nightblood start to split themselves out, this is where Rankers start to thrive. A lot of those traps just not really found this time around. As a result, things are going to be tough for Nightblood to pull themselves back in.
Yeah, I'm really hoping into overtime. We start to see Nightblood Gaming gamble stack their defense rounds yet again. Kane's era out from blood, can't get past the wall. Fireball falls, the last one left now. And it's far too late. We go to OT.
Yeah, at this point you're just playing for kills, but Knights still sharp with it. We'll find that kill. And yeah, just like that, we are now in overtime. Oh man, 6-6 on both of these halves for both of these teams on both of these positions. It honestly, at this point, it could be anybody's map.
And you know what the wildest part is? These are two very different play styles clashing at each other. You know, remember way back in like Gauntlet days where it would be like Ascent, OT? It's kind of like that, where you'd have two different teams with very different play styles too. One team would be very aggressive, but not too great on their defense. Another team would be so good defending and shut down and not find any distance as an attack. It's just like ye olden days. But Rankers now, I fear that their strat ceiling might be a little bit less deep than Nightblood's. It comes down to their frag ability. They have to win this opening pick.
Cutting through.
Not going to be tossed out immediately. Causes a little bit of difficulties, but not too bad, all things considered. Kane Zera, though, tosses out the paint shell. Oh, just misses a little bit of a timing. Kane Zera now going exploring. You're so aware. Uh-oh, not looking good for the Rankers. They've already lost 2. Knights just goes around the side there. Knights always going to be good for that. At least good for 1. Goes in again, but okay. Hyun is feeling it. Nice and warmed up. As now it is going to be this 4v2 scenario. Nightblood Gaming looking to get their attack win.
And retaking B site with only 2 flashes and a decoy is far easier said than done. Popping already, taking a safe position from elbow. Looking for an opportunity to potentially get at least 1 off the anti-entry. Decoy's been expelled by Eggster. Only now info gain, Poppin calling for the rotate. That decoy's going to confirm everyone's on B main.
Oh. Okay. Now they know exactly what's happening. Poppin's still alive. Importantly. Not afraid to walk through things as Alum is able to find Eggster. And yeah, Poppin just dancing around these bullets in an impossible scenario. 1v4. Doesn't even get an opportunity. Kess with the Odin sprays him down. Nightblood Gaming looking to close out map number 1 potentially on this round.
I mean, that's a big ask still, though. Nightblood Gaming, they looked so good in the first half of their defense and then fell apart. Yeah, I'd go for a timeout, too. I mean, surely, right? Like, what made Nightblood's defense work really well in that first half was the fact that they were willing to gamble stack a site, knowing full well they might have to retake the opposite one.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where, you know, you want to be able to move in there, and it worked out perfectly. What I worry about, though, is they tried to do that again, but completely missed the mark, because I think that the Rankers have been doing a pretty good job at setting themselves up post-plant. Making sure that they spread out properly, making sure that they're all over the place, and really just dismantling Nightblood Gaming before they even make it onto the site. I think that when the Rankers had the opportunity to set themselves up properly, they did look really strong.
I agree with you when it was a gamble stack on A site, but really what caused a lot of that was the fact that Eggster had his ult and was able to go all the way practically in the defender spawn to ensure that Nightblood wouldn't have that space for a quick post plant, right? Oh, this is interesting. So we're going to say, you know what? You're not taking B side at all. We're going to flow A, play a pseudo retake on that. Rankers in response are defaulting at the start of the round to see what exactly Nightblood Gaming have cooked up. They're expecting aggression here.
Oh boy. And meanwhile, the Rankers.
That's big.
Slow and steady. Oh, Kane Zera. Very close. Okay, gets stuck. Not too sure what's happening at this point, but Alim is able to take quite a bit of space.
Oh, the marks. An early deadlock wall defensively has just dropped from Showers, and there's not much info gathering besides that sensor to look back at it.
Oh. Blood could be on the way. A grab neck thrown preemptively. Uh-oh. You flash twice. And now you can't even see a thing. Fireball Ops isn't sure what's happening. Spots Extra, but it's a little bit too late. KaneZera able to find 2 this time around thanks to the paint shells. Now this retake looking a little bit more dicey from Nightblood Gaming. Look at this. The Rankers are already going hunting. So aware of where this might be happening. Poppin watching the angle. An excellent little flick coming in from Malum. But Inspire just on the other side. It's all these weird off angles they might not be aware of. Slide across there. Knight's able to find one. But now the position is given away. Inspire just running for the hills. Time running out. Kess now has to make the advancement from this back line. Makes it a little bit more difficult with the relay bolt. Paint Shell slows down just for a second as well. Stun does happen. Kess not able to secure the kill. Kess has to make it happen, but not going to be the case. The Rankers, they stay alive. They force OT2.
This is really going to become a battle of who can win a defense round.
Overtime.
Nightblood, they had the right idea, but dedicating 2 players to A site and them being eliminated almost immediately meant that Nightblood Gaming were going to this post plant already with a distinct body disadvantage. The fact that we had seen Fireball bring out that wall right away at the start of the round, Rankers willing to wait out that utility and take that shower space for free, meant that this was a split push that just could not be stopped.
A little bit slower this time around. This has the sniper rifle in hand. 1 shot, 1 kill from that operator. Good little grab net, but yeah, Exter will be able to escape. Has the portal ready to go as Hyun is able to find KaneZera. Shutting down someone who started to heat up. As the Viper wall goes down, still just a little bit of a skirmish for map control at this point.
Yeah, timer's not on Nightblood's side. A minute left on the clock. The push up from Knights. That's 2 bodies gone. And immediately Inspire tries to reclaim that space back in showers. But again, what are you doing, Rankers? Pushing up blindly into everything. There's only 2 left alive now. And neither one are in a position to trade each other out. Maybe a long-term crossfire. But good luck retaking B. Nightblood Gaming are giving Rankers a taste of their own medicine for a 5v2 retake.
And yeah, at this point too, Hyun will be able to get that spike down. Orbital Strike will be available as well. Really just securing this. Extra at least able to find 2. Make things a little bit more evened out, but only 34 HP. Hyun has to stay alive here. That's going to be your keys to success as Extra goes for that reposition just around the side here. And yeah, Hyun's got that person's number. It's Alem just around the corner here. Inspire. 1v3 scenario. Orbital Strike online as well. Oh boy. It's so dicey, but at least able to find that first one. Phantom Gaming reigns supreme. Gonna be tap and spike. Orbital Strike gonna be online just to make things even more complicated. Inspire, calm, collected. Gets a little bit of spray through as well. Not 100% sure where it is, but look at that. Hyun with a 4K that round. Operator was a worthy purchase.
Switching sides.
What is Nightblood's defense setup going to look like? They don't have to worry about the Yarwalt. They can gamble stack a site. This 2-3 setup has not worked for Nightblood. What keeps happening is that Rankers will take this early round so slowly and then converge on the weaker site.
Right here.
Okay. I'm bracing myself again. Default early on from Rankers. Playing it slow. That early wall again. That is exactly what Rankers took advantage of last time. They waited for that wall to drop and took showers control. Nightblood Gaming marks aren't doing anything different.
This is one of those things where, you know, talking about the structure, talking about the core of Nightblood Gaming, the rehearsal, all of that type of stuff starts to become a little bit predictable if you do that. But actually this time, it could work out well as Kess goes in so deep, has to find that first kill, but Poppin just around the side. It's gonna shut Kess down. The defense on B is looking a lot more dicey now.
Call's been made to start rotating. Win by themselves.
Stim beacon down.
Hyun watching just the side here. Gravnik gets tossed out preemptively. Smoke's going to be dropped as well.
They're rotating back! Oh, wait, that's a good call. Good call because of the wall. And now Hyun is trapped. Inspire's waiting to see that brim cross. They're trapped and they're going back to B! 30 seconds are left on the clock.
Left.
The spike is a million miles away. They're going to take the teleport. Eggster's already re-cleared the area. Seekers instead! It is a battle!
No way. Oh, geez. Goes through the teleporter yet again. And so suddenly Hyun in an excellent position. Could drop the spike. Can't just quite do that. Just enough time to be able to get this spike planted.
10 seconds left.
It's not pretty, but it works out here. A
remaining.
2v4 scenario, 1v4 scenario. The Rankers not quite done yet. Playing with the map, running things around. Just like this, Sogo in an impossible situation, at least able to find one, but we will be going to OT3.
A battle for
Switching
the
sides.
defense round.
Overtime.
Nightblood Gaming back to the attack. At this point, it's really, I feel like this is kind of an overused pastor term, a battle of attrition, which for my little tiny peanut brain, I believe means just a battle of who gets tired first. Rankers,
Wow.
I think for the first time in their history as a team, take a timeout to figure out what they can do for this defense. And this is a very big question. They have the opportunity to do so many different things, I think, to switch it up against
Yeah.
Nightblood. But I honestly don't know what they're going to choose.
I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I would be so curious to see whether or not the Rankers try that Nightblood Gaming strategy of just push
Gambling?
out of B. Let's go. Let's run it down. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think that that would actually be a pretty good strategy because when it comes to just the duel for duel, honestly, the Rankers have looked like they usually come out on top. If they force Nightblood Gaming into an uncomfortable position, then it makes that chance even higher, and they can get some easy kills very early on.
Wait, so you're telling me Rankers should W key?
Yeah,
Them? No.
all together.
Mark, they've never done that.
In my defense, they've been playing a little bit more slowly, a little bit more methodically, and I think that that has been something that Nightblood gamers have been a little bit faster at capitalizing on.
No, I completely agree with you. It's just, you know, them having to switch it. To switch it up, it would be interesting. A limb, and now you're right. Had they pushed up and taken these fights, a limb and Fireball may not have taken this space.
Oh my goodness, and Nightblood Gaming just on top yet again. The rounds just started. Turns out Nightblood Gaming were the ones who decided to W key it in onto the site.
Planted.
Excellent utility usage, just caused enough discord amongst the Rankers. Make sure that they had no idea what was going on. Knights can't even do a thing. Inspire the last person left standing. 1v5. Making it even more difficult as Nightblood Gaming once again finding themselves on map point as soon as they secure this kill. A lot of gunfire being traded. Inspire just kind of getting spammed down. And Hyun gets that final bullet there. Nightblood Gaming still running on all vibes while the Rankers
Match point.
back on the attack.
Surely this will be the round that someone wins defense.
Right here.
Going back to ye olden days, right? Where we'd have this happen on Ascent every single map. It would always be teams just dominate the attack. One person wins a defense round, and then you have like 10 extra rounds of OT where nobody can win an attack round after that. Like, what happened? You guys are doing the same thing.
Something definition of insanity, you know what I mean?
Oh, yes. That's me.
All right. Trailblazer gets a lot of information. Sogo in a little bit of an awkward spot, but able to escape all things considered. Alum up top. Decides to drop down. Probably was a smart move. Taking quite a bit of spam, though. In the midst of all of this, the Rankers did get it down. Nightblood Gaming, I was about to say 5v5 retake, but no, 4v5 retake. At this point here, Fireball Ops, he's able to ready to trade things back. As it is now 3v3, Hyun just coming in onto this flank. Timing has to be just a little bit quicker. Is Kess able to find the wall bang? This could be the round. 2v3, Kess goes down, making a 2v2. The Rankers so ready. Hyun able to find one. Inspire now in this 1v2 scenario, knows what is going on. Spots it out. The molly goes in, forcing the positioning. As Sogo goes for the defuse, but Hyun able to find the kill. Nightblood Gaming show that the Rankers are mortal indeed and take their first map.
It was a battle, especially for OT, but you're completely right, Mark. This has been the first map we have seen rankers drop in the entirety of their run through Challengers from the start of Open Qualifiers to now. I don't know what to expect with this team from here on out, but to be fair, this was Nightblood Gaming's map pick. They chose the least rankery type beat map to have against them, and it did work in their favor, albeit by a very slim margin. So I don't think Nightblood Gaming's out of the woods just yet. I do think this goes to map 3.
Well, Nightblood Gaming have the chance to secure their spot in Challengers Stage 3 playoffs. We're going to have to find out as we go to Sunset next, just after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers North America Stage 3. I'm still Marks, this is still Keg, and we've got
Glad you
Nightblood
are.
Gaming up against the Rankers. And Nightblood Gaming, they win out map number 1 in triple overtime, I think it was.
Look, I'm not even going to try to do the math. It was a long time for overtime, but look, it's Bind. It was designed to be the anti-Rankers map. And now that we go into Sunset, I feel like we go from like, it's like the meme of like the guy who's like all happy and like there's a lot of light to like him in the dark and he's all sad. Because Sunset is going to be like Bind where there's a mid now and it's just going to be a Ranker's paradise. You have Neon, you could slide through, you can get past any stall factor that's up against you. You're going to split push everything, man.
I mean, you do raise an excellent point with that, but at the same time, I'm really impressed with how Nightblood Gaming were playing around their Neon. There was a lot of synergy coming in with the deadlock that we saw on Bind, and to me, this shows a team that is very well rehearsed with these Neon strategies, especially too with on this patch how strong Neon is. I don't know, Alim, for me, Nightblood Gaming still have a real shot at potentially closing this one out. I'm just saying.
To be fair, though, we haven't seen Neon versus Neon yet. There is the point that we didn't get to see any Neon being played out by Rankers, and Kane Zera on Raze did have a really underperforming game. He had a lot of first deaths up against him. He was caught out of position, a lot of just kind of pushing up W keys that did not find any success. I hope that gets corrected into this match, and I know Eggster doesn't really play much beyond Yoru. It would be interesting to see a change, but I hope at the very minimum it is Neon versus Neon. I hope I never have to say that again.
Well, you know, we're playing on the last patch for this tournament, and of course, even when we go into the next one, Neon is still good. But I'm assuming at some point they're probably going to slow down some of that movement, or you know, get rid of something to make Neon just not as viable as she is. But you raise an excellent point talking about Eggster pretty much only playing the Yoru. It is really working out because a lot of these teams, you know, the Yoru is a very niche pick, and when you're playing against a technical expert with a team that kind of knows how to play around that, it can be very frustrating. But you mentioned this in the last series. It begs the question of how high the skill ceiling is outside of just being incredibly cracked aimers.
Yeah, it's going to be hard when you put the entire team together. And I think even though everyone on the team, as we know, is very vocal, Inspire is still going to be that leader in place to help call the strats and make sure everyone has their ducks aligned. He's going to be that very important factor, and he's going to make everyone feel inspired.
Almost like that's why Inspire chose that name, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the clap. I got you with the clap. Don't worry about that.
It's like the lowest hanging fruit possible that people say whenever Inspire's mentioned. But we have the game going on. We're going to Sunset. Let's see exactly what the team comps look like. Oh, it's loading in. I'm sorry. So we can continue to speculate for 30 seconds what the team comp's going to look like. Again, I'm assuming there's going to be a reality where it's maybe the Neon Yoru from Rankers. I know the agent pool for Eggster is also a little beyond just Yoru, but you know, you're looking at like a vat of 95% Yoru play and 5% Cypher.
Yeah. And on top of that too, I mean, good thing you brought up Cypher as well, because this is the last patch. This is before all of those nerfs came in for Cypher, and Cypher has been a pretty big part of a lot of these teams' compositions, especially on a map like Sunset. I feel like Sunset and Cypher, they just kind of go together, and I'm curious to see how post-patch what some of these teams are going to be running, if they still bring that Cypher despite the fact that those trips aren't going to be as effective, or if they try out different Sentinel agents.
It's going to be interesting, because I know I've talked to a few people in different chats recently being like, is Sunset a solved map? Because you have the Neon Breach, the Sova and or Fade, Omen, and Cypher plays, right? And I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, okay, so this is the thing about Valorant, and to be honest with you, most games that are games of service, I think it is solved, yes, as of right now, but as soon as they shift up the meta a little bit, I think that the Cypher nerf could really shift things up onto Sunset, and teams might experiment with different types of Sentinel agents. I mean, we're seeing Deadlock get a lot more viability, simply just because the Deadlock stuff is extremely similar with the global usage of some of that equipment. and you can just run away from the other site. A lot of these Cypher plays, sure, you got those trap wires, you try to go for those trap plays, but it is just the denial of information and space on the map. And technically speaking, Deadlock could do a pseudo version of that.
That's true. We have seen a lot of deadlock from rankers, and we've also seen nothing but Clove from Knights. So who's to say we're going to have a default comp?
Honestly, I would expect us to see the Clove coming back out again. And I think that speaks to the style that we like to see rankers play. They're very frag forwards. I think that's a great way to describe this team. They're always just playing for the duel, always playing for the opportunity to get like a 1vx. And to be honest with you, Nightblood Gaming have, once they realize that, have been doing a fantastic job of countering those opportunities, or at least making it so it's not as free for the rankers to just find these multi-kills.
I do think, though, having Bind be that first map really had a lot of uncomfortability for rankers. It's not really a map that you frag out on, you know? A lot of it has to do with big team-wide rotates. At this level of play for challengers or even like VCT, it requires a lot of communication for attackers to gain space and really trick these defenders on how you can hit the site with the least amount of resistance. There isn't really a map that's like that in the game outside of Bind, just because there's no mid to lurk up. So I think having mid now for Sunset is going to be a world of a difference for rankers to employ. And I think almost that alone is going to bring it to a third map.
I mean, there's really only one way to find out. We're just having a couple of issues with some of the players being able to connect into the lobby. But of course, when that is all set up to go, we're going to be going right into game. No delays whatsoever as soon as we can get that tech stuff solved. So I figured it would be an interesting time to kind of talk about stage 3 and challengers just in general, because what we're seeing in this bracket right now, first of all, we saw Moistek's Shopify Rebellion get eliminated.
Oh, yes, we did.
Currently in the lower bracket, we're seeing two challengers teams go up against each other, upon which one of them is not going to make the playoffs at all. It really feels like we're at this inflection point where a lot of new players are starting to come in, and that is really exciting for the challengers scene.
What I might say, it might be a little controversial.
Okay.
So I do think, because we don't normally have a stage 3, there are a lot of instances where teams haven't been practicing as much. It is the holiday season, right? And I could list out a bunch of different excuses. And I will. It's the holiday season. There's also the fact that a lot of these teams have openly said that they're trialing their players that are playing right now. And because of those factors, they haven't practiced. YFP was very vocal about that. And they still qualified. So I think it's interesting to see that teams like Moist Shopify didn't make it in. They remind me a lot of like a weird hybrid of rankers and Nightblood, where they can have this strategy to be like Nightblood, but at the end of the day, they would kind of default back into not having a lot of synergy and focus on their fragging and killing ability like rankers have, but just not being able to do it.
Just falling a little bit short there. And I mean, honestly, too, with how Turtle Troop kind of went, I mean, they're the team that we were looking at and just like, hey, these guys, you expect them to be a little bit more run it downy, not as synergistic when it comes to the actual executes. Sure, they've been playing together for quite some time, the core being very stable, and so they know how each other's playstyle goes. And yet, once again, they were looking like quite the weaker team. And core as well, I feel like there's a similar argument.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's another head to this Hydra, right? For where we're at right now in the patch, we just talked about it ad nauseum. The teams that have qualified so far for playoffs have been able to use Neon pretty heavily to their advantage. Winthrop, the perfect example. Clean sweep outside of losing one map to Ambrosia to qualify through the upper bracket, had the distinct advantage of being a team that had been together for a very, very long time. They've been able to employ the Neon strats very well, and they had the big and small picture level coordination that a team for challengers should have. Whereas TSM, they just announced T-Dog a few days ago. Sim EG'd I suppose. And for like Funhavers and YFP, these are all kind of teams coupled together at the last second. So I think normally you would have an instance where rankers at the very least would have a much rougher path of resistance to get to where they're at right now. But because of the neons, but because the map pool is sufficient to allow a lot of these more frag forward teams to find value, there will be instances where a team like Rankers has a very real shot of qualifying through the upper bracket.
And I'm going to be honest with you, it really does feel like Rankers have an honest shot. Even if they do end up losing this series, let's say that they go down to the lower bracket, they're either facing Core or, sorry, the other one is escaping my brain. It is...
Turtle Troop?
Turtle Troop, yeah. And we've just saw them essentially dismantle Turtle Troop piece by piece. So
yeah,
the Rankers have a real shot.
I mean, Turtle Troop too, right? Like they're a team that they've been trialing players for a little bit now, and who knows how long these scrims have been going on for them, right? There's a lot of players in so few spots for even just the group stage of stage 3 to have a chance to play something before the end of the year. And so, again, it comes down to a lack of practice for a lot of teams just because it's, you know, not an instance where we normally have a tournament at this time of year, and that's completely fine. The more tournaments we have for Valorant, the better. But, you know, if you're a team like Rankers and you can W key your way through and have that aim, like this unbelievable generational gift of aim, yeah, you can take full advantage of that, man.
Well, hey, we're in game now. And look at this, we're actually seeing Kane's Era go on to that Neon as predicted. Very interesting though, Rankers, they give up the breach as a result of that.
Tripwire destroyed.
That's interesting because there's not really a lot of utility outside of Eggster that can benefit the Neon from pushing in. That means now Eggster has to be a lot more forward and active on the entries with that decoy, with the flashes, going forwards. Nightblood Gaming have already given up B. Sogo gets the opening pick, which is good for the post plan, but they gotta push in.
Fireball Ops, just watching on the other side. A little bit of a trade happening outside. It's a bit of a flank is going to be going in for Nightblood. And now finally. Slow and steady, an excellent little angle here. Another trade going through. Knights, of course, just absolutely letting up the kill feed. Kess still alive as well. Makes this a 2v1 scenario. Yeah, through the smoke. Fireball Ops has Knights' number. And we'll be able to get the defuse here. Nightblood Gaming do get that pistol.
What an incredible pre-fire from Fireball Ops. That was so on point. So good to see. Such a great gamble early on. This is a great indicator that Nightblood have taken what they've learned against Rankers' attack on Bind, and they're employing it directly into this next matchup. That is what you want in terms of adaptability.
This is a nice spot.
All right, let's see how this defense is going to be set up here for Nightblood Gamers. We're seeing Classic. Cypher gets set up onto that B site. You have to be a bit careful with those trips, though, because you anticipate that there is going to be a little bit of destruction happening in onto the site. But the Rankers, it looks like quite a few of them getting ready to push into B.
Yeah, same decoy into the neon wall, dash setup once again. Luckily though, very far back place tripwires allow Fireball to have this defense to allow the rest of his team to rotate in time.
Whoa! Fireball Ops able to find one, swings around, popping with the Stinger. It's gonna do just that. And now, weapons still in hand here. Definitely caught by surprise as Knights finds yet another. Knights still not done quite yet. Finally, Alim is able to find two. Not dead yet, gets popped. Crazy that that ultimate is already online, but look at this. They just completely back out. Not allowing that Clove to be able to find anything. Just goes around the corner, and Alim able to find yet another. Spike now is going to be planted. Took quite a bit of time here. So plenty for Nightblood Gaming to still retake this 2v2 scenario. Aftershock going to get utilized as Alim flies across the back of sight. Flash gets expended. And now going to be going through. Has to be careful with this trap wire. Shoots that one down. Inspire's still in the back line as Poppin goes up for a cheeky little opportunity. Flies around. Alim now in ace territory. Looking for it onto Inspire, who's just around the corner. Alim going for the spray, but Inspire shuts that one down. The Rankers, they find an eco.
Yeah, the Breach Neon setup is going to be a golden opportunity for Nightblood Gaming to make a lot of these rounds close, if not successful, for retakes. You have the opportunity to have a flash go through walls, and then someone like Alim to dash across completely for free and take a lot of these fights that would normally go in Ranker's favor. Unfortunately, though, it's just on B site with the recent changes, it became a lot more geometric to allow these tight corners to be held for post-plant attackers much more easily. Rankers, though, are going to swap the A site. They're going to go directly into the belly of the beast of Sogo and Alim. Very curious to see how this plays out with just pistols. Alim is 2-0 points away from getting that overdrive. One solid opening pick here would bring them closer. They could easily do that.
Oh, Alim's stuck in such an odd position. Kenzera does get traded out though, so the judge is going to be dropped, but Knight's still on an absolute tear in the back line. Economy going to be boom and able to buy a Vandal on this round. And now, 3v4 here onto the retake. Never mind, 2v4. Knight's just absolutely turning up. Fireball Ops finds a nice headshot here. Swings around the corner. Oh, okay. Through the box onto Egster. Shuts it down completely. 2v2. This is winnable right now. He unfortunately only has a shorty. Fireball Ops. Oh, Rifle gets rescued and yeah, caught with the utility out, popping, ready for that swing, as aggressive as ever. As Rankers get another round.
Only one rifle survived the ordeal. Rankers, a good round for them, sure, but Nightblood Gaming, they played that as a full dedicated eco. This is their rifle round now. This is going to be a broken buy for Rankers, sure. Overdrive not available for Kenzera just yet, but I see the game plan. Poppin has the Hunter's Fury set up and ready to go. You proc it this early on, you can gain it again many times over. Egster 2 taking the breach roll will allow this dasher to come in with a judge and be a nightmare.
Okay, Egster already on site doing Egster things. Absolute brawl happening in the back line, but finally Alim goes down. A 1v2, it happened just like that. And now, Fireball Ops has to make this one work. Inspire still on the site. Kenzera should have an opportunity to be able to pick up a weapon. With such a cheeky angle here for Inspire to be watching. First contact could be potentially underway. Bullets are just done around, but the ruse from the afterlife make it a little bit more difficult for Fireball Ops to do anything. And now Fireball Ops navigating through that cage. Inspire has their sight there. Oh, just runs out of bullet. Fireball Ops on a sliver of HP. The camera now going to be going out. Tags up that member, and yeah, Inspire makes sure that Rankers get to 3.
Great decision making there. Kenzera was swapping between the Vandal and the Judge too in the post plant, depending on which location Fireball would come in from.
Yes, this should do.
A mowdown completely. For a second, I thought that was Kenzera that got the 3K as a Neon, but it was actually Alim who was holding the fort on A site. They're going to be that hopping warrior that we had seen back on Vine to an extent, singularly holding lanes. Luckily, though, with the help of a breach this time, you're able to control a lot of information. Going back to what we were talking about for solved maps, a lot of people say that the Sova is the better option, but we've been seeing plenty of teams run Fade instead for info gathering. And it's so good for the re-clear. No Prowlers brought out just yet. Ayla moving away from the breach too. Fire solo, the IGL, good to find one, but the neural theft removes all sense of hiddenness that these defenders could have worked off of, allowing a full push in the mid.
Overdrive now going to be online here. As Alim is just spraying it down, able to find one. Going on an absolute tear right now. Goes in onto the site to try and deny any space that could be taken. Fireball Ops just on the other side. Alim still finds yet another. The spike gets dropped as well. It's a lot of information. They don't realize that Knights is still onto that site. Alim simply cannot be stopped. Egster, the last person left standing. Nightblood Gaming potentially ready to take this next round unless Egster pulls off a miracle.
Here.
And Egster, the content demon that he is, now's the chance to show what a Yoru can do. Debatably the best Yoru in North America. 2 flashes available, not much else. Well, fortunately we won't see it this round. A great Thrifty. Alim, a 4K.
A little bit tough there, but Poppin now will have Hunter's Fury online. And Kane's Arrow will have the Overdrive online as well. So a couple ultimates here for the Rankers to be able to do something. Potentially pull things back, even though their buy isn't exactly great. We are seeing that Bucky come in, but at the same time, I mean, a Neon with the Bucky, that is pretty concerning, all things considered.
I mean, Kane tried doing it with the Judge too and found okay results. But this time it's the Overdrive on top.
Okay, Overdrive. Gonna be walking in there. Kane's Arrow just going around the corner. Fireball Ops is ready for it, but Nightblood Gaming, Kess is able to find that
Spike
pick.
planted.
Spike gets planted here. It's going to be 5v4. The Nightfall going to be online. It's responded immediately. Oh no, Fireball Ops just cannot simply escape. Salem is able to at least find another. Hyun going to be next up. Taking a look around onto the site. Should be more or less free. An excellent little smoke makes this a lot more difficult. Things to happen here. As Kess taps that diffuser. Get a little bit more information as to what could be going on. The Recon Bolt gets expended as well. Now Elam is going to be going in onto this one, but Knights finds two, and suddenly they all fall apart. Hyun able to find one, but just can't quite do it. Poppin finding that final kill. The Rankers will now be up to 4.
A solid path to success for Rankers. Even off of Kane's Arrow, finding distance and not quite a kill against them. Still plenty of time to be a distraction factor for Elbow and Rankers to take that control. Nightblood Gaming have realized now that their B holds are pretty good. A has been a different story. Knights has not dead yet, which will be a great anti-entry tool. Eggster the same with his ult. Will just allow more free access in the B. I'm sorry, A site. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nightblood Gaming, they've been more or less gamble stacking A site and still losing control.
I think they mostly have been doing that, but honestly, I just think that it's the speed that the Rankers have been just flying in onto the site that has really caught Nightblood Gaming off guard.
But it's not buying, though, where you could just scale up as easily, right? If you do, it has to be mid or maybe even just an Omen Smoke B main stairs, but this is A we're talking about. You have this gigantic choke 50-50 that you're adhered to at the start of a round.
All right, let's see what we've got lined up this time around. Looks like the engagement is going to be outside of A yet again. And look at this, a fault line ready to go. It's a combination we've seen practiced many times. And they could just be butting their heads into each other. Right off the bat, things get let rip. Poppin able to find the first one. Actually, Poppin finding 3. It doesn't work out at all. Nightblood Gaming completely dismantled. The Rankers, an easy, fast round over in seconds.
Yeah, really big props to the info gathering from Eggster's ult. Not hit by the breach stun whatsoever. And this map is essentially the new Ascent of this patch. People have expected the stun Neon swing for the longest time, and you're just waiting for this at the start of a round. Post timeout 2, you know there's a major change going to be made from a team like Nightblood. Them taking that fight and waiting early on was such a great call from Ranker's side. And now look at the adherence Nightblood are forced to have. They still have A control, but they're not fighting for the choke early anymore. Cyber Cage is out, making their presence known. A double swing potential here out of A long. But even then, Alim's undiscovered. Only the Sheriff, though.
I'm out of here.
Oh, perfect timing kind of coming out there. Alim doesn't stand a chance. Kane's Arrow gonna be on the site as Kess is just breaching for it. Has that judge still not cleared at all. Eggster goes down. Knights just running rampant yet again. Knights has been absolutely killing Nightblood Gaming on all of these rounds. And it doesn't quite work out yet again for them as the Rankers get that spike down. Hyun and Fireball Ops, a 2v3. Hyun only with that judge in hand and turns the corner into horror. So now Fireball Ops has to do it all alone.
Just the Sheriff, too. The judge.
Wow.
Can't even be used. Nightblood Gaming, they need to find some sort of response. And you'd think that maybe you could lurk up mid or even flank from B, but because now Inspire's rocking the Cypher, it's not nearly as easy as it could have been on Bind when you could just sneak past Deadlock Util. The trips are going to activate And Rankers are going to know to watch from behind too. This is just a battle of Nightblood. Not finding a solution just yet. Cypher Util's a good start, but can easily be bypassed by Eggster's decoy.
Deploying.
Here we go again. Tale as old as time, and you know exactly how this is gonna go, except Eggster going down first is not what I had on my bingo card. This time around, Nightblood Gaming, they hold fast, and so the Rankers have to make a tactical reposition here. It's gonna be Knights leading the way, not able to stay alive that time around. Not gonna pop the ultimate as well. Nightblood Gaming ready to secure yet another. Just walking through cage into cage into cage, and the Cyphers walk out on the other side. Fireball Ops, wow. What a shot to close thing out. Fireball Ops gets 3. Nightblood Gaming get to 3.
Dude, Fireball's on. Oh man. Fireball's doing. Yeah. I realized that as I was saying, Fireball's doing really good so far in this matchup. Yes, Alim is 13-7, well, nearly double the kills of Fireball, but these last few rounds, he has been holding the line and having almost nothing but impact kills. Same setup yet again. Cypher Util stifling a lot of Rankers early on. A lot of that had to do with, again, Eggster being the first to fall and Kane'Zera not finding distance. But 4 ults available. Playing the solo holding B with an op is a good way of having this early control for the defense. And Sogo, if mid is pressured, has the Rolling Thunder. Oh, Alim. Dancing with the devil here. Do you have golden hands?
What? Oh my goodness, still able to find 2. Incredible spray transfer until Knights finally shuts that one down, but Nightblood Gaming will take that as a dub. Rankers still move up, but you know, they're investing so heavily to just grab this space. I don't know if necessarily it's worth it. Regardless, they get through that first hurdle. If they continue to power on through, this should be an easy plant. 2 agents still onto this ace site. Sogo going to be taking that first swing. Rolling Thunder now going to get activated. The ults are going to be online and should completely deter them from pushing in onto A. No follow-up, but an aftershock just to zone him out yet again. And this just drains down the clock, but I don't think it's enough. The Rankers, they get ready to move in yet again.
48 seconds left. Cass has Nightfall and a Haunt. That could be enough to find Inspire.
30 seconds left.
You're just around the corner here, is able to get that hit. Kess goes down. Still got to go through the Cypher Utility. This point, Sogo has given that away. Oh no, the Cypher Utility is now down. What? Sogo, unbelievable shot. First looking for that second. Knights is just a little bit sharper. And now
10
the
seconds
spike
left.
will go down. Hyun with that operator might try to make it a save round. Not going to be the case. Picks up a Vandal, full kit of utility to try and re-engage.
You have to take this round. Nightblood Gaming can't afford to go into this 3-9. They need at least one more. Full kit, as you mentioned. Very low HP players. Incredibly winnable. But it's Inspire you're dueling up against. And he's always going to get the first shot.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And on top of that too, like, this is something that we really liked about how Rankers were playing. They're very good at setting themselves up into these awkward angles that you don't really expect the normal people to be. And they just get rewarded with free kills as a result.
Goes there.
We haven't seen it that much this series, but this is something that we know that the Rankers are extremely good at doing.
I mean, to be fair, they haven't had an opportunity to really be in that position before. They're taking sites so easily. And
Yeah.
Nightblood Gaming, they're fighting up front against them, taking these fights and losing them out. This time, though, Overdrive promoted by a stun in mid. A different angle to a reapproach. I like this change of pace, but it only finds one. That's up and gone. Wins with a triple! Oh, great ult brought out.
Cage trigger.
Inspire. Looking for that opportunity. Fireball ops, Cypher diffs, and yeah, I think in all of that chaos, nobody heard
Last
that
round
Hyun
in
had
the
completely slipped into the back line, and the Rankers just not checking for that flank. Just completely get dismantled. Suddenly, this is looking very possible to go 5-7 for Nightblood Gaming, but Rankers, they still got quite a few ultimates here. Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they should use them this round. This is the last round in the half.
Look.
That could force their way into a victory.
All I'm saying is that we've seen 5-7 between these two before. We know what that scoreline looked like.
That's true. That's true.
This is going to be a very long map still. We'll have to wait and see. Good Cyber Cage early on. Distraction factors out. A change of pace for Nightblood to take this fight directly head on.
Ooh, we've seen them do this before. It's working out this time. Knights, though, still is so sharp. Knights has been so good on these initial engagements, and suddenly Alim up against the Warhol Knights with a 4K. Makes it so the rankers will be seeing that 8-4 half.
Nightblood Gaming are gonna be in an interesting spot, to say the very least. They don't have the advantage of gaining up defense rounds on retakes. Now they have to go up against a Neon, a Yoru, and a Clove that could easily take back so much space that these attackers want to gain. Alim has looked amazing going into this second half, and so has Fireball. Everybody else have had moments to shine, but simply their utility's there to promote those two to get frags. They haven't been enough to convert rounds. Nightblood Gaming already opting to potentially start off with a B split through Marketplace. Inspire has the util laid out to be anti-market, to watch out top of B.
Cover is
Already a little bit of info given. Inspire finds Alim. It's going to be down already. Now it's a slow push in here. The trapwire does get set up. Sogo, oh man, gets pinged up in the crossfire. Kess takes a bit of damage as well. Nightblood Gaming, they slow things down, but all four of them are outside of B here, Keg.
Remember, you have a loose team like Rankers. They can just reposition easily in front of any side of the map. You double down to push in yet again.
Decoy gets expended here. Kess just running it down. Kess does go down. Nexter now makes his appearance here. And just like that, Sogo up against two. Gets hit by the relay bolt and oh no, Kane Zero. That was a little bit too close for comfort. But Poppin just on the other side will secure that victory for the Rankers. They're ready for map 3.
Love the level of control Rankers brought out on that pistol. The fact that we had seen Nightblood Gaming never contest direct Marketplace, but had mid control, led to the end of the round being just a direct B hit. There was no second guessing for Rankers about where the approach would be. The push up from Kane Zera to take A space, mid control, always watched. Nightblood Gaming, they're falling to the same trap as Bind, and they allow too much time before the execute to come through. Rankers will put themselves in aiming spots so good to counteract an execute.
Haunt's already used. So much fear of even just looking out onto mid coming in from Nightblood Gaming. They toss down that smoke there to try and throw a little bit of a wrench into the information game that could be going as they get ready now to move things forward. The camera activated and Kane Zera on a sharp angle with a judge. Spots out one. Oh, immediately backs out. Relay bolts are going to be off here. The zap is going to be good. Alim able to find one. In the midst of all of that, the judge is going to get recovered. But look at this. Popping on the other side. ADS all day and night. Finds 3 while Knights finds the last. Rankers are now on double digits.
This is a very important rifle round for Nightblood. I'd go for a timeout here.
Oh, yeah?
This could be series defining, depending on how they play out this next round. If they lose it out, they'll be on a broken bye or at worst in full eco. And they don't want to toy with the chance of going 4-12. They have one round of room to work with, but that's their rifle round. This could be the healthiest economy they have for the rest of this attack if they don't play it right.
A little bit of a scary thought to have. Map 3 just around the corner potentially right now. The Rankers are running away with things. A little bit of a fire being exchanged through mid. But overall, they're just going to back up and recoup.
I think that's a good thing to do. Force out the utility inside of mid. Yeah, that's a little unlucky. Plenty of calls now. Time with that utility to rotate back around, but no one on Rankers is moving. They have Exter instead.
Offers an excellent first kill there. Still really not dismantled from that positioning. And look at this Nightblood Gaming. They're so scared to move in. Knights now moving up. So accurate. Not even getting a rifle. Just a Guardian. Assumes it's going to be enough. Looking for it. Finally, Kess with the AD will be able to win that kill out. But now the Rankers, they surround them from behind. There's a trapwire that should slow down Inspire from making their move onto site. Fireball Ops just on the other side. Might spot out the gun barrel first, and yeah, that is going to be the case. Poppin goes down. Kane's arrow.
30 seconds left.
Has to tuck away. Only has a judge. Can't do too much until Inspire gets onto it. Are you kidding me? Fireball Ops just goes for the blind spray and finds Kane's arrow moving through. The timing was immaculate. Nightblood Gaming looking to secure another round unless Inspire can do something about this.
He did this last series.
A 1v3 scenario. Looking for it right now, but it's the up-down. A little bit too powerful. Nightblood Gaming gets a 5.
One dream ends.
Happy to see that Inspire wasn't able to turn a site into monkey bars like they did back on Ascent. Turtle Troop, man. I'm still thinking about that ending, dude. But that being said, though, Rankers, they still maintain a lead. Double the rounds over Nightblood Gaming. I like these late rotations being brought out by the defense, namely from Inspire. It allows clutch moments like that to potentially occur, but that shows you have a lot of trust in your teammates to take these fights all on their own with a body disadvantage. Mid's the way to go for Nightblood Gaming, and early haunt shows that no one's pushed up.
Bring them down.
Prowler checking for a little bit of information there, and Eggster, yeah, will be cut off, but easily just uses the dimensional drips to get all the way back there. Cass goes for a little bit of a trade. Sorry, not the dimensional drift, the gate crash.
Yeah, he went in some dimension.
Yeah, you know, you gotta go into the dimension to come out
Who's
the gate,
keeping
right?
track of how many dimensions he goes into, right?
There's infinite of them, okay? We've been over this.
Oh, you're right. I'm happy I'm in the multiverse with the one with you, where we get the cast.
Wow. That's so wholesome. As Nightblood Gaming slowly make their way up. Only Kanzera here really on the defense. Extra could swing. A lot of utility available, Keg.
That's right. Kanzera has yet to be discovered, but only with a Bucky. The range will not be in his favor. Relay bolts available. No wall available, though. He won't be able to have any way of blocking vision.
30 seconds left.
Aelin can take all this extra space.
Oh, no. Wow. What? Extra with the alley-oop, able to find two. Kanzera still able to make use of that Bucky. And suddenly it all just falls apart. Should have been a free sight. Not going to be the case. Fireball Ops. An almost impossible scenario. Time ticking
left.
down. The spike is so far away. Everything coming out. At least able to find Exter, but Knights is there. And really, Keg, Knights has been popping off this map.
You know what we should do?
Really, this whole series. So many clutch moments, but you're absolutely right, Mark. 26 and 12 has been otherworldly. And yeah, I don't blame Nightblood for going for a timeout here. They absolutely need to find some sort of inkling of a strategy to unlock these rounds. But you can have all the strategy in the world, man. When you have a Neon that can slide up against you with the help of a Yoru, and they just, in a blink of an eye, shotgun you in the face with a Bucky. What is the strategy against that? Pray! And you go to Ascent, and we already saw how that went against Turtle Troop. Rankers looked amazing on that map. They would break any defense on the attack.
Yeah, honestly, right now, this is another reason why I think Nightblood Gaming taking a timeout is a good call, because that last one, that has got to be frustrating. And you need to take this opportunity to, like, cool off your jets if you want a chance at getting back into this map. It's still not looking good for them, but they're not out of the weeds just yet. A couple of ultimates online. Won't be a full buy up, but just enough to be able to make this contestable. Just need to be able to find a first pick, and then they should be able to rescue that rifle, even things out a bit more. Nightfall available as well.
Okay.
I wonder if it's going to be a fast play.
It has to be. Paranoia into the Nightfall. Directly takes site control. Look at the ult cycling from Rankers, though. One kill and the entire round can change.
No, Kanzera goes out and immediately goes back. The stun is not going to be enough. Aelin's still able to find it, going in for a little bit more. Extra, though, just on the other side. The decoy gets utilized, so it sprays him through it anyways. As Knights just on the other side, and it happens so quickly, but Knights closes the door. Rankers 12-5. I love these fast rounds.
I'm sure someone in the chat can tell us, but how long was that round?
So let's finish this thing.
Oh, I'm going to guess like
20 seconds?
Yeah, 15 seconds? That sounds about right.
And I mean, the prep work for Nightblood, again, they had the strat going to this round. They even killed Kane's era first. But the follow-up potential of Rankers is unlike anybody else we've seen in this group stage. They always have a plan. Remember the old cycling we just talked about? That Nightfall never had a chance to come out from Kess. And now there's 3 ults that Rankers can use!
Well, now, hey, gonna use all those ultimates right off the bat on both sides right now. A little bit of friendly fire, but that's okay. Poppin is able to find one. Knights completely shutting down Alim. And look at this, it's the judge from behind, at least able to get one. The trades are still going. It's absolute mayhem, absolute chaos. Nightblood Gamers down to 2. Okay, Rolling Thunder is gonna be going through as well. Poppin can't quite see much. Gonna be going in onto the back, but look at this absolute nasty flank. Uh-oh. Fireball off's down into it. Fireball off's able to find Inspire. A 1v1 scenario. 33 HP. Poppin just needs 1 bullet. Oh, gets spotted out, but it doesn't matter. The Rankers, they've got their eyes set on map number 3.
I mean, look, Sunset, Ascent, how are they any different if all you do is run it down and find the fights, right? Turtle Troop suffered a horrible fate against Rankers, and it seems like Nightblood Gaming, unless they can find a solution defensively that works, just like they did on Bind, they might suffer the same fate, and that allows Rankers to have free access back over to the upper bracket qualification for playoffs. It's only one map to stop them.
Ooh, I know. It's so crazy that there's only one map and one of these teams will be able to qualify for playoffs. Well, that map is going to be Ascent. We're going to be throwing to a quick break, but when we get back, we will decide a winner and one of these teams will advance. See you on the other side of the break.
I was taught to hustle through the pain. My body and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave the way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta be. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract, you ain't know what. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Focus on cheddar, who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know?
Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I show them when out the water I blow them. Who really want it?
Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers North America Stage 3. We're still in Group C, yet to decide who is going to make it into playoffs. And right now, we've got a little bit of an interesting game in front of us. My name is Marks, this is Keg, and Keg set the stage.
What is there to say that hasn't already been said? So many people are watching Rankers right now, and they are primed up to take the upper bracket qualification spot.
Yep.
They're Rankers! They are just out-aiming everybody. Like, you could break down, like, you could form a team probably around the aim of at least one of these players per player for each team. Like, they are just out-aiming everybody. And it's not even like that they're just, all aim. Like, they are, don't get me wrong. But there is aim and there is brain. They are performing so well. And Nightblood Gaming, besides Bind, has just not found an answer to it yet.
I mean, you do say that, but we do have one more map in front of us. And
That's true.
Is
That's
going
true.
to be Ascent. I mean, Sunset looked a little bit easy for the Rankers, but we don't really know whether or not Nightblood Gaming do have something cooked up, similar to Bind, because I was very impressed with how they were dealing with the Rankers there. So I'm curious to see how this is going to be going out here, as Nightblood Gaming are starting us out on our defense here for Ascent.
Look, all I'm saying, man, is I think that that ambulance is probably for Nightblood. They had a great start on Bind. I will give them that. And we talked about this already, where just because of how the map is formed, I think there was a really good game plan for the team going into their map pick. What we have already seen Rankers play on Ascent, and it was brutal against Turtle Troop. They only got 2 rounds, and that was on the defense. None of these teams have found an answer to their attacks yet.
Oh boy. I mean, it is going to be really interesting. And once again, on the Rankers side, I've been extremely impressed with Knights. Obviously, just doing so much fragging, but it's just such good reflexes coming in from that player. And these clove smokes have been doing their job and, just adding to confusion, as already it's a brawl out front. And yeah, Eggster finds their counterpoint. Poppin going to make that a trade as well. Overall, the Rankers are going to be coming out on top of it. Oh, Sogo, call for the bait, flying around the side, and the floodgates are open. The Rankers storm their way in onto that A site.
Look, they're storming the gates, and they're looking great to take over this castle. A site, handedly in Rankers' favor. 2 left alive, Fireball on the Deadlock, and Elim actually on the Yoru here. That's an interesting duality that we see approaching into this matchup, with Huynh the last alive and just a shorty. In a 1v4, it's going to be hard to find the space, let alone the tradability to survive an ordeal like this.
Gun here.
Just looking around, shorty in hand. Yeah, put more 2 bolts in there. At least able to get 1, but not going to be the case. Inspire shuts that down. The Rankers find that pistol round exactly like we were expecting.
It feels like that wind gets knocked out of you each one of these rounds,
Yes, this should
We talked about it before. These teams will play a little slow in the beginning, but then Nightblood Gaming, their first rifle round is really the round I'm looking at. That's going to be everything to set the pace for this upcoming defense. And they have looked really good on these defense rounds. Elim looked super solid on the Neon. We had last map, we had, I believe, Kess on Breach. That was good for the flashes to enable the slide ability. But with Kane Zera, who struggled to find opening picks on the first map of this set, and as well as the last time they were on Ascent themselves, finding this opening pick, it seems like Rankers have no sign of slowing down.
None at all. I mean, once again, that was just, hey, we're going to hop out, look down mid, find a kill. Nice, let's move up now. The Rankers have done just exactly that. Taking a look around now, flooding in onto this B site. Kess and Sogo just tucked away in the back there. Smokes will be coming up. Engagement going to be underway. Kane Zera already finding Elim. Kane Zera's now still moving up, clearing the back of Boathouse. Eggster able to find 1. The backside is completely open. Now Kyun stuck once again in a 1v5. A Bucky in hand and a Sheriff to go alongside it. Kyun has been looking pretty good, but this is still a very tall order, as Kane Zera, with these sniper rifles, has been looking deadly.
Nah, you're underselling that, dude. The updraft 360 to land and then hit the shot against Huynh. Oh. Absolutely gross, dude. I don't know what to say at this point. Rankers have not changed it up in 6 maps, and they're looking fantastic. 5 maps, and they're looking fantastic. Nightblood Gaming, if there's a round for them to adjust, it has to be now. I do like the Cypher tripwires that we see locking down B, especially deep in mid. Alem is going to take this risk to aim down mid, but there's no support whatsoever. Everyone's so focused on the anti-entry for it! Marks, it happens again! Let's go for it!
Gonna be walking forwards. Superior Mass completely shutting down the rest of the team, and look at that, not able to find anything else. Inkster ready to shut it down as Poppin turns the corner, Outlaw in hand. And Outlaw's gonna find Alem nice and easy. Ranker's not just quite done yet. Oh, Sogo, so aware as Inspire goes down in the midst of all of that. Spray through does find a little bit of damage in. Not enough to secure any of the kills, down to this 2v2 scenario. Nightblood Gaming did not want to be facing this as they speak. It's popping. It's all just for the kills. Outlaw is spotted out here. And so, yeah, smartly Sogo is going to be backing off. But look at this. Kess descends from up top. Doesn't realize that Knights is right behind. It's a good old switcheroo. Down to a 1v1. Knights versus Sogo. Both of them heroes in their own vein. Now Sogo allows that plant to go through. Be walking around this corner. Knights uses the ruse just to shut that down, but doesn't even need it if I'm being honest. The headshot is so clean. Sogo goes down. Rankers find 3.
Knights' aim is just wild, man. But I do like the response that Nightblood Gaming are bringing out for this defense. They are much earlier than they did Unbind, much earlier than Sunset, are playing proactively to take these early fights, no matter the cost.
Yeah. It's really one of those things where, you know, they're just kind of like beating their head against the wall, but the Rankers are more than happy with that, as we have a little bit of a pause coming in here. Nightblood Gaming actually going for a very early timeout. They understand just how important it is to make sure that the Rankers just don't start getting away with so many rounds in a row.
The earliest timeout we've seen from Nightblood. I don't blame them. Again, the eco management is so important, let alone figuring a way to get into these numbers, winning these rounds against Rankers. And this hasn't even really been an approach to B just yet, just one round. The stall factor with a Cypher is a great start, but you have a comp designed double Senti to slow down a team that so far has not been able to be slowed down. Alem worked wonders last map on that Neon. I have to question the Yoru here. I understand it's meta, don't get me wrong. But we haven't really seen a lot of where this Yoru could be valuable in the beats of a round against Rankers. Would it be more early round potential? Faking information off of maybe a fake TP? The flashes? I'm wondering where this will exist in the overall defense setup.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is one of those things where, you know, the Rankers, they have a pretty standard composition minus the Yoru. And it is just kind of built around that Yoru to kind of compensate for some of the loss of information. Meanwhile, on the other side, that Yoru going alongside the Deadlock. More unconventional, but something we've been seeing a little bit more of in Challengers. It is very kind of like pop, use that utility, and find those kills early.
Fireball's been using these defensive Deadlock walls very early into rounds, though. We see it here top of Garden. We saw all throughout Bind. It's just an opportunity for Rankers to pivot and re-rotate. Find extra space again. A headshot against Kane's Era. 5 HP.
Not necessarily great. Look at that, actually. Things are not looking terrible for Nightblood Gaming. As soon as I say that, though, they completely clean house, find 4, one right after another. And yeah, this one's not looking good. Seen this one before. Hyun up against the world. This time only with the Judge. Shotgun in hand. Shotguns have been the name of the game, but Inspire just so aware of it. The Rankers, 4 in a row, cannot be stopped.
Converting this map to a win for Rankers would mean they go into playoff of Challengers. They'll have ascended that far. Not the actual ascension, but they'll have made it pretty far. And I mean, So many teams have been upset out of this group stage. It's been one of the most contentious ones we have seen, I would say, ever in North American Valorant. Once again, B is the way to go. Sniper, trip, and camera set up very early. An Odin setup off of Kess could easily be out-aimed back by Poppin. Plenty of damage already made. No returning fire. A great advantage early on for Nightblood. Soko cannot fall.
It's different. Cyber Cage from the attacking side. Maybe went the wrong way here. Decoy gonna trigger that trap wire. Gets activated yet again, and still Knights comes out on top. Has the not dead yet as well. The threat is not neutralized. Kainzera moving so far forwards. And now Kess just in the back line here, holding down the Odin, not able to find the kill as the Rankers just overwhelmed yet again. This B site has been their domain. A little bit of a panic. Paranoia comes through, and yeah, they're just gonna swarm them like sharks. The Rankers will simply not be stopped.
I'm speechless, man. I don't know what Nightblood can do. It really feels like a ranked match at times where you can have all the setup in the universe. You can have all of your ducks in a row, whatever metaphor you want, to have a proper setup, and you just get steamrolled on the attack. It happens, man, at all ranks. And rankers are the best at it, it seems, that they can do it at this level of play. I'd be so curious to see how playoffs look if they do make it through. And at this point, it seems like all but a guarantee. Exeter bringing in the dimensional drift. Info gained. Flashes are out. Confusion all over B site.
Poppin actually cancels ult. Halfway through, we look at this. Exeter just in the back lines yet again. 007 in the back here, doing God's work on that B. And yeah, it's just so easy. Kainzera pulls out the gun at the wrong time. It is 2v1. Able to actually capture a target, which is massive, as Knights is only 5 HP. So Exeter going down suddenly turns this into a very winnable scenario. That Stinger could be very deadly if Knights is not careful. And Knights knows this as well. 20 seconds before another smoke comes back online. Should be able to go and get that spike down. Fireball Ops is a real opportunity here, Heck.
Oh, Fireball's taking the longest route possible. Decides to double back, go Marketplace.
Just slow and steady right now.
Fireball might be able to be spotted by Knights.
Oh, they're just looking the wrong way here, and actually Knights, once again, unreal aim. The flick finds ahead immediately, and Rankers now at 6-0.
That's so tilting. They were this close to taking a round off of Rankers. 5 HP marks off of Knights. And he still gets the flick from against Marketplace.
Oh,
3 ults to work with, man. Alim, the dimensional drift. Great to scout out mid early on. Rankers have been taking these rounds so fast that there's no real second guessing where the attack may come from. Early shots from the Odin do reign true throughout B main. An early wall will be helpful. Could separate out Kainzera, and of course, yes, he'll go for it.
Oh, yeah, just stuck down there. Right click, gonna make sure Fireball Ops goes down. Not for getting used. You can't shadow step away here. Kainzera has awoken. Apparently, just needed to be on the jet to make that duelist roll really pop. Alim gonna be going really far back on that flank. Kept at bay by a tripwire. So a lot of information is going to be given away. Inspire now has to make this one work, and yeah, just through the decoy. Lines him up, knocks him down. Simply, it is just scrambling coming from Nightblood gamers. At least Sogo's able to get one, but a little bit of a whiff. Sogo able to find another, but Inspire ready to clean that one up. The Rankers are off the leash, and they're going in.
This is unbelievable. They just can't be stopped. Every single attack has a response because they just roll through Nightblood. And now the buys are not looking good. Cass will remain with a weapon that can shoot through that B lane wall. But knowing full well that this is not a rifle round for Nightblood, they're going to return back to B. This is interesting, though. It's going to be mid to B split, it looks like.
Cage triggered.
It's different, but you know, at the same time, if you're Rankers, you're just like, hey, let's just try it out. You know, everything else has been working, so why not this?
I'm losing my marbles, man. I have no marbles left.
Oh, no.
Sure. Why not?
Alim almost found the Elim, though. A lot of damage onto Poppin. Just through the smoke. with that sheriff in hand. Owl drone going to be going through. At least did spot out Hyun. The shock bolt gets utilized as Hyun moves up here, shotgun in hand. Tail as old as time as Kane's looking for a head onto Kess. Kess a little bit more wiser though. Gonna just, you know, bunker down in onto the site. Hyun, oh no, the timing. Valorant timing to the T. Inspire just goes in and cleans house. And now it is Alim on the site, at least able to find one kill. The spike does get dropped. The rankers are more than happy with this one as Exeter finds Alim on the other side.
I don't know how they've done it. They're in the mainframe. Their circadian rhythm is Valorant timing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, speaking the devil, and he shall appear. Kane's can't be stopped with a headshot as well to close out that round. They didn't even need to be around the site. They just needed to put the spike down as a formality. Nightblood Gaming still cannot find any purchase in the ground to make sure they can stabilize themselves at all.
They have nothing to go off of. I'm scrambling. I'm clawing at the bottom of the barrel, Mark, to think of anything that Nightblood can do. I like the anti-entry setup. Yeah, timeout number 2. I would use it too, man. The sonic sensor guard in place. Nightblood Gaming are scrambling to think of whatever they can do to just win these gunfights against rankers. They've taken it slow. They played purely for retakes. They played denial. They've shot through walls. And nothing has worked. Sogo has been the best performer of this team thus far, mostly because him and Huyn have been the last ones alive. They could take it a little bit slower. Maybe that's the solution. Give up sight completely and play for a retake. They did that back on Bind and it had decent results. But once rankers get that entry in and they fill out a bit more, they take those 1vx's to swing far deeper than they really should be. They do lose those fights. Unless you're Kane Zera and you're 14-4 with an op. But outside of that, you have a chance.
I mean, a chance is all you need at this point. And you gotta hope, you really gotta hope that something is going to work here because I'm gonna be honest, there's a certain point where it looks like rankers are just kind of playing with their food. It's been such a dominant performance from this team. And like you said, their attack is something that not many other teams have been able to see. And so Nightblood Gaming had nothing really to prepare for coming into this one, except for just the basics, which, as we know at this point, rankers are far from that.
And from their start of Open Qualifiers, Nightblood Gaming in this series have been the only team to take a map off of rankers. They have been quite literally flawless up until now. Okay, shots from Kess. Good stall. Rankers off this timeout are playing unusually slow. They're expecting a more aggressive push out now.
But this is something that we've seen every single time there is a timeout. The rankers usually just kind of hold back. It's like that they're expecting their opponent to get the call to just run down at them. But even then, like, it's still fine. I mean, they still got all the utility that they need. They're going to be executing shortly here. Nightblood Gaming doing a lot better job at fortifying that A site. But Exeter ready to pounce in now. Flash going in. Perfect timing. Fireball ops. Simply just shut down immediately at the door. Hyun getting an excellent spray through the smoke there as Alim finds yet another. This is the best shot that they've had thus far. Nightblood Gaming just need to win their ones, and that is going to be the case. Okay, Hyun finally turning up, but Exeter shuts it down. A 1v1 scenario. Has to be able to get the spike down as well. Gonna be going for the plant. Oh yeah, that's the shock dart. Finally, Nightblood Gaming, they figure it out. And they're able to get that one round, but it takes miracle work coming through from Hyun to make it happen.
I'm so happy Nightblood Gaming were able to convert their first offensive round. But this has been a consistent thing with rankers. When they play slow on their attack, those are their shakiest rounds. It promotes enough time for a defense like Nightblood to set themselves up to prepare for the stall. It gives them time to react and give information and not play for fights. I don't think we're going to see a slow round like that again on this attack.
No, probably not. Exeter already going in with Dimensional Drift. Looking for a target. Kane Zera pushing down Hyun. Make sure that none of those shenanigans can happen again this round. Kane now going to be moving in yet again. Gets pinged up, actually, so Fireball will be able to get the spray through. Exeter doing a lot of damage as well as Poppin trades that back. Now Elam could be going in as well with the dimensional drift, so at least able to get one. But Knights has the not dead yet, so this one isn't just quite done. It's a little bit all over the place as Nightblood Gaming come back into this. Inspire, the last remaining member of Rankers. 1v2 scenario. Positions are given away. Inspire makes it a 1v1 here, but drops down. Gun not in hand. Kess gets the spray down. Kess again staying alive. Nightblood Gaming find their second.
A great read and a great near gamble stack for Nightblood to hold down a site. Rankers have been one of those teams that likes to hit the same site over and over again. This is where the psychology comes in from. We saw it against Turtle Troop. We saw it in the last two maps. They like to keep hitting the site, and then teams on the defense will think, okay, surely they don't hit A again, right?
Surely.
We gotta set up B, man. But no, Rankers will hit A once more. And Nightblood Gaming are not falling for that trick. They are setting back up for A yet again. This could be a great chance for a third.
Oh, a little bit of a trade here. Annihilation now going to be online. Someone is going to get pulled into the net. Should be able to get broken free. However, as Hyun just around the corner, Hyun has come back into this one. Shotguns in hand, throws it away just around the corner to pick up a rifle. Grabneck gets tossed out as well. Uh-oh, caught with the... Got out of hand. This is going to be the Sova ult in the back line. It's a little bit too chaotic, but this is going exactly how Nightblood Gaming wanted. Suddenly, it's a 2v4. I'm not counting them out yet, but it's looking unlikely for Rankers to win this round.
What will the reset and reposition look like for Rankers? That's something we've seen too often out of this attack. They're not put in this position often, but with 48 seconds left on the clock, they could still work the map. Recon, available from Poppin. Double shock darts available too. All signs pointing towards a potential B plant. Down 2-1. In terms of body count, Spire's gonna try to take this late lurk and let Poppin up to his own devices on B. He's gonna give the audio call to see when those rotates begin off of Nightblood. Recon needs to come out on B though to confirm it. 20 seconds left. Timing is tight.
No hard feelings.
No way. Inspire's at least able to get one, and yeah, okay, now the call gets made. Poppin able to get that spike down. Nightblood Gaming have to do a full retake here. 3v2, a lot of utility still available for Kess, and that's the important stuff. They just have to be careful of Inspire.
Poppin pushed up, playing on site, expecting the defensive rotate to be towards backside, but it's not. It's B main.
Oh, Kess has an inkling. That's what's happening. Inspire, though, so quick with it. Sogo shuts that one down. A 1v2 scenario for Poppin. Odin in hand, playing a little bit off-site. Understands that they probably are just on the other side. Finds one. Knows that the last one has to be on the site there. Recon Bolt does get destroyed as the swing goes around, and Hyun can't quite find it. Poppin shuts it down. The Rankers, they get their ninth, but Nightblood Gaming are dragging them through the mud to get these rounds now.
Mark, that was a 4v2 when they lost. Inspire's the greatest IGL of all time. Never thought I'd say that, but here we are. Unbelievable. Look. I don't know. I don't know, man. Because so far, it really has felt like these have been some of the best mid-round calls when they do exist in this half that we've seen so far in this tournament.
Whoa, the early aggression immediately gets punished. Exer is straight out. No way. Hyun's just been on a shotgun rampage. Has to get the reload, so Inspire will just be moving through. The Soval gets utilized. Inspire will be no more. As Knight's just running through, but it's a little bit too rambunctious. Poppin, now the last person left alive, is still able to find one. Does get tagged up, finds another, and suddenly it's a 1v1, which really shouldn't be the case. Spike in hand, but trying to go for the round the corner move, and Fireball Ops gets onto the site. It's getting a little bit too chaotic, and that's going to end that half. 9-3 for Rankers.
They think themselves are equals. They are mistaken.
Nightblood Gaming's gained more rounds on this map than Turtle Troop did. It's not much, but it's progress. On the attack, though, Turtle Troop got their 2 defense rounds, and then they didn't win any attack. I'm curious to see what Nightblood can bring to the table. They have more structure than Turtle Troop did. But already, Rankers have a great setup here. One Cypher trip available, allowing Knights to at least confirm an opening pick. Eggster setting up the gate crash across map just in case. Kane Zera will have to watch Catwalk as well as the crossfire on the entry.
Okay. Knight's just going in on it. Able to at least find Aelin there. Eggster still on the back of site. Gets one, but it's trades galore onto the site. Kane Zera not able to escape, but it kind of works out well. Fireball Ops, the last person left standing. In an absolute firefight. Onto A, Inspire goes for it. Gets a little bit of shots in. And Fireball Ops now down to this 1v. Fireball Ops finds it. 6 HP left. Nightblood Gaming get pistol.
Oh. Now, I do
No
want to
need
correct
for the
myself.
enemy to
Turtle Troop
suffer.
actually gained 7 rounds in
Kill them
total
fast.
against Rankers. It's just, when you watch a match like this, it all kind of blends together and your brain also melts. The two
Is that
was
what's going on right now?
a little bit, but I mean, still, the majority of the rounds that were won by Turtle Troop were on the attack. They got 5. Rankers, their defense setup, again, is very loose.
they're fun,
They rely mostly on getting kills. So Nightblood Gaming, they have a lot more leeway to open things up. Not to say it's going to be an easy recourse, but they certainly can do it. Already, Knights is taking this much slower than before. The double smokes are out, negating what can be found off of the recon bolt.
Look at the
Or stack.
presence that Knights has kind of put onto Nightblood. They're so worried about that single smoke just spraying through it. The conditioning has been primed.
And now you got to clear out wine. More utility that needs to be used there, not on site.
Cage triggered.
The mind games are elite. And yeah, look at this. As well too.
Down.
Tossing down this cyber cage to make sure that they deny even more information, and Nightblood Gaming decide that they're not interested. They do back off of this one as Rankers completely just stand still.
Split push yet again. Anti-lurk off of Sogo. Smokes are down for Garden. All signs pointing towards A. No sign of rotates off of Rankers.
Kane Zera, good discipline. Understanding that's just the decoy.
30
Now they're
seconds
aware
left.
exactly what's going on here. Not closing the door just quite yet. Oh, Kane Zera. Flirting with disaster. Goes out at the wrong time. Fireball Ops is going to be able to find that kill. And Nice just goes around the corner, of
Spike
course.
down.
Headshot, what would you expect?
player
Looks for another.
standing.
Yeah, he'll just do just that. Grab net, no worries. Never mind. Fireball Ops will shut that one down. Nightblood Gaming,
Ready.
they're getting back into this one.
I'm liking this. Sogo's deep lurk through mid was very scary, but again, a team like Rankers who rely off of those trades, you have more opportunities to take map space if you are confident and not afraid of their team. Sogo, recognizing no defense at all through mid, got up into defender spawn
there.
completely for free and removed a rotate. That is a huge hole in Rankers' defenses. And now we're not seeing this attack defensive team swarming A site anymore. They've spread themselves out yet again. Spycam now set up nice and nestled in marketplace to mid. Fireball unfortunate to fall. They've been so impactful on this attack.
Oh, Inspire. Just on the other side. 21 HP. Able to peel off nice and easy. Oh, never mind. Hey, Nightblood Gaming just found 2. Good way to start things out as Poppin just going in so deep here. Looking for it. Able to find one.
down.
Knows that this is just on the other side.
Enemy remaining.
Poppin not quite done yet. 1 shot, 1 kill. Decoy now getting utilized. Hyun in this 1v3 scenario. We saw what Hyun is capable of, but it's such a tall order right now. This could be the round that restabilizes the Rankers here. Hyun able to at least find that first. Extra could be the next one to contest as Kane Zera comes in from the other side. So aware of what's going on, but the timing here might be perfect. Gonna toss down the dark cover. Toss out the paranoia. Just catches Kane Zera off to the side here as both tailwinds get expended. And yeah, Kane Zera wins that duel out. The Rankers right back into things, hit double digits.
Same spot.
I hate to say
Nightblood
it,
Gaming
but
found
probably
themselves
best to play
back
as a
on
team.
Sunset, down by 5,
what's
double
the
the
plan?
points in Rankers' favor. You know, normally I would say this would be a good time for Nightblood to go for a timeout. But here's the thing, right? Nightblood used both their timeouts in the first half.
Yeah, that makes it hard to take a timeout, doesn't it?
It does. I'm here to confirm that it does. Nightblood Gaming are all on their own now. No coaching, not available to help out.
Cage triggered.
I like this potential fake in the beginning here. Add that extra pressure off of A site. Maybe able to isolate Kane Zera. can't resist a good fight, right? But instead, smoke, fade, all that goes through. And yet nothing. Zera backs off. Back to B we go.
Okay. Just a flash and a kill. Every single round, that feels so consistent here. Salem tosses out the decoy. It's a little bit too readable, especially from a Yoru main like Exter. Look at this one way, it's brutal popping. Already able to find one and Inspire. So aware of what's going on. The Recon Dart does make the purchase, as it's just a spray through. KaneZera finds Fireball Ops. Rankers ready for 11. Such a cheeky little angle there. Spots it out. Alim very low HP, but able to escape.
Dead.
And now this is going to be not good. Alim at least able to find Poppin', but the backline is going to be coming through here, and Knights does not miss those. Doesn't need a fancy headshot to close out that round. Body Shard will do just fine. 11.
That boy Gamer putting up a fight, certainly. A lot of these rounds have just been ending in B main. Very little side space has been taken. I want to see Nightblood work mid again. Sogo had such a great lurk a few rounds ago. And yes, now there's a presence. There is utility in mid to prevent that lurk from achieving again. But why not contest it? Why not even give it a shot? Instead, they're just fighting directly into a funnel every single round.
Who's next?
Okay, Dimensional Drift, here we go. We'll be able to spot off utility. Hopefully, also Exter's position.
Exter not scouted out. Annihilation gonna get used, but Poppin just spraying through. Able to at least find one. Alim emerges. Bucky in hand. Goes down here, but simply cannot walk through his Knights once again. Just watching for market. 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap. 3 bodies down, and now Hyun just has a shotty in hand, up against 3. A position we've seen many times before, and still not as likely to win.
One smoke, a flash available. High-low setup, though, on B site. Functionally no way to take this swing and win it out.
Just rounding the corner now. Rankers ready for 12th round. The flash comes through. That will slow Hyun down just for a second. Another smoke gets utilized, but does get spotted out. KaneZera finds the kill, and honestly, on this map, KaneZera has really woken up.
I really like the smoke that Huynh had brought down. That would have been enough to scale into lane, but because we had seen Night Smoke in the back go through in the position KaneZera was at, it only showed Huyhn's head. That made it so much easier for KaneZera to get that first shot and take the shot effectively. One more round potentially for Rankers here to be the upper qualifying bracket of this group for group stage, the playoffs of Challengers 3.
Okay, it's gonna be a rundown from Nightblood Gaming, and immediately right off the bat, look at this. It's so much value. Poppin finds 2. Just one ultimate, and it's already over. KaneZera going in, uses the blade storm, right clicks, doesn't quite find it. Fireball Ops pretty low HP, but Rankers aren't just quite done yet. Knight's going for that final kill. Doesn't quite get it, but will close things out. Rankers find their way into Challengers North America Stage 3 playoffs.
They are the most entertaining team to watch, to say the very least. Rankers have been unbelievable. Very unique way of playing, to say the very least. But honestly, the aim prowess that we see from Rankers, especially Knights, right? Just a different level, has been unbelievable. And, you know, obviously, yes, they qualify. That's huge. How far can they take this? Is there a world where Rankers, through this style of play and their aim alone, can win the entire thing?
I mean, listen, like, clearly the ranked leaderboard wasn't enough for these guys. They got to take on the competitive championship leaderboard as well.
It's ranked 2.
Like, this is one of those things that you mentioned, Keg. I wonder, too, if they start to, you know, because they just kind of came together, and sure, they've got Inspire being the IGL there, and they're all insane. But if they get a little bit more time to play together, kind of work on some of those strategies and stuff like that, it is very possible that we're going to be seeing a lot of these names for quite some time here in Challengers.
Yeah, they're not a team that just W keys in and doesn't think. They think a lot. And not only do they have like these big picture plays off of their IGLing, but also, you know, for as chaotic as I'm sure their comms are, they work off of each other really damn well, dude. Like, it's scary.
It really is. And honestly, it was a lot of fun to watch. Nightblood Gaming, though, is not completely out of this one just yet. They will face the winners between Core and Turtle Troop. There is still one more spot left for one of these teams to be able to find the qualification into playoffs in Group C. But, of course, we got to throw to a break first as we get that next series up for you before we crown and figure out who are going to be our two winners. And, of course, me and Keg will be signing off. We're going to be with Ravish and Tenrek for that final series. So make sure to stick around because I think that that one is also going to be a little bit of a brawl. Bye, everybody.
I was taught to hustle through the pain. My body and soul, without each what will I gain? So many try to use me when I help pave a way. But man, that's just life, there ain't really much to say. I'm the one, I know I'm the one, everybody follow me. The one they all trying to beat, I know that I gotta beat. I've been training hard, I'm ready for any rivalry. I lost it all but kept the fight in me. Now look, I've been laying low but speak on me and I'ma show up. My squad full of bosses, can't let anybody hoe us. Yeah, my life is sweet, I got the whipping doing donuts. Wanna live like me, well here's the contract you ain't know of. I signed up to grind, I signed up to be the best, man. Chin up when I hustle, I can't focus on the next, man. They said that I gotta work, I said, oh yeah, I'm on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show 'em when out the water I blow 'em. Who really want it?
Who really want it? It's really the question of the day. Y'all talk a lot, but I don't see y'all walk a lot. You know?
Fighter is my name, legendary is my aim. Already legendary, y'all know that we ain't the same. Whether sun or rain, ain't nobody else to blame. The life I live is mine, so I control the change. Tell me that I'll lose, tell me y'all don't see my vision. Tell me that I'm no one and I got some competition. I'ma show you what it looks like when you never listen. Open your eyes and pay attention. I'm on a new level. Hell no, I can't settle. Gonna be the best and I'ma show more than I tell you. I am not impressed because you got a little metal. I'm here to take you down and bring the heat like I'm the devil. I can show you light, yeah, I can show you heaven. I can show you how to win when you think that you're failing. What I tell you, yeah, you gotta work, yeah, you gotta be on it. Cause when it's said and done, we gon' see who really want it. Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm getting better and better and only focus on cheddar. Who really want it? Yeah, who really want it? Who really want it? Yeah, I'm working hard and I'll show 'em when out the water I blow 'em. Who really want it?
We reach the precipice of our day once again here at Tenrek. Our final BO3 of the night in our second final group of the week as well. Core NBG. One goes home, one survives. Let's see who it'll be. I'm Ravishing Ravish, and the boy, Big T, man. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling so good after these first opening matches, Ravish. It's been, I don't want to say a long day, but certainly a very an emotional roller coaster of a day for these teams, for these players, for these chatters, for us here in the booth, in the green room. It has been a wild back and forth figuring out what matchup is going to end the day, and it turns out it's one that started the day. Core taking on Nightblood Gaming for this last spot out of the group.
Yes, sir, exactly. Now, both Core and Nightblood have been through the absolute ringer, playing, I believe, around an equal number of maps throughout the day as well, too. I find Core having a bit of a closer time in terms of these maps, right? Usually going the distance around 13 10s, 13 9s, 11s, and so on. Meanwhile, for NBG, it's been a bit of a toss-ups. You know, they've taken very dominant maps, and others they've had some fast rounds. Let's just say. So, so here though, between the two of them, as we'll recount, they actually did come back and play not so long ago on Ascent on the first map. In fact, at the beginning of the day. And that series, Tenrek, was amazingly close. On Ascent, they went 13-11 with NBG, just barely clutching that out, especially in the defensive half. And starting off on same sides here, once again, let's see if Nightblood can do the same thing, repeat history, or if Core can change the narrative.
The buck stops here at the pick bans when it comes to this match versus the previous one. Abyss and Bind remain the opening bans, and Ascent remains the opening pick, but we'll be going to Split as our second map, as opposed to Pearl, where they went last time. Core, though, like you said, they elected to start on defense last time. They will once again this time around, and Sogo is already inside. Boney's walked in quite far. This Core squad, massive makeover during the offseason. Only Snarly from the OG squad remains for Split 2. Boney trying to get a good opener, but Sogo has the better swing, and NBG see that as the moment to press the trigger. Logan holding down the long sight, so is Alexander, but both of them get only one between him, and NBG is in sight. Not before they'll try and re-up on Nerve, but Nerve is able to refrag. Fireball somehow finds that, though, on the way back, and NBG, 3v1, they set their sights on B instead.
Fireball has had some absolutely incredible and head-scratching picks that he managed to get throughout the entire day. So I find that's really no surprise to what we've seen already from what them and the entire team can do out of NBG. With Snarly just left alive in a 1v3 with a classic to his name, he could probably start to pick up the ghost, but now the door being closed against him. He'll take the sheriff mantle, look to go flank around, but instead he opts to break the door, give away the position, and take the fight 1v1, but the smoke will make the decision for him as where he has to go peek. Definitely not expecting Sogo to be there, and he has his hammer up, but not his gun.
I respect him trying to outspeed the one way, but unfortunately, NBG, a little too much time, and the smoke is back in time for Win to force a lack of options out of Snarly in the 1v3. Their approach was aggressive enough. That's all you can really say about the pistol round. Core failed to meet the mark when NBG tried to strike. They were not ready, simply put, and if that continues, then NBG is going to take this map again.
Yes, this should do.
Easily so, but if we once again take a look back at the stats here, right? If we remember and look at the prophecy, as I like to call it, NBG was a second half team. Currently on Ascent, right? We were looking at about an 8-4, and then it was a runaway train pretty consistently afterwards, almost 9 rounds in a row, I believe. So it's won't happen again just yet, though. See what does I manage to get done. Rob Ops sees it.
No escape.
The little pickoffs too.
Spike down.
Find more. Yeah, that's just jumping a little bit too good. And now finishes it off. I mean, bonus goes their way, but I want to harken back a bit to the point you were talking about before as well, Tanner. You were talking about the changes that Core have made to the roster and pretty much how they look now.
Yes. Like I said, Snarly. Yes. Sorry. I thought you were gonna go into. I thought you were gonna go. Sorry. But Snarly, yeah, like I said, the only remaining member from Split 2, and then Core Gaming elected to bring in 2 duos from 2 differing squads. Nerve and Alexander from the still budding SAD Esports, who underwent a change of its own. And Logan and Boney coming over from the just blossoming Berserkers. This was a really early pickup Core, trying to invest early on in talent. But it's also necessitated a slight change in roles. Alexander has gone once again back to the Sentinel, while Boney has tried to take up the mantle of this Duelist. Once again trying to play the Yoru on this mid line here in Ascent. NBG fresh off of an embarrassment from Rankers here on Ascent to end their last series, to bring them right back down here to sudden death. Snarly good for 2 on the opener, and that'll lessen a lot of the damage that NBG are trying to do on this bonus for bonus challenge.
A beautiful 2 taken by Snarly, as well, with a nade landing at the exact perfect time, throwing off the crosshair. That's in front of him from Alum. Although they lose the order of B main, they'll to recuperate by just taking them off one by one. Snarly was low enough, but now Nerve catches the back of Fireball, leaving it now in a 2v2. This isn't too bad for Core, who definitely want to convert their bonus. They'll get on the site at least for the side of NBG. Odin should be looking to be covered as Kess as there, so up and expects almost the peak to come in. Sees the shoulder, the second they're likely not accounted for. Or they're likely thinking Alexander's probably going to come back through main. Sogo and Kess. What's the play on site?
Nothing to work with.
1 enemy remaining.
G maybe counting. Kess early swing. And that'll leave Sogo with the mantle. Unsure of where he could be. All the way in lane. Great extension to guarantee the 3rd for Nightblood Gaming. And they still had an economy to make up for it, even if they didn't win this one. But they'll still have the Odin, and they'll have a mountain of creds to work with going into this round. Meanwhile, Core, once again, completely and utterly reset.
This is very different from what we saw from NBG as well in their first map of the day. Especially between Core, where it was a runaway. I mean, 6 rounds in a row for Core taken pretty handily too, might add. On the other end, now for Nightblood, looking a lot better. Especially now with the bonus converted too, they should be able to easily take a 4-0 start. So definitely not what Core wants, especially coming off of a very hard-fought victory against Turtle Troops to remain a close comeback with 11-11. For now, though, Odin being spammed. His Bonnie in the corner doesn't actually get baited up by the clone. Alan will wait to see if anybody else peeks him. There is a crossbar also set up there too. In case Bonnie does go down, someone can actually peek out of mid as well, but Dosh to catch it. He has to swing, jumps out, all gone, and Logan cannot trade him.
Easy advance for NBG. A non-committal one, though.
I know
with so much presence on the A main as well. Looks like they might opt to still extend into tree, but they have options and more than enough time. Cypher Ultimate already cycled as well, just to assess their options, and they'll go for the one that the Cypher's on, but it happens to be where all of the Sentinel util is, so it's got to be drip or drown for Nightblood Gaming. Luckily, Nerve falls early on, so it comes down to the rush up against Alexander here on site, but they're taking a little too much time up here in tree, and that'll give a lot of time for the rest of Core to make their way back. Snarly opener on the Sheriff, but still the gun diff protrudes, and NBG extends. They'll get on site, they'll get spiked down, they got 4 men up. Might as well take the rest of the fight now, and Core will bite the bullet. NBG up 4-0.
And that's a round you are expected to lose naturally, considering what Core were bringing to the table. And fortunately, you mentioned about dripping and drowning. Well, drip they had none of, so drown they did, Sally Tendering. That'll leave us now, at least now with the buy for Core. It is that pinball economy, as I like to say. The back and forth between their buys. They do have the Annihilation available to in one way as well from their little theft for Alexander. But nothing substantial to be able to open up these rounds just yet. Bonnie needing a dimensional drift will be clutch if they want to surmise where NBG are looking to stay. It's a full stack over on A. They're getting flashed out with the space. Is the drift that I was talking about, though. It's onto the side. Alan knows exactly what he's saying. Doesn't see everything up by heaven. Annihilation popped. I didn't caught it either, but the bottom fireball Hops taking 3. Pops out. The entire team cleared within a matter of seconds. That's crazy. The hit
Spike planted.
good. The defense was possible, but it all goes weary.
already halfway to an ult that didn't even land on the opening, but pressing it was enough to get the space, and then he just hopped up to heaven and got the kills too. Boney probably gonna save. Maybe look for a kill here, but NBG, they have enough time to get hungry, and they have the players to land the shots. So go another one on the board. NBG, another one on the board. I sense a pattern.
You don't say. Yeah, that's it's a pretty easy and dominant start. Much you yeah, for NBG. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Sogo's just raking in creds at this point, maxed out. 8-0, 8-3. Like that's really nice. For what? Especially the Cypher too on the attack. Sogo having a field day with this stuff. Look at the setup right now. 4 core. Looking to triple stack up into B. Definitely to peek up past the flashes. There are 3 around. Bonnie then possibly looking to set up for the swing. TP's in though. Oh, Logan punishes the over-aggression from NBG.
On the grab net on top of it. That's perfect timing by Core. They'll just let the Annihilation fly too. But Bonnie is gonna get ahead of it as well.
One enemy.
Flash into a kill of their own.
Spike down.
And everybody from Core getting in on the action this time to make sure that spike drops. Quinn, lone lurker, a lot of work ahead of him. But pretty stacked team and a lot of time on the board. Could definitely at least play with this to maybe get a couple frags along the way. And with that unstable eco, that is still important here for NBG's bottom line, which is get rounds on attack. Get them while you can. Paranoia on top of the TP. They know he's in, and they have a lot of players ready for it. Core on the board.
Yeah, a thrifty on top of the mighty. A triple stack on B, working out beautifully, especially punishing. NBG looking to make a stack of their own to walk into B main, and with 2 being gone, that very zealous TP, and with no one else to play off of him, it's wall bang, 3 gone within a matter of seconds. And Core with a much needed round to stabilize their economy, and also all of them staying alive here too. That is huge to ensure that they're not stuck in such a decrepit state in terms of their actual wallet.
Over there.
On the left for NBG, they got more than enough to play with too.
Throwing
Sold, especially from Keys, if you want to use that for the post plan.
Nowhere to run!
Initially.
Yeah, right off the bat here, if you find someone, get them snarly, snipped out, and gone from the equation. NBG gonna try and pile drive on top of that, but Core have players here on A site, and the rest of the team is scurrying.
I'll handle this.
Right along with them. Bonnie on the ground, Dimensional Drift in tow. And we'll get so much intel here on site. NBG just have to live with that fact and try to get somebody in the wing. Sogo is in, but Logan has fielded him out, and with a shock dart, he's able to finish him after the spray. Bonnie, nice peek to catch Kess as well, and Core will lock up another round. It took 5, but it seems like they might have their finger on the pulse.
And it's like I'm looking at a different team.
Don't give them time
in the first 5 rounds.
Took off your glasses, put your hair down, and you're a whole new woman.
I'm
Core's a whole new
right?
woman, dude.
Yeah, this is such a flip-flop look. What we saw on the first bit of the defensive half, like Core were getting overwhelmed. They weren't responding to many peaks. Fireball was managed to get 5 on a site. It's like dry walking in, passes 1 Yoru flash. So it was impressive. But now from here, the switch of happens. NBG are the ones getting kind of dominated in the past too. We'll see that switch though. We did mention their overzealousness and just their need to find a play super far forward up against Core. Here though, they take a much more default approach. They'll play the attack, right? The 2-2-1 split on a set. As they take some space, something found by mid. The triple stack over in B main, once again holding strong. Spike is leaning towards there though, but you don't really want to wait for the same things for 2 rounds. Go.
Here.
Bonnie still housekeeping on the retreat to make sure that NBG doesn't have any pressure up this B lane that they're still trying to pay some attention to. But it's all for this stall so that they can gain the market presence. Snarly has been forced so far back, and while the wall is up, it's far too late. Bonnie's good for his, though. And Logan can follow up from the back. Both sight lines managed, both openers gone. Alim's still on the field, though, and now on the site. Good to take out the Ditto, which necessitates the TP from Nerve to Boathouse to restructure the B site, give it some more foundation.
30 seconds
and that'll
left.
just give the call to NBG to rotate over to A site, safe for, unfortunately, Alim, who has to wait for this wall to go down. Snarly, nice. interception, a fireball. And so goes pretty lonely here right now. That's very tragic. Very fragmented push at the end of the day here. Core did a good job of kind of snipping this in half.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and now Alum is the only one left all alone. Bro's got no friends, no crypto, no wallet, right? One
Bro got no motion.
No motion, no ultimate either too. So he's in a pretty decrepit state for what's going on at 3 in a row for Core. You gotta feel good, even if you're an immediate momentum switch. And I want to actually attribute a bit of that to Snarly as well too, where Snarly we saw in the first pistol round, right? Right away was managing to get 2 and punishing off the overaggression from Nightball Gaming. And now from here, changing it up by landing actually really crucial nades. All those sensors are kind of working out for them, but to punish the rest of the team after the wall goes down. And initially, he's taking these fights too. He's taking first contacts against like 2 or 3 members of Nightball Gaming. He does have trade angles available for himself with either Logan or Nerve nearby, or even Alexander on certain setups too. But hey, so far Snarly doing a really good job. So I'm thinking this may be the switch of the Core definitely needed. But for NBG at this point, what's the mix, right? Where do we go from here? Considering we've got to calm down a bit. That was definitely breathe. I remember talking to a lot of coaches that. Did you know that a lot of these like timeouts that don't necessarily mean about strats and macro, half the time it's like, yo, boys, our comms are whack. Y'all need to breathe. Let's 100%. Scale it down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll listen to like tier 1 North American players, and they'll let their emotions like get the better of them like 5 rounds in. It happens to literally everybody, and so having that coach be your vibes merchant from time to time even is really great. And NBG they need a heat check. To some degree, they are not playing the aggression the way they did in those opening 5 rounds that got them so many easy kills, easy space. They're getting reboxed in. Snarly has kind of refurbished the util to suit Core's long-term fighting style, and NBG, they have to cook up something right back.
Over there.
Similar split that we had, but instead it's a 2-3 they want to take. Spike still then towards the beaming against all the Cypher util, use the Annihilation to force them back almost as a threat source. Like a rattlesnake hissing its tail to tell them to back off, but Rox with just enough time. They get some shadow control, not on sight just yet. We gotta go up against all the weaponry. Logan Alexander clear up with lane and stairs. It's a 2v5, and that's odds they like. One more just left. Win. We'll take one, but it's just one. A gun to maybe get out, but they know exactly where he is. Brother Huyen, where do we go from here? Do we fight or do we survive? I think survive is the safer option, but fighting is what he's left with.
Fortunately, NBG did the kind of aggression that I think would have worked. Unfortunately, they pushed with a Gravnet into an Odin. Logan does not need to do anything in that situation, unfortunately. So NBG pretty screwed on that push-in. Really, ultimately, no pressure on the site once they got there, but so much pressure leading up to it, right? Their ability to trade cage for cage, Yoru blind for Yoru decoy, just their ability to ultimately placate and slowly course through. Again, it's the formula. They just have to complete.
Yeah, it's one part of the equation that remains between the two of them. And considering the way the Core have caught up, then it seems like they clearly know how to do the quadratic formula with the way they're interrupting every single thing. 1 + 1 may equal 2, but they're trying to make sure that equals 4. That makes sense.
Core's on some Y equals MX plus B type.
I'm saying, bro.
Unspotted.
Nice. A second. Come on. Body. Show me another body.
Oh, Brian. You gotta shoot that. I mean, that's just... Ow! He still gets one anyway!
Mid.
What?
Do it again. Do it again, buddy. I want to see it for all the men.
I got to spike.
That's not good. Let's
I'll
go.
handle this.
Yeah. Well, now Alien with that kill is actually able to dimensional drift, so NBG do still have a pretty good prying shot at this. When TP's past the deadlock wall purely to get a second guy on site. I love
30 seconds left.
That level of brazenness. And also recognition that you kind of want to get one more ult in here before the game, before the half is done. Big Cypher ult to open things up from Alexander will, again, guarantee that Sogo is still stuck on the main door, unfortunately, and both of the remainder of the post-plant defense is in hell. But how do you swing this? You gotta smoke it out first, so they'll wait that out, and then they'll make the drop. Time is becoming very limited, and Win has one hell of an angle with the shotgun. Good for only one, though. Now it's Alim who has to sit inside this smoke and take all of the punishment, and he almost does! But Logan's still standing and able to bring Core to a tie game.
I was just thinking, too, that they were almost running out of time considering how long they were taking on the peak, but they take the paranoia and they were looking to find an angle to at least get the Cypher ult off as well, too. They realized that Logan was, Alim was already down below by hell pretty early on, and considering where the paranoia came from, so they were okay, if we drop down, we're gonna have to phase 2. They weren't aware of everybody on site. Cypher ult committed at a pretty crucial spot, so which allows them to just easy come around there, wrap around through trees, and from there, open the side up. Snarly and Logan once again playing hand in hand. And now from here, Core with 5 of their own in a row as well. Let's see if they continue that streak. They got an op in hand. A good buy from both these sides. Nice little dart right into spawn. And with that dart, that's so much value.
Logan's just with it, dude. Almost tracked down another. But just a tap what they'll settle for. Kess, down to half. And that was off of, that was justified as Bonnie making that space in the courtyard with the Dimensional Drift early so that ultimately Logan could narrow it down to either they are in B main or I'm not using my ult yet.
Bonnie will slow play this too. Seeing 2, looking to scale up on the angle. I think Whale presence. Bonnie checks him, puts up the flash to delay them and repositions to go up towards heaven. Yeah, survives is a crucial part though. That's still 40 seconds left right now, so Nightblood Gaming have to make a choice to where they want to go. They break the door.
Shadow is traveling.
There's never really smoke off towards the back of the site near Boathouse door. There's 2 are still there.
30 seconds left.
Still just barely around sight. Oh my god, what is that swing from Win?
That's
surviving, but not for much longer. Only a couple more seconds. Leaving Nerve to run away. Have to give up all that space. Annihilation also sent out, but mid was cleared. They're rotating over, but I'm gonna say into just one. A trade is there. Alexander has to go big here. He's cornered by 2, and he can't do much more than that. It's too much time. It's too much fire. And leave them with a spike down finally.
But 36 collective health between what's left in Nightblood. And 2 recons for Logan. He could deal with this post plant before even looking at it. But any steps. First drop.
There it is.
Any time that he's decided to get peeked on, it's over. He has to do so much homework and he'll immediately get pressed. Guess this wrong one time and you're done. Nightblood back on top. I can't believe that's the attack that worked, man. Turning around after Quinn fails to get that first pick, but then immediately jumping on top of it and then still just W-keying your way through. I mean, that was ranked adrenaline taken over for what was left of Nightblood.
Yeah, like even with Alim as well, because they saw that he was looking to hold around by spawn up against Bonnie, so you're realizing, okay, maybe we can take spawn space and try to circle back in through B, but because they don't clear everybody out, they just try to force it. No, door open, circle around, and again we go. Bonnie sees one, but shots will go a bit wide. It does take, you know, a decent chunk of health of Alim though.
A wee bit. Oh, but he's not dead, and that means he's still useful. Alexander. Pretty far in. And now, I'm gonna try and crunch this Yoru even more. Bonnie luckily shut that down early on, but Nightblood now, they force so much attention to this that they can press A a whole lot faster and easier, along with the help of this Cypher ultimate nerve as an excuse to step out and then TP right back to the block. Perfect timing on the TP, wasting so much time. But he'll still fall, and NBG will still zone out. Still a 3v2. Hunter's Fury for Kess as well. This should be wrapped up pretty nicely. Blind to open up, 1-for-1, and the lineup will hold it down. Close ones to end this half.
Switching sides.
Nightblood, after a 5 streak, a timeout taken, and 2 to end it off, still keeping their lead on Ascent. And for Core, it seemed like they had the sauce to counter everything Nightblood did, but instead NBG, what they changed was how they were splitting up and how they were defaulting to get into these sites, right? It was just it was a 3-2 instead, not too far spread out, and still with that big lean, and instead looking to actually capture more space than usual. Through mid, through spawn, and then some. And from here though, we'll see if the same trend continues. Blood were explosive on the start, but Core have been known to match everybody's energy where they can. The A-Lean here with all 4, but that barrier mesh is going to be such a disturbance to whatever they want to do.
Such a massive part of the modern Ascent. It's immediately just collapsing on an option. Rarely can you fully deny something as holy as the way you can with a deadlock wall on the pistol round, where everything just feels so paper thin. It'll fade away though. With 58 seconds to go, Core still look fresh and clean with a 4 stack up the right channel.
Some sound remaining still. With all 5 still alive, they're looking to try to sell the fake with Alexander specifically being there, but Nightblood aren't falling for it. Here comes in the mesh, and the nade.
30 seconds left.
Cut off trees, they'll spray through the smoke. And a fake TV to distract them, but it's just for a couple of seconds. Fireball ops, it's 2 quick succession, but it's spawned in kind. It's up to Allen up top. The spike can't go down just yet. They got 15 seconds. Allen falls. And now they got the space to plant. But it has to be here. It has to be now. They got 10 seconds.
They're back!
They didn't commit. So it takes both of them.
I have retrieved the
Core,
spike.
they started to fight. They should. And at what cost? Sogo with that Ascent Classic. Doing work.
That is such a tragic choke from Core. I am absolutely amazed by that. Perfect take. Alexander perfectly stalling, just exhuming presence, not even hiding at that point. Just saying, yeah, cross me, I dare you.
Oh, this is
I might still be selling this. Maybe we're coming back to this. And Sogo and Kess were stuck in B for millennium. And yet, just as they come back, oops, Spike's not down, oops, 15 seconds on the clock, oops. We've lost one of the most crucial rounds this game to get us back in. Nightblood are locked up.
But they're still locked out.
As soon as I say that.
Okay. A good opener, Allen, but that's not a win, but the judge is on a bit of an awkward angle at this point. Still gets his one, though. His counterpart taken. They're all crouching. And beautifully well done. Oh, my ops. It's a fire range for him. But only 2 shots down before he has to exit out. Speed wish the 3v2 now left behind. Apple Gaming looking to convert their bonus, but it's looking a bit tougher and tougher as time goes on. Logan and Snarly still, but only with classics currently. Spike scales through mid after go up against Psych for Util, as that can be activated by Sogo at any time. Camera rotating just yet, but the trip is around mid. They will be spotted. Look at Cash. The timing. Sees him. Spray. He's good for it.
Spike down mid.
One falls. Logan looking to survive as long as he can, but he knows. A trip. Yeah. Walks in. Bye-bye.
weapon here.
And keeping 3 stable there. Again, solid patience once Ellum falled. But not learning his lesson, clearly going for that outlaw again. And unfortunately, only body shot nerf to kill. So make sure you're finding the dome there, Ellum, for wherever you're gonna be posted up, which again, once again appears to be mid. This is almost like an inflatable, like one of those inflatables you see at a car,
That goes there.
like at a car show. Like he's begging you to come over to that mid spot. Pretty please. I have a gun that will not kill 4 of you.
My eyes are down.
Yeah, just I think it's the wacky inflatable arm flailing tubeman is what you're referring
Yes,
to.
that was perfect. Yes, thank you.
Practice that a lot for Family Guy, but this is wacky as well. Oh, shotguns. for the mid instead. They'll reposition again. This similar split that we saw from Core as well too. Looking walking through B. Oh, here for the timing is so good. Judge Gun once again spaces it out perfectly. Not be opened up. Alim waiting for his chance to walk through the smoke. Shot lined up, but it's not enough. Caught behind the mesh. And it cautiously helps out Cass, but only for one.
Back soon.
And to leave things
I
here.
have the spike.
Core finally get the round chance and
enemy
opportunity with 3 against 1.
Spike planted.
A little bit stunted. Everyone a little bit uncertain of how to manage that push, mid push. But they still got the job done. Still into the kills. And everybody did end up finding value, which is something Snarly is really going to have to hunt for the way that Fireball Ops did on this attack.
Oh, hold them to their grave.
And he still does. Into Boathouse with the ultimate, and that will certainly find one. Does Bunny have the space to fire at this? Certainly not. Flashes himself before he even swings and wins it out.
A beautifully patient play, allowing his teammate to be sacrificed. I mean, but knowing that, you know what, this is a lost cause. I'ma hold my own. He said, yo, don't worry about me, champ. I'ma do me, you do you. And he truly does. Holds the sight down. And Core convert the bonus. Well done by them. But now here is where the true test starts once again. Now look, Alim as well also looking not too great with the weapon he has, but if you can get one, that's all shots taken, just one body. I believe it does enough damage to at least scare Alim off, but not enough to secure much more space.
And now Snarly can just take his place, and Alim will use another chamber to catch Snarly, so ultimately finds enough value, but will give his life away, and that will open up mid and/or force Win to watch it. Force Smoke into B main as Cass is firing down that lane when that recon procs. Perfectly timed defense yet again from Lisova, who is just going to spray through the second he even hears Nerve waving his little hand. Almost 4, but Alex will at least shut that dream down, but still, this is absolutely undoable for Core. NBG starting to build another dynasty in the bank this half.
That was a beautiful way to play out the kill right round. Boom. Yep. Shotguns. Like I was saying, the Owen spam though works out so well, especially with them placing the trip right by mid in near kitchen. So they decide, you know what? They knew they're gonna go for switch, and with the smoke right there for forecast, right? It's really well timed and played too. So now through this, Nightblood will force the timeout from Core, considering the previous round was a decent bit of a shutout. So I wonder what Core decide to do in terms of the adaptations. They're definitely planning for the round afterwards, or considering the eco they have currently. There's no big ultimate to be online, with except Alexander's one away from his, right? So that can definitely help out. Roll Theft previously, you know, of course, all the infos, big W +1 for sure. Aside from that, though, it's Core. I think they've got to reimagine how they want their side hits to be done because the mid plays are not working out so well.
Yeah, I mean they're doing what Core. The problem is Core is doing exactly what they intend to do, but they're losing so much along the way that you really have to question the worth of it. Like these mid plays aren't not working because like Core isn't doing them right. It's just Core is like losing the fights on the way there, and then obviously they're not going to have enough to actually completely make it through. If you're gonna try and run through 2 doors instead of 1, obviously you're gonna be a little bit shaken before you hit that second one. And Core, so far, they're just running into a slammed door and bouncing right back.
Shadows traveling.
Hey! Outlaw's gonna find him this time.
Decoy. Yeah.
You feel like you call the timeout after this round, or you feel like this was the round to call it?
Well, I'll tell you right now because it seems though my mic muted itself once again.
Oh, dang it!
Oopsie, that's okay. But I was saying, hey, good job from good job from taking that. Wait, another shorty shot. Nerval jumps. and right click.
It's a 2v1.
Oh my god, that thing is a shotgun essentially too. Like you're saying, a 2v1, and Core making this all the more possible. Because their Nerve also has a Vandal here too. But all of 66 health, but this is doable. If Alhim sees him though, it's a one-shot kill. He just has to not get seen. That's it.
30 seconds
He's
left.
taking his time. They don't hear all this. The plant going down now on the site here, Center. Having a reposition towards offside. Yes, he does. He has one TP for the fake. Look at this. Look. Both gonna go through heaven. Alhim committing the dimensional drift to this is huge because they can exactly realize where he's looking to hold. And now through this too, you can hold him off pretty much all off site. They have to know he's holding way off main. They have to know Pat has this too. Yeah, he flashes for it as well. And Nerves tanks both of those. Really well played by Alhim.
Weapon here.
Very well played by Alhim. Ability to hold on to both of those. Just take that. But it goes to show how much Core were willing to drag NBG the distance this round. Really appreciate that CP coming in from Nerve. That was really well placed.
I need a drop.
But reaction from NBG, unfortunately, enough to once again lock it down. And so now we're back to the full buy. Now we're back to Core. I mean, this will be their last chance at holding on to a full buy.
Thanks.
And they have a Cypher ult to kind of jump off of. Maybe they want to get an aggressive Logan ult in there, which is why we'll see, yeah, Alhim hold this early with the op to make sure you can't touch it. And Fireball doing the very same thing on B main. I really don't want to hand anything else over to this Core squad. 5 rounds is a small gap at the end of the day.
Easily recoverable. See both of them.
Now mid's an option permanently. They can slow this round down so hard.
Yeah, they decide to actually peeking through. With nothing found around mid, they'll just scale back instead, but they go right to NBGs. They're holding these upwards angles, so up top and down below. 3 falling in succession means that not for Core. What they had thought about in terms of what they wanted to get done immediately falls apart within seconds. Now with 2 left alive for Core. I think a save should be the real option.
It really doesn't feel like you can offer much to this, but
yeah, because look at the ego tenor, right? It's like they're still trying for this.
No.
30 seconds
I
left.
respect it.
I don't know if I don't know if there's room in the budget for this, guys. Alex is really in there, and you can almost feel him still asking the question of like, should we commit to trying to plant this?
Well, commit they are, my friend. They got 14 seconds, so it is either now or never, and now is the answer. Yeah. Hard to put out. Alexander tagged. Alexander dead. Third shot whips a bit, but they should know as to where Snarly's not looking to hold to the back of the site. Snarly, 1 Vandal, 3 people. Let's get it started. Spotted. Oh no.
Yeah, early spot. And
Yep.
man, we were ready to make that an Odyssey. Well, positives here. You do have Hunter's Fury. You do have Neural Theft going into this round 19.
Match point.
And probably a half by now, right? There you go's got to be kind of streaked into something relatively decent. Yeah, you get a Vandal in there. So not completely out of the woods here is Nightblood Gaming, and I loved that early round where they just sent that clone up, shot that trap wire down. You saw Kess already having to rezone to hold CT back, and I mean that's how, you know, we saw Nightblood open Core up early on in the previous half, was just by that passive space generated just by playing the court and not giving away these first bloods that Alhim has just been able to scoop up.
It's an easy start too, considering the managed to land the first. He definitely saw the rest of the stack here as well. So now the questions for Core is they still have to commit to this. Charlie's all the way in. The mesh is put down, but they'll trade one more, and they'll just run their way in past the flashes.
I know exactly.
It's one after the next. The hard to trade is so much work for them to push by Nightblood. We're still 3v3. One away from the drift. problem. If you look to find one more pick, Nerve, scaling in, past smokes, a bold and brazen play to take back some more heavy control, but this drone, he'll sneak past it. Cass has to take his gun out and right on time to save his life.
Really tried to outspeed that Odin and almost did.
Just maybe just been enough though to bring the round back. But the question is now is how do they take this, right? Still, not a ton to work with. He has that one right off sight. Logan does enough. That's one of his own. Just good shots. Alexander now down below 3 health. So we can spam this. It's Cypher v Cypher. His one way picks it. Alexander saves the game.
What incredible discipline from Alexander, holding hell the entire time. And it was after Core already committed so much to that round. Really felt like an uphill battle that entire way through. You couldn't completely play off of that neural theft. But no smoke available up B main. Let Alexander keep that security for the lineup at least a little while longer. Enough to spray through and win that fight. First of many Core will have to hold on to. And now, 2 more ults in the tank to take this next round, both of which very good for the aggression that Core so desperately needs to start cashing in on.
Who's next?
My territory, my rules.
Puts out the drift,
Throwing
annihilation as well. Goes a bit of miss, puts out the flash, and the fake as well to bait them into it. But Fireball doesn't fall for this. Keeps it cool. Bonnie's still gone. A key part of what Core needs to be able to open up more of these rounds is the flashes is there. That trip again. And with Soko playing off of it, falls one after the next. These killer trips are incredible. The value not taken, not 2 gone. Now Core already are starting to look rough and things are now in dire status. One after the next, man. They haven't been able to find much more. They should realize where NBG are holding, but now for Core, they gotta make a choice as to where they go. Do they actually try to still commit to A? But Alm's right behind them. He's watching them like it's a movie, but this was about to close. This the last act for the map. NBG take Ascent.
Halen might as well have been a second observer for half of that game with the amount he was dimensional drifting and just opening up the site. And yet, half of the other half of the game, he was just sniping and getting opening first bloods over and over and over and over and over again. So many weak pushes coming from Core that just did not give them the same half that Nightblood were licking their lips for in those opening 5 rounds of the first half. That aggression cannot be replicated here on Ascent, but it apparently also can't be replicated by Core. Scary conception going into the second map.
An even start leading to a runway finish. And I did mention before, Nightblood on their defense, even in the first Ascent map they had, looked immaculate, and the story stays similar. But we've got a second map to play for and potentially a third. The next being split, Core's pick. So y'all want to find out what's going to happen right after this.
Welcome back on to the final map of the final match of the group stage for today. Potentially final map. We're about to find out. 10 rank and Ravishing Ravish here with Core versus Nightblood Gaming in a lower bracket rematch to determine the last spot given in this group to the playoff teams. Core and Nightblood have been fighting all dang day. Unfortunately, Core dropping early on, but besting Turtle Troop in a best of 3 to get back up here. Nightblood Gaming, unfortunately, falling to Rankers to get back down here after an Ascent map that Nightblood Gaming had a pretty hard lock on. We'll head to Core's pick of Split here. Ravish, do you think we see a map 3? Do you think Core has what it takes on this map that we haven't seen anything from Nightblood on?
Now, considering it was so very close, especially after a little bit, Core were able to get a pretty good read on how Nightblood wanted to play their first attacking half, right? I do believe this map will be close, especially since this is Core's pick. Now, whenever Core have been on their comfort picks, right, they've been very confident. They've looked like a much different team, and they've realized how other teams also want to play as well. So they're able to adapt to that pretty quickly and quite well. Now, if we do look at the most recent split, which was against Turtle Troop, that was a very close game. But for Core, they managed to actually they managed to outperform on their attacking half on what is a very defensive sided map. So I think in general, we should be expecting a very strong half from Core at the least, and then we can kind of see how the game progresses.
Well, Nightblood revealing their composition choice for this map includes a Reyna pick from Alim. I can count on my hand the amount of times I've seen that this tournament. So we'll see how that goes. Core gonna start this off with a beeline attack down B main. Snake bite by Sogo, who has opted for the Viper. Will quickly shut that down temporarily, enough for the rest of Nightblood to come galloping on over to the site, but spray through a couple smokes and you'll get some early chip done that Core can collapse on into the first frag of the game. A lot of members of Core kinda low, but not dangerously so here in the pistol round, and with so much range between them and Nightblood, they got a lot of time to just chill. Smoke to zone them out, and all of them zoned out by that paranoia in tandem. Double drop down, win, good for 2, but NBG still fighting from behind, and Alim yet to reveal himself. It's pretty obvious where he's got to be at this point, and no Lears available to open yourself up this round. A weak pistol round for Nightblood Gaming should give Core an opening on the attack here, unless Fireball goes crazy. Good start onto Alexander. Double swing from any which way. He's got to watch so many different angles, bro. This is so tragic. He got no dang time on the spike, man. He's got no dang time. Only one up for the remainder of Core, but that's enough to get him over the line.
Like we mentioned, a pistol will be a pistol, but it's something that I expected out of Core, right? With what we mentioned previously, that this is where Core shines. Their attack on split is something that they were doing quite well on. If you look at the stats, even too, on them as well, like 4 split, they're actually decently even in terms of attacking and defensive rounds, only off by 2%. So you don't see a lot with a lot of teams because it's usually a pretty one-sided split, but you can focus more on that instead as you get split apart on the side of Core. NBG, 2 taken quickly by Bonnie, saw the one in the corner, and this is going to be a 10-second round, bro. Quinn is just so far from his team.
Yeah, just brute forcing through the stack this time around. Gamble from Nightblood that, as usual, won't pay off here in the follow-up. Losing only 1 gun in the process as well, with 2 Guardians on your front line. That's actually pretty impressive from Core.
Cover going out.
Again, Quinn goes for a crazy shutdown here, but a classic and Bucky. He's only going to check short corners here, and Core should be pretty safe. Million years to see where this kid's at.
Shadows.
Smokes out Heaven again, or no, that's screens.
Nah, like he wants to die here, right?
Yeah, he'll just die into it.
Yeah, I mean, he could get 1, but it's not really worth it. Just getting like the couple hundred creds, because giving the ultimate early on means you can try to snowball further. And
yeah,
he was thinking they were leaving. They were not. Waited till the last damn minute to get out of there. Now leaving Bonnie 2 away from their overdrive. So that's gonna feel really nice. A 4-on-1 start with the Guardian in the last. So like you were saying, brute forcing the way past the stack, and for QOR. Now with them going into the bonus, This is where they want to most definitely convert, because that's what Nightblood did to them. In the first map too, that's how they started their 5-0 lead in quick succession. And this, we want to break their eco to ensure that the map is handily in your favor. I put out up through heaven the smoke to cover keys, and there's already a lot of attention being paid here up top.
Both sides. NBG starting to gravitate to the fence. Core infiltrate, invade, and nobody dead yet. Grab net perfectly placed to open things up on the Alum. And now middle gets snaked through by Core at lightning speed. Everyone at low health, perfect for Win. Shotgun to go crazy. The one non-rifle will end up doing the most. Nerva gets spray back after Quinn goes window shopping, and that'll be enough space generated, and luckily enough players killed to give Core that security.
Man, Quinn actually almost got away from that. If that one minute wasn't a thing, which it won't be anymore, he would have been able to just get out Fireball. It's a 2v1. Snarly's quite low. As they anticipate the lurk, there was a question. Turns around, that's taken out in quick succession, and sees him all the way at the back. Snarly,
no blind.
You could flick a booger at him, and he will die. And Fireball blows his nose and takes the round.
Stunning turnaround from Fireball Ops, but it's what he had to do to open up the attack in the first half of Ascent. It is what he'll have to do to clutch up many a defense when circling back from a lurk. Expect a lot of those late entries to come from him specifically. And so I expect also a lot of 4-1 splits in mid-rounding from Nightblood Gaming going forward if they have that kind of confidence in him this consistently.
Yes, this should do.
I mean, that's fair, and I believe you are quite correct on that, especially considering they did do a lot of that, especially up against Turtle Troop. Especially as it got a much later in the round, they're more than willing to just kind of escape from a site if need be. But they don't need to do that once Allen gets caught. Win again with the judge. Come on, but they give him 2. Annihilation, catches Win. The angle, the curve of the bullets, the wraps and the strings. Judge now a non-factor as Keys with the pop flash through. A second judge has hit the site. It doesn't matter. That gets also becomes a non-factor. Core with better guns and better timings allow themselves to maintain supremacy and keep their lead open by 3.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this Reyna pick hasn't been working out too well for NBG so far. Alim's not even really been able to do all that much with it. Kind of just getting in front of fights, saying, please, exec on me. And Core was like, okay, thanks. Snarly, good for 3 this round. Has a Dimensional Drift ready for any approach he wants to. And they've already been staggering with Bonnie. So now they'll just be able to do that even worse to this Nightblood team this round.
Now, to be fair, Core are playing double duelist, right? So you realize that, of course, they're going to be way stronger in their attack. The first half is going to be pretty runaway. And Nightblood, I think they have to find ways that where they can at least slow this down. Now, naturally, Allen playing first contact as a Reyna is not the way to do it, because Reyna, especially on defensive maps, are your lurkers, right? You want to allow them to play pretty individually and catch them off guard instead of Cypher. So it really should be Fireball, you know, playing so far up like that, playing off of his strips even, or even his camp if need be. And they can usually just play more so off site because the Reyna Leer covers so much space. Them using that to flood in and retake that should bode, or, you know, should at least fare better for themselves. But I'm just an observer of the game. I can only think as to what might happen. We'll have to watch in front of us as what will happen.
Yeah, I'm just really not sure where you place him. Because if you want him, I mean, perfect world, you'd have him lurk on the mid site. But since he's Reyna, it's like he's so much less powerful in counteracting anything like a smoke. And with Nerve playing Astra, they're even wider, they're even fatter, and they can instantly turn into either a stun or a suck whenever you want them to. So go figure Allen doesn't want to hang out in vents. So what do? You have him hang out B gate alone by himself this round on the save. See if he can find anything, and he will. ult. Bonnie just running straight out and a second shot. Hey, there you go. Yes, Alam's saying, yes, please exec on me, but not using any util before you swing it. Yes, that's exactly how I wanted you to do it the whole time.
I mean, works out beautifully. Because now through that, they allow themselves to open up the site even more. Right, now, him playing further back definitely was a ticket to the key to success. Is,
Spike planted.
I mean, two of that, but a sheriff, but albeit on a save, they have a judge available too. They're gonna have to look to find more cheeky picks. Snarly.
Oh my god.
Doing work by front sight. And considering the gun diff is quite evident to Huynh is gonna be in trouble with this one. Little cast his timing. Snarly set up for the ace. Huynh taking one as he was a bit distracted. Pops into him, looks at Nerve in the ace for Snarly.
Would you do this again?
He does it all himself when no one else is able to. Bonnie was a distraction the whole time, as it turns out. And Snarly gets to walk up right to backlink, place a TP wherever he wants to, psych out both lanes of defense on the retake. And with the help of the deadlock wall, he doesn't have to worry about the third one. Great shots from this kid. 11-3-1 going into round number 6. Another one saved, another one staggered for Nightblood, who sit on the precipice yet again. Alum ult. All rifles except one. Lone Judge once more. Empress popped this time for the B lane holder, who is going to hear and see far more than before. Still good for the opener yet again.
And they look to find more here, like out of paranoia. They want to play into this as a hold them all B main. If you're core right now, you gotta rotate. As you realize that your stacks have been finally seen through. And they'll play into the gamble stack from NBG. Power people strong, they can match them. I don't know why the accent came out. They'll just move through. They look to re-hit it up by Heaven. Soga's watching it. The timing here could be crucial. No smokes there either. Sees them, one walk by. Gives up the space. They can go through ropes and look to hit A. All the Cypher util is there, but they play patient. They want to wait for them. They're walking into them. Alum just does it all themselves. Just takes his souls and opens a space, stands in front, and tells the tales of death while Kess takes his life.
Really getting in his face for that one, Alum. So I guess the formula, I guess you use farm Empresses, and that's what this Reign is gonna do, is get enough kills to scare core away from wanting to go down B lane. I guess they're really scared of using that early util up garage, because what if, you know, they're piled on, what if they burn it into absolutely nothing? I mean, you have a whole abyss of intel to gain entering something like a B site, so you want to hold on to as much as possible.
Caught one.
So going into the second quarter of regulation here, core will now set their sights on an A lane W key, which they haven't since that first round that MPG ended up clutching with Fireball Ops, who will get this first frag from on high. Core have really breached no space at all. They've just gotten on the site, and while they'll get the spike down, they still have a huge man advantage.
Almost out. Face your fear!
See how much longer they can keep it, right? It's 3v5. They gotta find a way to look to scale into the site. And the first step of that is taking out Bonnie. Overdrive not gone. They see one at the back. Past the lead and the paranoia. Everyone on the site is blind. We're talking about the retake. And that's only done because all 5 of them were there. Individual duels won, and Nightblood, one round after the next, are making their way back in.
Slowly reducing the amount of options core have to enter in the first place. Just slowly getting better, honestly, over the course of this map. All these players locking in and starting to hit a lot more heads. So placement, do you have to shuffle it? Does Nightblood change anything that they're doing at this point? Not really. It seems like everyone's maintaining their lurks. This Viper setup's gonna continue getting recycled up the mid-swing to vents. Alum is gonna keep on holding this choke, and now he's even gonna have some extra help.
Don't get in my way.
Speaking of chokes, one set up by mid, cut off as an option. Sogo holding inside with his shorty. Although they love their shotguns, but the smallest one will be handed over to the Viper. Sees the TP right by them. Alum taking out the holding the forward angle once again at the beginning of B main. Hey, I'm being punished for it isn't ideal, but you know, right now for NBG, I think you'll take those after 2 successful rounds. and, you know, just forcing the option from Court to be corralled into A.
Which they will take the bait on, but Snarly with this dimensional drift in hand doesn't have to worry about all the setup on top of it. And now with a grab net measured on a Fireball Ops, Snarly sees his opportunity. Fireball Ops fakes it out and still gets the kill before Nerve will trade it back. And the run-in from Bonnie is not properly punished. Of course it isn't. They're playing Neon. Cosmic Divide on top of the plant just to elongate this round and make it impossible for NBG to try to fight it. Now they ask the question, do they even bother? Deadlock wall up screens. Everybody completely walled away, but in different ways as well. Quinn is on an island comparatively. But NBG, they see a moment, they see a window, and they'll enter in it. Quinn going for the heist of the century here, right on top of a sonic sensor, and he's gonna try and make as much space as possible. Still can't escape it, but opens up enough for Kess to at least get a frag back, and now jumping with the judge to grab one more.
Timing.
Kess and Sogo, the mad dash back to try to hold this spike, which Kess can. Astra suck, not effective enough. And Nightblood Gaming get away with their fourth.
We're walking. Nerve walking when they're defusing. No! I'm not sure if you didn't hear the tap, but I understand you want to continue to lurk here, brother, but it's time is of the essence. Yo, gas prices are rising. We cannot be going 40 and an 80. Like, it's tough times right now, so it was unfortunate by the end of it, allowing Nightblood to equalize, and you were mentioning too that they're playing off a man disadvantage and getting the first right below, and especially with the wall invested too. A heavy round to lose. The peak on mid. Sogo gives up the first, and Nightblood, they've been pretty good about losing the first in these rounds.
Yeah, they aren't sweating it too much at this point. First Blood's apparently not too influential so far this game. Just very early. And it'll force a huge switch of a play style. Hey, how about that one? There goes your Astra. Kess finds Nerve on raw timing. And Nightblood Gaming says, okay, let's see what we can do with this. They'll try and follow Core through vents here, but with Alexander proccing ultimate, it's hard to not keep a distance. Alum? Except for Boney, who you can kind of hear coming. Alum is still ready on this B site and is good to fight. So is the rest of NBG. They'll take the lead.
No one to interrogate.
Yo, my man Willie said, watch this. It just tap sprayed 3 people. The rest of his team comes around. And of course, one of these ran out of options. And slowly running out of steam here too. Not talked up a lot about how their attacking side was clearly ones that they've shown the most strength on. Albeit in terms of stats, and historically, they have about, you know, like a 2% differential, but that's over time for the entire squad. And if NVG split as well, naturally, defense decided for them too, as it breaks down. So they're finally able to show their roots, but for Court, this has been similar to what we've seen from the previous map too. You see one-sided rounds, but still even half, and out for Cass. He wants to make sure that goes away. The spray is good. Second not taken. Can't see what they want to shoot down. As it continues, nothing necessarily planted. Bullets pelted. Spike goes down.
Oh, Alum, this was such a tough risk to take. The very first time deciding to walk up mid. It was a really strange switch up. And for Kess to play that long range with the Odin and be the only one standing there, it presents such a much more transparent threat than Alum, at least in my opinion. Nightblood Gaming slowly getting cut down, and Quinn still got an op in hand. Still makes it work on the drop down into the smoke. Can't be properly punished either, man. It really is still NBG's playground. And now a 2v2 that can be managed. Proper guns picked up by both sides, but is there time? Fireball opening frag, but Snarly's made it all the way back around. Win can't hold this back, but can jump up for the shot and does not have time. Core stalled just long enough.
They are somehow made it work once again, but just barely. But for Core, they hang on and they delay with just enough time. And I find that's where the weakness sort of comes in for Nightblood Gaming in the comp, right? You can't exactly just dive right in. You have to take your time and pick your fights. Especially with losing Sogo right off the beginning. You don't have a wall to play off of. You can't necessarily reposition. No snake bites or nothing, and not much useful to like clear out close angles. So here's where we start to lose a bit of the plot. But a story still going on as A starts it off. Win plays it patiently and it's got to get out of there. Oh no.
Immediately the relay bolt on top of this. Logan is...
Oh no.
Oh my god, the coverage. Bonnie was ready for
Spike down
everything there. And is now leading the charge from Core onto A site. Before Heaven's even fully clear, don't worry, rest of Core's got that covered, Buckaroony. Nightblood completely zoned away. Honestly, you might save if you're NBG or try and make it a 6-6 game.
Yeah, consider the eco. I think that would be the most optimal play they could do, but they've never saved thus far, right? And why would they do that now? Just walk right into 4, C1. Alexander, he's covering the angle this time. Spray through, doesn't matter. The boy Alex, good for both.
Last round before the switch.
Almost some consolation kills there, kind of felt like. MBG just walking towards that bitter end. With only the TP in hand, seemingly, Alum has no reason to go ultra aggro for this orb. Because either Core covers it or Alum gets worthless space and now has to go on a mad dash to wherever the actual push is. So it'll have to be a first blood for Nightblood Gaming if they want any forward momentum. Luckily, it's the right lane to do it.
No escape.
This is aiming right for Alum, right in the back of wood. That's why he's readjusted the backside behind the pedestal. And we'll actually use both Leers to re-peek, but we're already smoked out, buddy.
Yeah,
Core's already an A site, man.
We're gone. We're out of there. And now they're gonna watch for the rest of these angles too. They're playing super close here, and the Nightfall doesn't catch him. This kid's big. He plays off the trip and his own cage. AD spray, but nothing taken. Just a bit of damage. The pelts up top. Alum smoked in. He stays alive for it, but Soko can't get his own. We gotta clean up the site. Alum doing the Lord's work up top, and with the Hoon by his side. Win! Alum! Back to back, dap one another, said, yo fam, tap you in, let's get it.
Dang, that really was quite the tag team operation. I am amazed that Alum got away with 2 dry swings when literally everyone knew he was out of Leers. Actually, I guess not everyone knew he was out of Leers because they were so far away from him using them. I guess reason to fear him. But it'll lead to a 6-6 half here that Nightblood is able to conjure up for themselves. And yeah, all the questions towards the comp. Where does Alum go? How does Kess fit into the picture? Where does Sogo condition? What the hell is this Nightblood attack going to be?
An incredible question that I want to see as well. Now, considering there's no double duelist, right? So, with how they're positioned, I'm assuming that the like the 3-2 splits gonna go down mid off of Alum. Never mind, he's gone. I hit my mic. Oops, sorry.
That was the death of Alan Gong.
Yeah.
Bong.
We'll miss Alan dearly.
But yeah, you can't push off of him anymore. You gotta make it artificially.
I have the spike.
Sogo still working with this wall to at least try and keep some members here weighted on B. Maybe pack him in a little bit heavier towards tower. It's gonna work. Kess's peek is early, but good on a Snarly. Early is what you need. The other 2 members of Core duck back, and they'll fight their way through. Logan's gone. Logan's so good, dude. Oh my god.
Dude, Low Gang does it again. Another triple to secure the round for his team. That looked a bit scary for a couple of seconds, but don't fear, Logan is here. A 4 to close out the round, keep Core up. Their pistols have been immaculate thus far.
Just a really great reaction time coming from Core the moment that Nightblood got the drop on him. They dropped right back. What a fadeaway from Logan. And he will be rewarded with a Phantom and half of a Nightfall. Already ready to cycle is Core. Already ready to go to map 3 is Core. Nightblood start with a 3-1-1 on the A swing. It's not Allen pushing up mid this time. It's Win on his own smoke. Shorty in hand.
The Shorties have run rampant concurrently, but let's see if the trend does follow. The deadlock only saves is so deadly. Allen, good for his 1. Fades out and is as quickly out of there. Alexander forced to reposition. Heaven not giving up just yet, but now with this shallow control taken, but the site has to be the ultimate prize that they need to move towards. The dog to find the info close. They see one in the corner and a second towards Cubby. The rest of the team now all looking to walk in. They have all the Deadlock Utah on site, so we'll be slow to start shooting. It's a 5v4 as we take a second to breathe.
Sitting on a bevy, but peeks at exactly the wrong time. NBG yet again, their timing's perfect. But Nerve's gunplay is still good to hold it back, and that leaves time for Bonnie to get back. And he's playing Neon. Slide in for one. No more slides available, but still
30 seconds
better
left.
gun in hand. And the ability to play for this time when desperately giving time to Sogo to make sure that they could play this advantage and maybe bait Bonnie into leaving. Looks like it might work a little bit.
They've got a plan. They've got to do it now. Again, it's 10 seconds. You got to remember, it's a Neon. Bonnie could just try to run, but unfortunately runs out of options at this point. Move his way around through Heaven and scale him back through the site through main. Check every single corner, re-clear every single option to ensure if a flank is there to lose. Check Sogo first, plays that beautifully and patiently, but Bonnie gets tagged, 9 bullets, has to reload, luckily finds a second, and it's up against Win, wall bangs him, Win didn't have a chance. Bonnie to save the day.
Stuck with one shot in the chamber. What more can you do than play for time and hide, thinks Win. Bonnie can turn it into a save of the follow-up.
I'm out of here.
And hold on to that Phantom.
Go, go, go.
That will now try to step stool them into momentum following this bonus. That Win will now only be able to buy an Outlaw for. Punishment continues to ring out round for round here. Every second Nightblood does not capitalize on every advantage that they could find here.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, because the Outlaw is all they need, right? If you look at Core's buy, naturally, because they lost almost everybody on their ANSI, then they're not rocking any shields. They got Sheriffs and like you mentioned, the one Phantom and a Bucky for Snarly, which is positioned close on A. But here, a one shot, right? That's basically an op at this point. With 2 in the chamber ready to go, so for Win, he can have some big impact kills if he lands an early sightline onto anybody. So he's playing much more far forward, as you can see, right? Taking these peaks, realizing the power that he holds, and Asogo on the other end. Cage dropped, so option not cut off for B main.
Bonnie attempting to be the raid boss for this core defense this round. The only player, like you said, able to afford that max armor.
Shadows
might be against the right spot. Win opens into. Bonnie finds the shot and the swing back into Alum. Perfectly cleared. Kess just barely gets away, but where do you go from here? You have to go for the B crunch. But Fireball isn't even back yet.
30 seconds left.
Time for core to completely reset, and you bet your ass get more players to B site.
Bonnie is saving them kill by kill, inch by inch. Taking 2, there's massive, knowing they were all the entire team's on a save. The only gun alive, not Kess though, instead. To equalize the odds, lay his claim on splits. But 10 seconds left, the spike once again has to go down. It has to be now, and they better defend him with his life. Body blocking if they have to. The Bucky is good, Snarly gets active, but gonna have to do a bit more on site than just those pot shots that he's got. Puts in the Outlaw. Almost a disgusting 2K. Lines them up like it's a firing range. What are we talking about here, Snarly?
Taking a walk. Absolutely walked on. Snarly.
My ult's ready.
Tacks some style points onto his already ludicrous KDA this game so far.
I'll pick them apart.
And it's definitely not single-handedly, but the impact from this Yoru, the ability to just get in front of fights at lightning speed, almost at the same pace as Bonnie, makes it so you can never let Core out of the picture. Massive steal. That could potentially get them right to map 3 if they play their cards right. Ult's ready to cycle, and an NBG once again on the verge of collapse.
This has been 3 rounds now where Core has managed to survive in this game off of 3 different players' heroics. Bonnie, Logan, and Snarly. In rounds that seem so heavily NBG favored. And you can't really call a timeout after that. It's like, what do you say? It's like, hey guys, don't die to him. Like, okay, I guess, you know, like whatever. But it does lend to be seen as to how you can make sure the round is ultimately in your favor. Now has to start with Logan. A good flash. He can't get out of that one. Fireball ops. Starts it off hot. A heavy investment round already. 2 ultimates laid claim. B in their lines. And they want to make sure they capture handling not a single person left alive and breathing. Nothing to be seen, no life left on sight. The Slide will only watch his death in 1080p. Just Snarly again, the hero at last. Can he continue his second act? Does he get a sequel? No. It's a one-time prize.
Yet again, it's Fireball Ops on the Sentinel role that ends up being the most effective aggressor we've seen from this NBG attack so far this half. And it just comes from that knowledge, those sight lines, that rush down, that hunger that he's clearly got to just make whatever attack work.
Here.
And with that neural theft to help guarantee, could respread, reallocate, and take some more time. A proxy timeout to give NBG just a little more breathing room and certainly a whole lot more creds. Bonnie is itching to use this overdrive this round anyway.
Yeah.
With all of the util that Core still has built up, they know they can take this round realistically. It's all about collapsing at the right time. Logan really doesn't want to die here. And that opening dink is actually so good for them. Forces Kess to use basically all of the regrowth.
Them down.
And Logan can continue just cycling util against this NBG attack. Gonna try and listen to see what he gets rid of. That's a Leer, that's a bird, maybe a dog. Kess is already really up close.
Yeah.
Oh wow, my fault. Kess has used nothing.
One away from Nightfall here too for Logan, so a pick here would have been a beautiful start. Like I saying, overdrive, what is that tracking? Win, ready for all that. Shoots the second shorty out, let's go. Yeah, cycle through the whole roster, the paranoia as well too. Let's get some util involved. Let's keep that going. Sure, you crack, but you can still shoot, right? So that's easy enough, still 3v4. Sogo may be down, but NBG are not out of just yet. And when finally the strat works, the one-shots become apparent, and now Core know that they can't do much off this. The side is theirs, the entry improbable, and the save now in front of them. Wants to take that, no, not happening. That gun's not yours.
Whoa,
bye-bye.
Everyone's gone, what the hell?
Yep. Crazy, everyone left the party so quickly. What did I do? Is it me, guys? I'm sorry.
Don't everyone start at once. Well, all of a sudden, there's 4 ults here for Core Gaming. And they don't necessarily look like more vulnerable. They were just more, more easily teetered to an eco almost immediately after Nightblood just continued clawing. And now they look more stable than ever. Snarly gonna go for this operator, though, and start this mid-peak that Nightblood has been weirdly not privy to yet. We'll see if that continues after this interaction. Nerve will stave off the B push mega early, too.
Yeah, losing Hwyn that early on isn't ideal, although the weaponry wasn't favorable for him, but your smoke player with the flexibility and the paranoia for the entries is a tough call. So now for Nightblood, where do they commit? They're still expending the resources over to B, but they'll take it. Snart, the op is gone. They're spraying out anybody who comes within their sightlines, breeds even near them. But that won't be the most of it. Only one taken away. They have options available. The Empress still alive and well. And they need one pick here to actually continue the streak. Allen wants it, one layer available. The timing could be huge, the flash through. And they gotta continue this. Allen and Sogo, hand in hand, pinkies together, peeking off of one another. Only 2 left now for Core. Their buy round not going the way they wanted to. It'll be a save in the next. It's all falling apart here, Tenric. Core know this, and they gotta get out of here.
NBG, despite 4 ults in front of them with just Sogo's pit, have the ability to enshroud an entire site's attack cycle this round. And Core have no solid answer for it. Especially after, like you said, Snarly was ISO'd, picked, and then fully punished after Core decided to try to hold down that spot. Seeing the op, hell, the peak is far too valuable in the midst of NBG's push. They were not aware how far the push had gone. We are once again tied at 9, all of a sudden here on Split. And Nightblood Gaming's debut on the map is looking fierce.
They will study, and then they will die.
It's it's been quite an impressive comeback, especially what's been some pretty rough rounds to understand and go up against for Core, right? Sorry, for NBG. I was saying clutch after clutch after clutch, but a recovery, reposition, and for Core, I think they've got to take some time to recuperate and rethink as to what's going on. We were talking about before that, you know, all the heroics that allow them to win these defensive sided rounds have been great, but they can't keep this up forever. And once that kind of all fizzled away, it was NBG to, you know, scale their way back into the round, take clean takes, 5-on-5s, and now on saves one after the next. Core realized that either thrifty they gotta, you know, ensure themselves, or I'd be looking at least being down 10, and that 10th round is going to be a crucial swing round for themselves. So they've got to plan for that pretty clearly. 4 ults available and 1 away from Alexander, so they got the entire arsenal that they can use, and sparsing this out or dumping it all, and maybe the choice. We'll see what they decide.
Yeah.
I think just dump it.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a dump. I think more than anything, they'll try to do a Dimensional Drift into an Annihilation combo like we've been seeing so often on these attacks, just to immediately pick off one. It's a lot more reliable than Asova doing it by himself with his ultimate. And then maybe Bonnie can just let the ult fly just in case. Just for, you know, ultimate site control. It will take a lot, but for Core, it will be enough. Gnarly's actually just going to Dimensional Drift right into spawn, get mega early intel, and NBG is saying, we're not doing anything right now.
Yeah, guys, we're just chilling, relax. What's all the hubbub about?
Okay, ult number 2. Bonnie spots a need and fills it, and that's Spike in hand, too.
Yeah, not trusting the
Knocked him.
Austin doesn't want to give that away. Okay, take some money, it's using the trade. So you only lose a 1-for-1 again, Quinn being gone, but losing it off, you're attacking one especially too, isn't ideal. But firepower still definitely available for what they want to try to get done. They're playing so far back here through mid, and considering how far up Sogo has scaled, the signal most definitely is like, yo guys, just come through sewers. We have A wide open. There's a lot of heat over here. And Core have read this. They're also slowly moving forward. 2 on site on A, ready to match whatever NBG has.
30 seconds left
to go. Even if you do rotate, you'll get intercepted by Nerve far too easily. Who is holding on to this Cosmic Divide for the retake just in case Core isn't happy with the advantage they're already holding on to. They might not have. Logan gets caught early. He's not. Nightfall, and he still gets his gun back out to take down Kess, who's been an absolute menace with the Odin this round. Core will execute the shutdown, and Fireball and Alum are way too out of... Well, Alum's caught in an Annihilation as well. Yeah, sure, why not use that 4th or 3rd ultimate? Or no, 4 ultimates this round. It is indeed a dump, but it's a dump that'll get Core to 10.
And we said it. I was like, yeah, just dump it all. Do it around. Might as well. And indeed they did. They heard my cries. 4 ultimates they're used, I believe. So that, sorry, well, 3, yeah, 4 ultimates used in succession. 1 to get early info, you know, 1 to get the early pick, 1 to shut down the push, and 1 for the vibes. So really just covering everything that you want for Core, and a save round is big here too. It doesn't take away all the eco either for MVG, but they're not 1 away from being flat broke. At least half of them are. And so MVG now, the answer has to be quick and fierce. to get themselves back into the game. No big ultimates on their side. Alexander ready for the initial, but he is taken out swiftly. 2 more right down below to match them, and Bonnie with the peak comes in right on time. The slide is beautiful. And a 3K again. Bonnie with these heroics.
This character
has done incredible things for Core.
Oh,
nice.
Great drift. Again?
I wonder if
There's so much in front of you.
Cutting through.
Yeah, that's not an op given over to a really unideal situation. If you are Nightblood and not anticipating Bonnie in the flank, like you definitely know, you're thinking you still have some time before anything come in, and it's matched by a Nightblood timeout consecutively. Core not 2 away from closing out their map pick and staying alive to go to Haven and continuing their dream forward in getting a spot in playoffs and try to get to challenges once again. No team wants to fall here. No team wants to give anything up, as 2025 challenges is the goal for many of them, and VCT the ultimate prize. And Nightblood Gaming, the adjustments have to be in, because their attacking rounds so far have been stacks being picked off, and after a flank like that, you're thinking, all right, boys, let's figure out what we're actually facing here.
Yeah, it is a little interesting, you know. On a surface level, it really seems like this is a completely pressureless tournament. It's just, you know, a decent amount of money up for grabs, at least for maybe half of the players in this tournament. For others, I don't know. Stream numbers are crazy, but this tournament really does mean so much for Challengers NA in 2025. It is probably the best look that Riot will give you this offseason if you're a team that's trying to clamor for that spot. And for some teams, it was solely to be a Challengers team next year that they did play in this. Or we did months off of his PC in recovery, having to hop on for Turtle Troop today to try to get them to playoffs, just so they could stay in for next year. Is these teams, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders, despite the fact that this tournament doesn't give you a berth, doesn't give you a clinch, doesn't give you much more than just money in your pocket. There is so much more potential in the long run. And with a new core squad, they need to prove themselves again. Bonnie doing a hell of a job so far.
Again, it's been Bonnie in so many of these rounds to keep Core at such high spirits and ability to ensure that the clutch factor isn't even needed from either side. Sogo, taking 2 might just be enough, and the spray is there. Nerve tries to wide peek it, but it's
Spike planted.
far too much for them to handle. And a leave them now with just 1. Logan, we've seen him pop off on a pistol. He's had a bit of a quieter hash since getting his first, and even put the Nightfall about 2 rounds ago, and taking 2 of his own to keep them off sight. But now, no Nightfall, no util, and no chances. Nightblood, after a timeout, recover.
The inability to let up is what gets NBG over the line. Kess holding down that Odin on the peak he's told to hold. Quinn continuing to exec on the chokes that he's told to lean. And Sogo continuing to frag out. I still have notes about this comp. I gotta say, Alum, I don't really know what role suits him in this map. I don't think it's Reyna, unfortunately, but he's having some fun with it, I will say.
Scatter. Or walk in, Snarly making that op work, and seeing the win, anticipating the flank is beautiful. It's matched by Logan, but now it's a what costly lose too. Off the rip and Core, he's putting it down. He has util out. Bonnie comes around and swing again. He's gonna cost both of them. Goes to the cage, slide it back and forth. Almost has no time. Running, ready, stands up. Does that man get anything? He's both still alive. That is huge. If you're a Nightblood fan, but for Core, it's unfortunate for Bonnie. The information is nice and Core scale that further somehow. Sogo not anticipating, as all 3 have moved their way into garage, but they're giving up sightlines on B. They can get the plants on here, but how do they cover this? They don't really have smokes to work off of. So Fireball and Allen are gonna have to go off of vibes, or Allen's gonna peek it right into this op. Oh, no. He's patiently stays. He's not. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
Camera taken out. I must wait a moment.
Only so much you can spend before you inevitably go for it. And Bonnie, despite not landing the kill, does end up stalling long enough for the rest of core to lock in and guarantee that NBG can't fully approach. Once again, it's a ship without half of its parts that makes it onto site, and so obviously that's going to get shut down by a team as refined as core. One round out from taking us to map number 3, which, by the way, is once again different from their matchup. We're going to Haven. This goes to 13.
Spike's dead. You're welcome.
That's
Match point. Go, go, go.
Core 1 away from equalizing. Between dominant starts, rough halves, and mid-round that haven't gone their way, but heroics of their duelists, of their initiators, of Bonnie specifically in so many of these rounds, have kept them here. Up 12, forcing our way possibly to Ascent. As right now, bye on Nightblood. It's all right. You do enough neural theft available, but for Cass, puts out the dog and forces Snarly out.
Good trade that warrants NBG quite amount of space, and Bonnie is not ready for it. Logan luckily can lock it down. 51 HP for him now, and NBG can re-up. Alum is gonna try and peek this again. Is Logan ready? Steps heard on the back out as Sogo gets the opener and trade. Alum has taken a world of space, but Snarly is still holding from screens. Any wanton peek could be the end of Alum, and by extension, this NBG push. Especially if he rebacks out. Alum, if you reverse, if you truck reverse into this.
Oh, okay. He turns around. Now the op is gone, but they know that he's there. He takes him. He picks him, Alum. An incredible timing.
I know exactly.
Managed to take two of them. Two of the biggest factors in this round that they had. One to flank around and one to shoot them down. Nightblood Gaming have found a lifeline. And now Sun Nerve has the wall. 3 stars. And the weight of his team on his back to not try to push to OT. Kess and Fireball with a ticking spike in front of them. Like music to the ears, the sound gets faster. But for Nerve, it's only sign of anxiety. I take a deep breath, peek this, but they're on 2 different timings. They go off one another. He's sandwiched. And he can't even take a bite. And Nightblood, 1 more round away from sending us to OT.
Finally, Snarly is dealt with in the early stage of the round, and thus NBG feel far less of a threat. Core, unsure of where the flowchart leads, decide to try to stick somebody else in mid, but spoiler alert, if Snarly's not there, then Nightblood's gonna try and get there. They do. They get there, they win, they trade, they have advantage, they take site, they win round. They're 1 out from OT now with a pit on the board, which Nightblood was able to shuffle walling into very easily on B site last time Sogo let that go. This could be a one-and-done push that Nightblood can use without even showing themselves while completely giving away intel.
And them surviving past this point is something that is impressive. For Core, it's a lifeline that they so desperately want and need. And for Nightblood, it's salvation that they see in front. Challengers, playoffs, and dreams in front, and dreams ready to be lived out. Both sides have played incredibly. Nightblood getting some inch-outs and Core scaling with every single round that they've done.
A girl out, would you?
Now the question is how they play this out. For Core, let's look at this. Bayer's okay. Bonnie gets at the Bucky. And also has the overdrive too, so if you want to use it all alongside the wall. On the other end, this Viper's Pits is going to be crucial for Core. Sorry, for Nightblood to deny some options as they're walking forward into A. The side is wide open. Kess keeping their attention. This is big. They have no idea. They can walk right past us, but look at the TP that is there and available from Snarly. Remember, it's like Schrodinger's duelist. On one side, he's there, and second, he's not. But it times out.
Yep. It expired. Before Snarly decided to press it, he'll remain with the stack as the pit extends into screens where the entire stack is migrated. But NBG elect to not control Heaven as fluidly, which means Fireball Ops has a stick, and Bonnie has an opportunity to swing! Not a good enough slide this time, buddy! Yes! Now holding with the Odin on the optimal angle. The grab net will slow him down, but NBG, they still have all the control of all of the space that they actually care about. Attempted drop in, Sogo shuts down Snarly. And it's just Alexander left on high, already found out, sprayed to a crisp, and Nightblood Gaming will take us to overtime. They want to get out of here.
Switching sides.
My God.
Overtime.
They've done it. After being 4 down, oh so close, and Core millimeters away from seeing the third. NBG keep us in the game, but now we're back onto Core sights. Remember how dominant they were on the attacking half? It took a bit for Nightblood to adapt to it. And now for Core, we're looking at a full run and stack here. We're right on a nothing to stop them. Bonnie yelling, Snarly flashing, Alexander courageously walking behind them, nade up, ready to take it. And look at the trips. They're in the middle of the site, so they can't actually stop the entry here either. But hopefully they can hold him off. He has no exit. If you're Fireball right now, you gotta play to stay alive, haven't given over. Sogo's watching this, but he gets out. The safer choice is the right one at this point. Tries to get one, nothing taken.
NBG sat for this Core excursion. They made their choice, Core made theirs. Now we collapse onto the point where everyone's vulnerable. The no man's land of A site, but Bonnie is the man.
There.
And we'll clear out the defenders from NBG once more. NBG now, 2 from sewer, 1 from screen. Core, not much left other than a neon to get in your way util-wise. But Nerve is holding far back and spots Allen, but not the second sewer push. Sogo misses his one opportunity though, and now it'll be a mad chase against the waterfall. When the real load is at A site, the real matter is so far ahead of Sogo. An insurmountable defensive round here for Nightblood and Core. No doubt, once again, on the verge of taking us to map number 3.
Take them!
Core, we already said it. Their attacking halves have been immaculate.
Match point.
And the scale up through Heaven, past the wall as well too, used, honestly, by them quite well. Sogo actually was allowed them to cross past him, giving them free cover and shelter. And for Nightblood now, really boss up once again on the attack. Core has momentum behind them, and they want to do a stack of their own. But this time it's on B.
There.
The Odin from Cass wants to sing, no op this time though, as they'll slowly move their way forward. But speaking of ops, Snarly has got his ready, locked and loaded. No flash, and Olim gives away his arm and half of his body for free to Snarly. Already 1 down.
I think we needed a recap before this season finale for Nightblood Gaming, as Alum just fell into those classic tropes Snarly's been recycling so far this defense. 5 stack for the retake. Site is taken, but God, what else? Things looking dire for NBG, as they'll continue to condition, continue to play this toxic screen that will cycle back up the moment the attack comes through. Sees down to Voln run. Bonnie stuck for a moment. Can just wait for the rest of Core to enter in, and with the flash, in goes the slide. Out goes Bonnie. Good for 1 for 1. Now Snarly, the next duelist on the platter, and Logan uses it as a backup line. Core completely infected. Logan able to just hold this spike to give Core a 14-12 victory on their pick of split, and a ticket to a 3rd map here in the group stage.
Entirely possible and honestly expected, especially as you saw after that first map on overtime. It looked dominant, and giving away a pick is not how you want to start off this game. Core have been so good about consistently maintaining advantages so early in these rounds and translating them to victories. Past heroics, past the 3Ks, and past what each member could do. It's Core to stay alive, and it's us to send you to a small break. And when we come back, it'll be Haven, the final map of the night. We'll see you soon.
face.
Final map on the horizon. Both teams fighting for a lifeline. A B01 is all we are left with, and Haven is where we are going. Ravish, Tenrek to take you through it. What's up, man?
What's good, man? We've certainly been through a journey at this point. Both teams collapsing and reforming and having pop-offs and getting the easiest first op kills you've ever seen in your life. We've gotten a little bit of everything, but going into Haven, I think we'll get a little bit more of all of that. We'll see a couple of recycled strategies for lane control from a lot of these controllers, and a whole lot more crazy running in from these duelists.
Yes, sir, indeed. It's going to be incredible to see, especially considering the pop-offs we've had already from both of these sides. And now, as it stands in between the both of them, right, we've got a banger game to play. Haven, I like a lot personally. And what I find can be expressed here for both of them is I imagine we'll see mirror comps when we see usually what they're running. Like, it's pretty similar, right? You know, between Sovas, Breaches, and Neons, right? It's pretty set standard.
Yeah.
And aside from that, we're going to see a lot of skill expression and the expertise of both of them on the mid-round calling. Something that I find they haven't really been able to express so far in terms of the maps you see, especially in this game. So this should be a very fun and tactical game to watch.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, we'll get to watch this round in separate segments rather than a couple of little like mini anecdotes before we actually see the whole story unfold. It'll be multiple parts, multiple opportunities each moment for a team to get a new upper hand. Question is where we go here with these comps, because it is, like you said, it will be, I believe, a mirror comp. It'll be Breach, Neon, Omen, Sova, Cypher. And yep, that's true. With Core starting on the attack once again here. Both Bonnie and Alum back on the duelists here. I expect an explosive first round from both sides. Really, I expect the early lane control from Nightblood Gaming, and because of that, I expect Core Gaming to take Courtyard very early here.
Yeah, and remember, Core have been immaculate on these pistols, especially at the beginning, right? So their attacking halves in general have been the stronger ones too. So as we start things off, like we mentioned, mirror comps on both these sides. As we have seen previously, both these guys have, I think, run these comps around an even number of times, like about 7 to 8 between the both of them, especially on a map like Haven with his roster specifically. So we'll see. So they're pretty both comfortable. Alum gets seen. A nerve to come around, jumping through window by himself though, but the reload catches the rest and him off guard, as he'll be taken for free. With this, they'll scale forward into A.
And they'll actually try and snake this after the fake, but NBG never really moved. So this seaside stack is pretty much the same as it was before, and Fireball Ops is still able to somehow snag 2 before falling. So it'll be a 3v2 retake on the post plant with what happens to be the best 2 post plant agents out of the comp here for Core. So now he ducks back into garage off rip here for the blind. Logan will get in front of things twice, leading to a 1v1 that Alum uses the slide early for, but still manages to take the round with it. Core no longer flawless on the pistols.
Yeah, finally falling after quite some time. And now through that, definitely through the heroics of NBG for, you know, catching them off early, choosing to face them where, you know, they've been caught up before and moving it as a stack as well too. Although the initial by nerve with them trying to flank around doesn't work out, but it's the rest of NBG having to know how to decide, all right, let's just 4-stack up and just try to rush at them because it's a pistol, we might as well. Now through this though, converting a bonus would be nice, especially with them being on a defense too, right? So on Haven, you know, it's a decently T-sided map, but kind of toss and turn. Stacks similar to what we saw out of Core in the previous round, all 5 up, but this time it is heavy A right away.
Already inside, and I guess based on that smoke, has the idea that that's possible, so that's why you'll see the spray early. Happy to give away this position when you have such a better gun. Good relay bolt to push Kess out, but that'll be into a stack for a retake, so NBG will be prepped for this pretty early. Doesn't matter though, Core will take any space they can get it with a blind. They'll actually open up onto Alum just as Kess is getting out of there. Tragic timing for NBG, who are now in a 4v5.
Yeah, this is a good start off for Core, right? They take that all very methodically, playing off with a flash, taking one more. Alexander cohesively taking off his counterpart. But with this though, Kess, him staying alive, crucial in the comeback here. The Ares sings And Kess only getting that baby Odin already to start off his streak.
A fantastic turnaround here from Kess. Will be the last one from MBG to fall this round, holding on to that outlaw still for win. As Core, so far, their attacks have been as fast as we'd like them to be. Problem just comes with the follow-up. They've gotten in front of things, but now they'll really get a fight that they can take in stride, which is why maybe we'll see a tempo shift, but I don't know. It feels like they have no reason to stop trying plan A yet.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's A is like the end all be all, right? Default site where you usually lean towards if you are playing attack on A, right? On Haven, sorry. So with B being the tick early on in the round, right? The lane there. Ooh, good pick onto Sogo. But then to the other end as well, and Fireball facing 3, waiting patiently, realizing that someone from NBG wasn't trying to stop them. Get in their way. Be a party pooper, you could say. And there was only 3 left for NBG. And hoping to just get some guns out of Core's hands.
Trying to extend on a Link to take the fight early against an Alum who would love to get the drop on them. They'll really bully him out of here, actually. Just so Bonnie can force a 1v1 and make the rest of both teams play some normal Valorant for once.
A nice ping off the dart, but Kess has to abandon any chances of wallbangs as the paranoia, afraid of getting peeked, rightfully so. As Kess stands looking to hold his ground to take one. Alum eats that flash. And NBG will take their cuts and their losses. 2 to fall, and Core back in it.
Exactly how they needed to approach it. Very well timed, very well fought. And now options are wide open for Core. NBG will have to maintain watch everywhere yet again, rather than that solo lane and then just rotate accordingly. With this mirror matchup, it's not like they can do much gambling or stacking compared to Core. They've got to just kind of match man-to-man a lot of the time, which is why you'll see Alum going for this hard read down lane early on so NBG can get that intel. Could get big punish for it, though.
Easily so, but ooh, speaking of punishes, that's what you don't actually want to see. Alum, the slide taking 2 is deadly, but it's responded in kind by Core. And the attack, once again, Core wants to ensure they want to keep that streak going. But again, the guns of NBG, they can't just match them just yet. Although man advantage, the exact same, but considering what NBG are offering, they'll choose to back away and make them guess and think. Let's look at this stuff. As considering the theft, I was gonna say, is out, so that's exactly where they're at, and Core can't delay any longer. They've got to rush in day.
Open battlefield suits NBG more on the battlefield, but it suits Core far more off. Migration to A will be unfettered, at least as they enter, but with the Cypher Cam still up, Fireball can play for some long-term intel without giving himself away.
Spike planted.
Spot the hell lurk, at least for one. Snarly's position is the one that's unconfirmed at the moment. Sogo fault lining right on the site. You see Core once again getting in front of this early for the Link fight to avoid all of that util dumping and the early jumping. But with no Neon, they can actually duck back again. Alexander, good check. Into the corner for Fireball, and NBG once again, the fight is reset, and they now have so much less walking into it. Sogo already used everything, but he's gonna try and make this work on the crunch. No time though, and no chance they're able to field out Alexander, who will get a 3-piece to bring Core up to 2.
Dude, Alexander getting the player up by Heaven was the most crucial pickup of that round.
Yeah.
Because if Fireball Op stays alive, then that means that they have no corner pressure. They have to continue holding Haven, and they can't set up the crossfire either. So it could have been a pretty easy retake for NBG past that point, but Alexander holds it down for him and the rest of the team. Has his ult up now too, along with Logan's ready and available for what they want to get done. The attacking side for Core continuing to be very heavily in their favor. As guns right now, not looking too hot for NBG. Puts out the overdrive right now from Alum's end. Hunting for them, just spray down. But considering the cage there, won't find anything. We'll run out of that eventually. But yeah, he's not spotting nobody. Damn.
Almost out.
Yeah, Coral completely respect it. Not even go for a bum rush onto someone they know could be ISO'd.
Mm-hmm.
Walking up the lane. MPG trying to fight for presence now that there's a minute left on the clock. They'd love for Courtyard to be Core's only option. This comp, known for having troubles extending into B-site when it's their only option. Much better at snaking. Run back out. Quinn on top of the paranoia will actually find the connection. Core deciding to take a lot more of that fight than I think we reckoned they would, and it will lead to a lot of damage for Core still getting done. Starlight on crumbs, and Core finally pushed, finally pressed, finally punished.
30 seconds left.
Now far worse for wear. Walking into an A site that is completely uncleared. Very first trapwire, give this away, and with only 20 seconds to go, it's gotta be here. Question is, does Fireball Ops go for this hold? Does he wait for Sogo? He's gotta go for the hold, man.
Yeah,
gotta go
10 seconds.
One enemy remaining.
He's gotta stop
still
this.
found it!
Spike down.
Starly's one shot! He's gotta hold it!
Oh my god!
He made it work. There is no way.
Get by without money?
Just enough time to execute on the play, realizing that he couldn't even go for the fight, as there was still one more person alive. The plant was their only option, and Fireball Ops gets the redemption from the previous round, keeps NBG on the 1-round lead and off of a thrifty as well. The guns still evenly matched, but now for Core, as they got 3 ultimates available and 2 actually usable ones. And it's Bonnie with this Bucky again, so that means we're getting overdrive to start off the round, at least, to rush into the site. And there it is. Bonnie already in, scaling right towards the entrance. Not much to stop them.
I have to clear this trapwire first, and so the Hunter's Fury used offensively. Bonnie, you are not checking, you're just getting 2. Fireball Ops just standing in front of this, grabbing 2 for himself before having to reload. This is a messy round, but Coral will come out on top of it pretty easily after the site itself was taken over. A little bit of homework, unfortunately, not done, but fortunately, Core still have enough to back it up.
Yeah, that was... I find the essentially right call from Fireball Ops, because he wanted to wait for the rest of the team to also walk in to try to get more, considering he wasn't cleared first. But in that time that he waited for the rest of them, 2 of his teammates died. So, you know, not really worth if you look at the math of a 2-for-1, and then he also died afterwards too. So, you know, things kind of really digressed from that end, sadly. But hey, nonetheless, from there though, Core, I'll take that round handily. They'll keep things even, and is what we saw a lot of in the previous BO3 between the 2 of them. Very, very close rounds, back and forth quite consistently. And we're getting a flavor of that once again as we head towards the final round. Oh, bap.
The prize pool starts at the top 8 of this tournament, so at this point, you are playing for money. If you're Core and NBG. To be specific,
Careful here.
$1,000 for the team.
Cover going out.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
You take those, right?
He does not get away with this at all. Yeah, that's absolutely getting checked.
Yeah, realizing that the trip is there for one reason only, right? So, using that to his advantage, and as Quinn doesn't scale past it, for Core, he can get a pretty safe post plant from here. 4v5, barrage, the rest all cleared out. It's NBG have to look to make their way into C, but it's so tough here as you don't really have flanks set up here either. And that one probably coming in, Sobo there, but you called Util out, and Logan will take 2 with the rest. The slide a bit too good. And Nightblood in a 1v1, but they're running out of time. Al's got to do this now or never. Doesn't see him with the jump peaks and spot to the wall. Finally finds him at the back. The shots are good, but doesn't kill him. And Slide to finish it. But has no time.
Still able to escape the detonation, but just a little too late is NBG as Core storm C-site and have enough to just play the round out. Not even win anything in kind. In fact, I wouldn't say they won anything there. It was just an absolute firefight. So there's not exactly much you can study from that if you're Nightblood, other than just get there sooner. And that has been a lot of the tail of the tape here when these gun rounds do come to force. NBG, a lot of ults, ready to cycle as well. There's a moment to boost yourself in the half. This is the time to do it. And Kess, with a hail of Odin fire, will insert Fireball into Sewer as Core try to take Courtyard.
Or once again, a similar strat to them taking control of Garage previously. Although no pickoffs in the end, but we won on their side instead. NBG finally playing with one up, and they can choose to optimize resources instead of having to scramble on which site they want to try to hold. So from here, we got a couple of options as to where they want to do, especially for Core. One of those is they quietly enter into A, look every corner. Quinn saw him, they saw one another, none of them shot or fired, and Quinn... All right, anyways, moving on from that, 3 to 4 from the rest of them. Sova outfired, nerve taken, and one shot back to his teammate. They just pushed them down to the basement. Okay, heaven, hell cleared out.
Down A.
Spike wasn't able to be planted. 35 seconds left to go. They flooded to the site, and now from Core, they run out of
30
time.
seconds left.
They've got to recover that. They got to do something, but Logan and Bonnie are stuck all alone. They're cornered. Tenric, what do they do?
I have the spike.
This is such a strange position that Core have ended up in, and Bonnie somehow recovers off the blind and still finds one. Now he's still up and tries to slide back against Soko. With the way that round was interrupted, I felt like I was like backstage at a show, or like you know when you have to like go to the bathroom at a restaurant, but you have to like walk through the kitchen to get there. That's what it sort of felt like. It felt like I was almost in the kitchen, with Spike in the middle of the arena, and everyone just kind of still holding the angles that they're used to in the pre-plant. There was a moment where everyone sort of froze and had to adapt on the fly, so actively in-game. It was kind of cute, honestly. But still too much that NBG have to offer, and still so many ults they get to cycle through going forward here.
Something right now. They've done this stack previously, but they've done it so that they quietly walk in, right, kind of unexpectedly. But the trip placements have changed, and with both of them placed up from Fireball to slow down any sort of rush that they have, specifically from all of them, right? Because that usually puts the overdrive to look to rush back in. Hasn't done that just yet, but the site has been given up at least. Spike's still not down just yet. It's a little time. Finally, they get this, and that's much needed.
Core took massive advantage of the respect they knew NBG would pay. That fault lineup Blink was so late. And now Core again, they'll get in front of it really early. Logan's gonna use this ult now? And tag Nerf a little bit. Okay. Now Rolling Thunder can be used pretty safely from Sogo in succession. And Bonnie is forced to multitask on this high ground, as NBG do have a lot to offer here. Kess on the drop down. Bonnie is able to shut the rest down, though, and it's a big old neon dip to give Core their fit.
Dios mío, man. Bonnie can't keep getting away with it. You saw, like, this, him alone. It's been round after round to not only open up sites, but take early initial picks. Right, use the overdrive to their advantage, and then by the end of that, clear out the rest of them. Didn't have the overdrive this time, but staying alive through the slide is more than enough. Like you saw the Fireball had the double trip set up.
It was there
to counteract exactly that. But
and yet they cleared it so much quicker than I think you expect. They cleared both so quick. I think Fireball didn't expect them to know that second one was in front. They must have still heard it or something. But I mean, it let them exec onto just Fireball so early, and again, it let everyone else use their util so much later on, so that Spike got planted so safe.
Now for MBG, right now, we've seen that they usually are quite good about coming back from these timeouts and recuperating at least for the next couple of rounds, and the responses from here have to be fantastic. Now, bear in mind, similar util usage that we saw a couple rounds ago from Core. And roll left along the overdrive. gonna leave us questioning as to what they decide to commit to this. All right, it's save in front of them, except for Cass, who is honestly a man after my own heart. I am also a Ares enjoyer, brother. So let's go. Let's get it. Every save by an Ares. Forget the rest, man. Best gun in the game.
That LMG lifestyle has suited Kess quite well so far this match. I don't blame him. Big lane push early on from Nightblood to try and field an early kill. They don't find any purchase, but Core does look like they'll end up heading to C. And so with all of this presence already evidently here, Kess already so pushed up on lobby, seems like Core have been herded pretty well into this. NBG, the Shepherds must complete to tie things up.
Here we go! Shock it!
I mean, right now it's the little lamb of Alim trying to make his way through, but he gets hurted himself. An alt investment, although only taking one, not ideal.
I know exactly
And not through this, Core will capitalize. Rest of the team walk in, win. Let's see if we can get even one. What? Yeah, one's getting take two. Never mind. Doubles the score with only 2 bullets left. That's all he needs.
30
Win on his redemption. Kess comes in. Wallbang, this is massive.
Ares Nation, baby!
Somehow they're doing this.
You can re-step in. Oh, they're rotating back. Quinn is gonna stack with Kess. Snarly's gonna. They're expecting Snarly to repeat Link, and they're right.
They're
More
running at him.
sprays. He's so low, bro. This is crazy from NBG.
He's using the ult to try to find him. Just to see where he's in sight. Doesn't see him. Now he knows probably back spawn. A big concuss, but only sees one. Doesn't know what the second is. He's got to be thinking. He's got to be hoping that probably both stacked up there. But the time is low. The double peek out. NBG. Things are getting thrifty.
What a clutch up from these two players. Quinn holding it down on site and Kess making the long journey to somehow find value out of Ares in the modern day. How does this team keep on doing it? How do we keep on going? Still ults for NBG, by the way.
Right here.
Still a neural theft here, which Core did use to get on top of that. Man, those shots from Quinn were crazy. That was his second and third kill of the game.
Shadows traveling.
See where this stands right now for the rest of them. NBG. We mentioned previously, the timeouts have been so well used to ensure that the recuperation, mindset shift, and even just slowing down the momentum that the opposite team has had, it's worked to their favor immaculately. On split, not here once again. Overdrive started, doesn't check fireball off, so this time he finally gets the revenge. He's been caught by Bonnie 3 times in a row.
They're
Gets
still
his
ready.
comeuppance.
They're still ready for this snake as well now with that neural theft early on. They really want to seal this. And Alim, taking all the necessary precautions to get on, will be rewarded with the rest of the team following suit and a flawless round to clean house.
Last round in the half.
Nice and polished to make sure that there's no trip-ups on the way to this 12th round that NBG hope to take the lead with. You have a lot of ways of doing it. C-Site, I think, is still Core's most viable option. A retake, I mean, Kess can play whenever he wants to with this ultimate. To zone out, again, either sewer, either lane, kind of whatever.
Let's go!
But it feels like NBG kind of want to play more preventative here, so they will insert Alim up the lane early on, and Core will have to deal with a counter on this first push-up lobby. But Bonnie will take the bait and start hunting it down, along with a Hunter's Fury getting let go by Cass. He thinks he sees enough, and he will find some damage along with Bonnie. Able to trade things out against Twin on that front line. Core, they see their moment. It's C-Site, but they're met really heavily. 2 members of NBG already on, including the Cypher that still has all of his util down, and he is not checked out until the aftershock flushes him away. 2v1 on the retake, and NBG have just been able to shuffle this kill feed easy street. And they do it one more time. It looks like they'll have to after Snarly clutches up the first headshot. Where, oh where is Alim? The Neon, as always, could be anywhere. 50 seconds, spike in hand, world at your fingertips, fault line about to come back. What do you do here if you're Snarly? You lock in, you turn it, all in, making the push, gun spotted, and you're gone!
Out of charges.
No way! After all that, after having such a Herculean effort in the mid round to push Nightblood back, and it's Sogo and Snarly to battle it out, Snarly to survive at the final couple seconds just to get checked. The gun peek out. I was afraid it would happen. And a travesty, but for Core, we reset back once again. Let's take it back into a second half, only 2 rounds down. Not too nervous about this as they've come back from worse, but as is Nightblood. Worries for them have been holding on to these leads whenever they manage to accumulate them. Let's see how the pistol goes for either side, because it truly can be 50-50, depending on honestly what happens, because it doesn't even matter. First picks don't matter here at all too, because any one of these guys can just take 3 and end the round off.
Mainly the Neons though, and that's who will meet this NBG push first. Snarly close behind, and he is the one who will light up revenge for the previous round, and indeed Core will compose themselves. And it's back to business as usual here on the pistols. On paper, Fireball up's pressured, but not met. Headshots are not in! Logan can clutch up and all him. Unfortunately, Neon can do a lot, but he can't kill 2 people at once. Every time, at least.
What do you say, Drogo?
Core, another pistol in their pocket by another great interception.
We said it the entire day. The pistols so far have been truly the recovery path for Core. No matter what situation they're in. And the path to healing starts here. To land on even ground and to face their opponents once more. Core, ready and waiting. Dart, set up to A, they go. Try to find some good shots from both Logan and Bonnie. They're pelted forward, they do some body damage, but only have to get one. Run against them. Bonnie has to get out of there. A second there for the recovery. Logan and Bonnie, again, use this as their personal bot range, too. It's like they're in practice. Shooting away, but only 2 will be their prize. Bonnie taken out. That's a fireball to make his way through. Nice knowing where they are. Oh, he gets tagged. Drawing at a perfect time. Shooting with that Deagle. A disgusting 2. But not much more gain. Alexander. Last one left to save his team, to stop them from getting thrifty.
What? It's another monstrous display on a sheriff that suddenly puts NBG back out on top. Unwinnable on paper here, but Kess will die early and Alim is low.
Wow.
Will land the shot though, and that's 3 for the Neon. It really is tough to like dissect stratagems here because of how present Neon gets to be on this map. You kind of, it really is just like first bloods don't matter, positioning doesn't matter, fighting almost to an extent doesn't matter. It's who is alive at the end of this round. I don't even care who got you there.
Yeah.
The fact that anyone could be anywhere at any time, this Neon could drag anyone to an insert, to a lurk, to a flank, and then they could also just do that all by themselves as well. So much versatility.
Standing ahead.
And it seems round by round, players are just exponentially making this character beefier and beefier, stronger and stronger, more desperate to get nerfed.
Dude, patch 10.0 cannot come soon enough, man.
Not soon enough, my friend.
But with this pretty rough buy right now for Core to contend against the pure firepower that's been laid against them on the side of Nightblood Gaming. They see the stack and read it over by C. A being watched by a sole Leon of Bonnie. The rotation definitely imminent. As well to re-clear any sort of angle they may have missed. They could look to go to B from here if they want to go from B to A, but they're just taking the time. But I think if Core were too early enough, they will be able to catch them, but they're holding strong, realizing that the stack is much more powerful, especially on the save, as Bonnie gets out.
We'll attempt to re-peek just to see if there's a confirmation of the push actually going through, and definitely get some more attention to it now. Stiff insert through
30
lane.
seconds left.
And with the fast lane, Noise is sold, but Quinn is over here on C-Site selling for a lifetime before Core will get back. Bonnie, the only one here, but not heard. And right in front of it.
Ooh.
Can't find a shot, though. Unfortunate. Great attempt, though. Only so much you can do in a round like this if
10
you're Core.
seconds left.
NBG continuing to attempt to minimize damage here.
Spike
Already
planted.
losing one isn't optimal.
Blasting! Flash out!
A lot of util dumped early on here, and yeah, you only have one go at it, so might as well get it over with here and now.
Enemy remaining.
Nice blind by Snarly to at least open the board to Alexander. He
Nice.
will get a second for himself, but that's all.
A round expected to go into the favor naturally, considering what was being brought by Core. But now here is where they have to make a stand. A crucial round for both their eco and chances to continue forward here as well. Core took us all the way on splits, came back from almost being 5 down on both sides for NBG as well. And if they want to do this, this has got to be the round. Try to stop the momentum that Nightblood have built up. But there are 3 ults on the side of NBG.
Shadows traveling.
And they look more and more confident as time went on. They may just want it more. And both sides have to prove it. The flash peeked out the window. B being looked at, but no one really around or encircling it. Snarly is going to play at the back and use the smoke as his cover. But play at the angle. We could try to get one and play his exit. Nothing seen just yet.
NBG waiting to spring the trap, see if they can field any more attention farther up A-line. Catch an early pick or something of the sort. They won't. So they'll default pick the B site until the Hunter's Fury gets lured away, and yet it still catches the most mobile member of NBG's team. Good aim, Logan. NBG now cut down to 3 after Fireball Ups gets trounced by Bonnie on the A lane watch. Every plan NBG had to offer towards this round, flunking at the starting line. Swing onto Snarly is good, but chip damage to trade, meaning Sogo has to take a bit more of a frontline role than he'd like to. And now NBG, like sardines here on the B site, waiting to see if any member of Core decides to engage early, or at least shows themselves. Logan just fires a wanton shock dart in and grabs a kill. NBG forced to swing out onto this link, and it is the one that is far more heavily occupied.
I'm out of here.
Comes down to a coin flip of which link you want to take. NBG take the wrong one, Core take the round.
And I said this before too. This was a crucial round for Core to be able to stay in the game. NBG allowing them that space. And now here we go back onto much more even grounds. Because now Core can find the momentum from here too. They build their eco again. Nightblood on the save once more, and it is attributed to Logan getting the initial. And Bonnie again just so good while playing by themselves and getting the opening picks. Need to be able to see more of that too. I see Bonnie does it again. There we go. They're pissed, but it's Alum this time. Showing off the neon. Not clear Snarly. Zip, zap, zap. Down we go. But Snarly to fall. Bonnie to get another. Push out the ultimate again. Raise everybody's hydro bill. But the electricity won't stand him just yet. He walks away from it, but just barely. He's at top 30 health, and he has people behind him to secure the kill.
Took way too long to exact, though, and now NBG kind of headless chickens, and Alexander popping the neural theft for Fireball, has to push this early, he will, and he'll get a neural theft of his own to confirm the remaining positions of Core, who are both running up to A-lane now. Quick, guys, it's not the move to plant here. Instead, it's the move to hold A-limb and grab yet another kill on the way out. Nightblood stealing morsels of food along the way, and they'll all make a clean getaway to C-Site where they'll safely plant with 45 on the... This all happened in 45 seconds?
Spike planted.
It's been a big round, right? And a fast one at that. Pass all the rushes, and that is what Neon offers you. But now for Nerve, he has to face more than just the Neon. He's got 2 more ops he's got to take down. And I think he realizes all he's up against, so
Shadows.
he can save her out, saving the gun, because the eco don't look too hot. And to him, at least having one will allow themselves to be back at the game.
You've got a good economy behind you here as core. You'll be able to still buy in. Maybe light shields on a couple. Alexander, unfortunately,
Perhaps. Yeah.
pretty.
Thrifty.
We'll take those.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do, because Nightblood are losing a lot of collateral every round they win anyway. So it's important to just keep them sweating too, with this game continuing to be so close. You have a lot of options to reopen the board here if you're core, so you actually do have the luxury of getting to play slow for once, which unfortunately they kind of just haven't been able to do. The second they play keep away, NBG's like, okay, I'll just get closer to you. I have cooties.
Yeah, fair enough. Everybody knows cooties are bad, but for core, they've got look to talk about how to get around the cooties right now. Now, speaking of the buy, though, you're talking about, you are right that they were able to manage A-okay, but
Right here.
and considering they've got full on almost everybody except Snarly, or just the half, but bear in mind that Snarly's also one away from his from his Rolling Thunder, right? As is Sogo about 2 away from his. So those are 2
Right
crucial game-changing ultimates, well, round-changing at least, to allow them easy execs and defenses on sites. If they want the option off a core, double digits in front of them, and a lot to think about as to how they want to face the aggression coming out of Nightblood. No early pickoffs have been had either here, but we said it previously. After these timeouts, the changes that can be seen from both of these teams have been really impressive, and I do commend them and the coaches for it too.
The playbooks have definitely run pretty deep, even for these teams who, unfortunately, just have not had a lot of practice time. The funny thing about this is the 3 teams that most recently qualified through that open qualifier, all 3 of them are already into playoffs. So it's apparently the teams that are on the hot streaks that are not wearing those rose-colored glasses. Sorry, pun not intended. There's a team named Rose also playing here, so that I understand how that might have been confusing for some of you.
Oh!
Ow!
What?
Take flight.
Ouch!
Getting wallbanged like that is crazy, especially after just hearing a cage like that. Almost seems like a random, but nonetheless, they've got to look defender here once more. There pushes the paranoia to potentially save his life. It's not gonna happen. Bonnie, something's off, a massive dart, but to no avail. Bonnie's alone at the back, with no trades. Here's Nerve trying to find 2 of his own, leaving just Logan alone to rotate all the way around. Remember, this was the timeout that they had from core. They wanted to stack up and play, but getting picked off, that's not the answer you want to see if you're the core.
They're not getting the message.
I mean, that's a really rough start that left Bonnie suddenly stranded, and that guy's only holding the shotgun, so he's going to use the overdrive for the fight. Fortunately, he was way too alone to fight properly. Massive cut taken by NBG that actually just completely opens up the round for one of the only times we've seen so far this map.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
The closest thing to a certainty we may get
Right there.
from either of these teams, apart from perhaps NBG getting to 12 this round, if nothing goes awry, or on a hard save, hard backline. At this point, I think you just try and field out ults if you can.
Right
just
here.
put the pressure on, maybe go for an early peek so Kess tries to aggro Hunter's Fury you. Quinn's already dealt a good chip here, so you've on a solid start. Huge lurk here by Fire. Everyone on B side, and they know it.
Yeah, he hears all of this happening too, especially with every step taken. Probably hasn't realized that there's like, probably about 3, maybe not 4 too, but that, ooh, the pinks in the dark caught a bunch of them. So now for core, they got to reposition and rotate, and they make the pick into A, but Nightblood's caught onto this. It's just so smart by them to rotate over just as pull off the fake. And Seaside now open as an option. Alexander has to give. And the smoke to come down, and they take their time to slow walk in. They're all stacked up as 4 here at center deck, but C sees what they want to see is what they will get.
30
Ball's not
seconds
being
left.
made. Alexander is
Now it is.
just gonna hold it. Yeah, now it will be. But you're gonna have to play for the retake. Core guessed wrong.
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
And you have a Hunter's Fury and a Rolling Thunder to stall this out if need be. Sogo making this a certainty after the Hunter's Fury is let fly. NBG almost taunting with this space making. Sogo just gets in front of his own Rolling Thunder.
Ooh.
And we're holding some open sight lines, gentlemen. Let's calm down now. Cass holding lane the whole time. No, this should be more than secure.
Last player
Alan
standing.
gonna try and have some fun with it. We are inside of smoke right now. This is not locked in. This is not locked in. NBG sleeping on the job, and Core are back in this in the blink of an eye.
They've overheated. I don't know how else to describe that. Where, all right, look, I understand investing the Breach ultimate to push them back further, and also comboing that with a Sova ult to pretty much guarantee tags. But after not being able to capitalize off Sova or Breach either, we continue to stay on site and take these fights up against 3 to 4. And unfortunately, some of those, they were just aimed at this point. Right, dudes are going the direction while some of them were concussed. Also, mind you, so
Standing ahead.
Nightblood allowing Core to come back in the game for free, and now for Core as well too. They've got the Rolling Thunder that we pointed out previously. NBG not gonna have much to deal with for a while with any of that. And Bonnie, waiting on the angle. No one close enough to get shot like that. But ooh, barely missed. But he got the concuss and also the fast lane to get out of there. That's a full stack here onto A. Alam gets the first. And Logan now in, waiting for the rest of Pyro to set it up. 2 more now going down. Rolling Thunder falling to secure it. And the rest of Core look back alive.
A total fracas that Core is here to play for. And they look rejuvenated after the lifeline was handed to them in the previous round. Now fully kitted, practically as long as they need to go. That passive income they were building up from the winning rounds and the damage they were doing in the meantime to NPG the whole way through made it so they're the ones that are now far more fully kitted than Nightblood. Here in the twilight of regulation, NPG making another call for the C lane. Core have not gotten aggressive on this yet, and they will not change that strat. Alexander's hold is too faithful, too loyal, and so NBG, they'll try to spring this quick. With the help of Alim's overdrive, they will make the necessary space to take the site yet again.
Core now 1 away from possibly evening it up. I think I've 50 before, but seems like there's not a single chance. Artist really put out, stopping the plant, even getting the tag, and 1 dropped. Nightblood slowly losing control of the round, having to play off site. And then instead of playing cubbies, they knowing they can't actually match all the ops and such, they play right up front. The paranoia is massive. Get 1 shot, fireball's good. Eats the shot. And can't matter. The flash is beautiful. Knots on win. Oh,
okay, all right.
Hints, who has been so good with the deagle, but he can't collect those.
Spike the fuse.
Nobody panic. But Core have once again retaken. Ultimately, the right calls made on both sides. The Hunter's Fury, definitely a necessary pull to get Core back on site in time. And in turn, Nightblood Gaming, the choice to hold on the site itself so that smokes are less effective, and so this Neon cannot get as aggressive down a second channel and just flat out prevent you from going for the post plant. It allowed NBG what little flexibility they could work with those sheriffs, and man, oh man, do they love to keep it close. Guns back in the bank, fireball ops, neural theft in hand. They will try to snowball around on what seems to be a garage crunch. By the way, we're pinging. We're pinging a lot. So this is called garage, and then this is called B-site. And then this is what the timeouts, I assume, are.
That's what they're doing, yeah. But, I mean, the ping seems to be how they want to set up their push.
Yeah.
Like, clearly, they want to try to finally do a garage through C. Something we haven't seen before. It's been a pretty classic strat for most teams ever since the days of Haven have started. And they can't choose to pivot from there if they want to. But it's a full stack going forward. No lurks this time just yet. And neural theft also available too, so that'll be one to watch if they manage to get a pick off.
That goes there. Yes.
And the less for now though. Right, position right towards that garage push with the Omen watching. So Nerve could counteract with the paranoia. And Billy break door, that Odin doing its thing. And Core already bringing over some resources to B.
Core can still consolidate. They're not as worried about NBG spreading their wings with all of the noise they're making in courtyard. They know they can't properly pressure A, especially with Bonnie. Keep and watch. Fireball ops instantly shut down, and NBG now they've got to be even faster with it. It once again has to be C-site, but Alexander, for once, is completely unchecked. Cages stall him away, and the slide's not good enough this time. Core still have the man advantage in spades. And NBG yet to even get the spike down.
Spike planted.
The tracking is beautiful, but it's just so close there by the end. But not too gone from NBG. You're saying this, oh, and he try to get one, but he has to reposition. All the gunfire coming his way, he has to get out. Yeah, that's beautifully done so. But, and the replay again, Solo goes back in, but full flash, Bonnie saves it. But for how much longer, though, is the question. It's 2v2.
Guess?
NBG staying right on the precipice of the site, and Core no. They're running out of time. They have enough to defuse. Quinn checks him, but gives him his back. It's Bonnie versus Kess. The one way is beautiful. Can't see a single thing. He's just gonna hold it. And Kess can spray away.
Really thought Kess didn't have enough time there, but Quinn did a great job. Or no, Kess, or not, Sogo, excuse me. Did a great job of kiting back into Garage, that pressure point that NBG were already hitting up on the wraparound, so that Core just had to recheck it a little slower this time. Couldn't spread themselves as much as they wanted to. What a punish as well coming from Kess early on up the window, somehow getting out of there. That was integral. So what is now 2 rounds of match point with a lot of ults in tow. NBG will storm the courtyard to force early util out of Core. In fact, they'll do a whole lot more. They'll get on B site, but sprayed through. Quinn is found, and Nerve is still present. NBG, yet again, far too big for their britches, and we might have a guaranteed round for Core off rip.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, Kess somehow finds Snarly. Duck back into Link. Logan's still not found. We're ducking in. Everybody's chipped away, but NBG still don't have the sight down, and Bonnie's ulted as well. Everyone so low at this stage. This is ridiculous. But Spike is not grabbed.
What?
Give me a corpse.
Trapping the spike right at the beginning, and now past that, they have to look for the tags. All this solo to try to take things back, and somehow they pulled it back to even here, Tendrick. Somehow, some way, NBG, after almost selling it, they bought back in. The stock market's going up. Using the Omen to get out of dodge. He survives a little bit longer. He's gonna go ahead and plan for C-Link. And Nerve's coming back. He has 8 health, and his sightline and peak needs to be pixel perfect. If he's not to get checked, Alexander and him on kind of a parallel triangle sort of peak. Not to join together would be ideal, but to play separate maybe foolish even. Unfortunate. Nerve gets checked first. And Core now. This may be it. That's Alexander to posture to save it. He tags it, gets tagged himself. The bomb, the takedown. He's pinged. He's gone. And it's NBG to bring it back at the end against Core and move forward to playoffs for Challengers.
History repeats itself in more ways than one. Another close 3-mapper that Core takes Nightblood to. But again, it is Nightblood coming out the victors. They join Rankers as the playoff berth holders coming out of this group, which means we have 6 of our 8 playoff teams now, Rabbits. One more day of the group stage, and then we'll have our playoff bracket.
Yes, sir. It has been incredible to watch all these players scale their way through, and we'll do one more game. We'll do 1 more days of games left before playoffs come in. Prize pool becomes a factor, and those challenger spots become oh so prevalent. It is a wonderful day here as playoffs will go on to next week, but that ends our day, of course. Thank you all once again for watching. Appreciate Tendrick for being by my side again for today, and of course our other casters of Marks and Keg. Also, thank you to production and Observe as well. Doing phenomenal jobs on both streams too. And of course, thank you all for joining us for once again for another day. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. And until then, I've been Ravish Gravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't